All right, guys, here it is. Welcome to the full AI agents course, more specifically the full cold email AI agents course, how to scale from whatever amount to at least $50,000 per month in revenue and beyond with AI agents. Now, it's no secret that AI is the place to be if you want to make money. It's the hottest space in the world right now. And as someone who has scaled 2 different businesses to multiple 6 figures, documented, and is now doing it for a 3rd time, scaling this business to 7 figures in real time, I can tell you personally that making money is exponentially easier and happens way faster when you are in the right space, selling the right thing. I have never made easier money than I am making right now. In this course, I'm going to show you exactly how to scale to $50K a month step by step, end to end, using cold email AI agents to generate deals for not only yourself, but other businesses. By the end of this video and this course, you will be in the top 0.1% of marketers, cold emailers, and AI entrepreneurs on the planet. That is my personal promise to you. But first, you must understand the business landscape going into 2026. This is crucial. AI completely flipped the sport of business on its head when ChatGPT came around and AI was made accessible to the masses. Now, business has flipped on its head yet again because of AI agents, literal agents, workers that can execute on your behalf. And while it has existed for a few months, nobody had really figured out a way to make serious money with it. People were buying into it because it was cool and it was AI, but the potential for what AI agents could do hadn't been proven yet until right now. A few select people, a select group of people, including myself over the last few months, have managed to figure out a system for scaling to $50K a month quickly by pairing up new technology AI agents with vehicles that have always traditionally made money, cold email, allowing you to completely dominate your competition. By the time your competition realizes what you're doing, and by the time they decide to integrate it into their business, they will be completely wiped out. I cannot express how important it is to be where the money is. There has never been a space where you can come in as a complete beginner and change your life so quickly than with AI. You now have the ability to charge thousands of dollars for mere hours or even minutes of work. And here, if you haven't seen this video on my channel, I've embedded it in this document. By the way, you can get this document for free. Link is in the description for a free download. I will email it to you. But this is a video of me generating an email campaign, a cold email campaign that generates us $37,000 a week in deal flow for a client of mine. I built this in 20 minutes. I did it live on camera. And you now have the ability to charge thousands of dollars for mere hours or even minutes of work. It doesn't even sound real. It didn't sound real to most people until I screen recorded it. But there's a select group of people who have been doing this. And not in the way that these other gurus have led you to believe, where you can sell some fancy system that auto replies to emails and then you sell that for $3,000, whatever it is. Nobody's buying that stuff. But how to actually do it in a way where you can use AI to get clients for businesses or for your own business, right? Businesses with huge budgets, even if you've never really had solid business experience before, or even if you've never scaled to these heights before. We aren't talking about doing coaching for people who don't have the money to pay you, for example. So or business for people who don't have the money to pay you. So you have to settle for selling like a $10 a month school community membership or something like that, where you literally make more money at McDonald's. You can now charge thousands, even tens of thousands of dollars easily to help businesses get more clients, essentially scaling them. This is real deal B2B. There are kids, young people doing it, corporate professionals doing it. I've been doing it on camera for months, documenting every day. I've been doing it off camera in 2 other businesses for years now. It is laughably easy once you figure it out. And my goal here today is to give you all the secrets and save you time, money, and show you the exact path with as little confusion as possible. Welcome to Cold Email AI Agents. This is the single hottest opportunity in the world right now, probably that we've ever seen since Bitcoin. So why me? And why did I decide to make a course? So over the past few months, I've been documenting the growth of my business, like I said before, on this channel, plus on LinkedIn and Twitter. I've been doing this for brand authority and as a form of client acquisition. It became very, very apparent very quickly through the results that we were getting for ourselves and our clients that we had a method that worked and is bulletproof. This is a video of me generating a $28,000 deal for a client. That's a live call. Here's the other live call of us landing that $28,000 deal. The day we landed it, the case study, and the client's reaction. Here's how we generate over $250,000 a month in deals with cold email AI agents. Of course, I wouldn't expect you to take my word for it, especially if it's your first time on this channel. So here's over $500,000 in social proof, so that you know what is possible, the size of opportunity at hand, and what we're about to get into. So here's a 6-figure cold email campaign we built with AI agents live, a $28,000 deal that we just cited in these 2 videos, documented, $33,000 worth of opportunities generated with cold email AI agents, $66,000 worth of opportunities, sales opportunities and deals generated with cold email AI agents. This was March. This was April. $15,000 generated with cold email AI agents. By the way, these were all within a month. This was within 7 days, $28,000. $66,000 within 1 week. You can see the dates right there. March 2nd to March 8th. This, April 3rd to April 10th, that's 1 week, $33,000. This is a screenshot of me handing off a $185,000 contract to a client of mine. This is a case study testimonial interview with an actual client of how we generated them $40,000 in 14 days with cold email AI agents. This is how we built the actual funnel that's generating $37,000 a week in deal flow for a client with cold email AI agents. This is how we built the architecture that's generating this deal flow, just under $40K a week with cold email AI agents. I'm probably one of the only people on the internet who is showing you how exactly to build a huge business off of this, who is actually doing it themselves in real time, and who actually has gotten results from this opportunity, not just for myself, but for other agencies and B2B businesses. I never planned to make this. That's part of why it's free, but this is by request, as you can see for yourself below. Within the last week leading up to this video, I have gotten, no joke, hundreds of requests between, if not thousands, between TikTok and YouTube. I'm going to show you exactly what to expect, both the good and the bad, and make sure you are fully equipped. This course will be a no BS culmination of everything I have learned, along with how to get real results and make multiple 6 figures a month in deals using AI and cold email. This course will focus largely on the business aspect of AI agents. In other words, how to make money with it. Because the tech part is cool. We can talk about N8N and make.com all day. But it will literally only take you 30 minutes to get competent enough with this stuff, AI agents. After that, you need to know how to put it into business use. You need to know how to go out and make money and sell the thing and pitch it to people. And that's the focus of this course, to actually get you results and put money in your bank account, to make sure that you have a direct path to not just your first client, but to scaling to $50,000 a month. You will quickly find that this course is better and more comprehensive than anything out on the market related to making money with AI. So why am I making it free? Why am I not hiding it behind some paywall or some school membership community? So let me be very clear. If it's your first time here, you guys are my audience, my supporters, and I appreciate you, but I have paying clients that I tend to. There's nothing for me to gain here that we weren't already doing ourselves as a business. This entire channel started as and still is a form of client acquisition for me. What I am here to gain, however, is your trust and testimonials, because once you scale your business to 30K a month, once you start getting those real results, whether it's your first client, your first 10K a month, 30K a month consistently, you will trust me more. And what we do at Ventiscale is we scale businesses at that 30K a month threshold, using a deeper, to get them to 50K a month and beyond, using a deeper set of tools and skills. So this is a form of planting the seeds of trust for folks who will likely be working with me in the months to come in some capacity. I just happen to be very good at getting people results. Now, we'll talk more about this at the end, but if you guys are serious about it, and only if you guys are serious about it and you say, Pablo, I want a fast track, I want a surefire way to scale this quickly, I want real ROI, I want your help, then and only then will I shift my attention away from Ventiscale, my agency, and extend my hand to help with maybe some one-on-one or inner circle kind of thing where I give you my personal templates, workflows, scripts, copywriting, AIs, tools, mentor you for your sales calls, help you fulfill for your clients to ensure you get results. We can talk more about this at the end, but my clients pay me 16 grand for an engagement because I'm good at what I do and I get results. So it has to be worth my time, but that's also the kind of money that you can be making here. That's the kind of money that is being made here. And we can talk about this later. This isn't clickbait, thumbnails, so on and so forth. I actually just found out how to make good thumbnails. So this is the kind of money that's being made here. This isn't clickbait. This, hundreds of thousands of dollars in a week in deals and sales opportunities. 200K a month in AI is not uncommon. I bring over $250,000 in deals. I've proven this and documented this over and over and over again this for months. This whole thing happened by accident. This whole gaining subscribers thing. It took me less than 6 months to get here. I start off every video with my payment and statements and case studies for a reason. It's because I want to expand your mindset and keep you focused. I know this has been a long intro, but the mindset you go into this with determines whether you walk out of this as a 6 or even 7-figure earner or not. I'm putting this course out so that there's no confusion on what to do with AI agents and cold email, how to get clients, why you might not be getting results, why you might not be moving as fast as you thought you should be, why you keep attracting the wrong clients, why it's taking longer than expected to make a campaign, why your AI tools aren't working, how much money you can make actually, so on and so forth, okay? Now, full disclosure, I've shown pretty much every part of this course live already in different videos, except for this first part. You guys have seen the screenshots, live calls, live screen recordings of me using the exact tools. I'm going to talk about today the setups to close real clients. There's ample proof I've been doing this long before I started to get a little attention, when my videos were getting 8 views. And I've been documenting this entire business and its growth on camera, so I want no confusion on anything. Now I end this off by saying it's time to go. We haven't seen an opportunity like this since e-com, since Bitcoin, since Amazon FBA, since drop shipping, since SMMA. I'm not sure if you guys were around for those, but I was, and I know what it's like to be too late. Guys, it's literally right here. It's right in front of your face. You can get there quickly, especially with the wind blowing in behind you in your sail, pushing you. You can get there faster than any other business model on the planet right now. AI agents, AI, you are in the hot space right now, AI cold email. But when most of the world still doesn't know about this, you are here. You are in the boom space before the boom happens. You have the wind blowing in your sail, pushing you in the right direction, but you have to act. A lot of you will make nothing of this, but there will be a chosen few who will win. You just have to decide which one you're going to be. Now, who is this for? This is for folks who are looking to start a business or who run a B2B business and are looking to scale to $50K a month. This is B2B. This is big boy stuff. So why this course and not the other courses that are on YouTube? Why this course over others? Plain and simply, none of them. I've looked at all of them. I've digested all of them before I made this. None of them position you as someone who actually works in the field and has actually built a business in the field and is still operating it right now. None of those courses position you for success going into 2026. Cold email, since its invention, has proven to be the fastest, easiest, and most cost-effective and smartest way to scale to $50K a month. There is no up-to-date cold email course that shows you how to use AI to get the edge. They're all out. They're all dated. This is the only way you make cold email work going into 2026 is with AI agents. There is no AI agents course showing you how to actually make money with it in a way that businesses will take you seriously. They're not buying your little automation, your little make.com or N8N automations to respond to emails faster or to automate YouTube thumbnails. They're not. I'm one of, if not the only person on YouTube who has actually built not just one business, but 3 with AI and cold email. This course is made by a real business owner who is really in the field and who is really in the top 0.1% of their field, talking about myself. And thus you are getting the most up-to-date real-time tactics of what's working and what's not. I provide you screen recordings, screenshots, etc. of all the stuff I use in my business right now, if you're new to this channel. So you know for a fact that it works. No other agency owner or business owner that I have seen goes into this level of transparency of taking you into the business, showing you everything all the way, all the email threads and conversations all the way up until the closed deal and payment made. And a mastery of copywriting, AI, sales, and business strategy will be needed to dominate in this. You have to be good at all those things. I have dominated in 2 other non-related businesses in addition to this one, so you are in good hands. This course, in the order that it's sequenced, is the most surefire path going into 2026 to scale to $50K a month. It is the most surefire path. The structure of this course and the format. So this will be a compilation of new and also existing videos on my channel stitched together in a deliberate sequence designed to get you up and running on its own. Watch it in order. Go through it in its entirety once before you purchase anything. If there's anything else you need at the end of this, leave a comment under this video or send me an email once you sign up to my free newsletter. The link is in the description. And I will add to this course. Now, let's dive in. So programming you for success, you need to understand that business is war. It's not fun and games, it's not la la land, it's war. There are people like me out there competing for the same clients as you. It is a competition. Only those who try their best will see results. Do not come into this thinking you can halfway things. That is a real problem that beginners have. And business owners stuck under $30K a month. You can't halfway things. You must be ready. Once you've decided that this is for you, that you're going to make a killing in AI, which you can in the next 6 months, you have to decide that you're going to give it your best. Trying your best for a lot of people is still a choice for some reason. So this is why I do not guarantee results. I can guarantee results with my B2B clients. I cannot guarantee results with any sort of B2C course thing, because most people will literally not just not try. This is also why it's insanely easy to win, insanely laughably easy to win. Because of this, I make no income claims, but what I can guarantee is that by the end of this course, you will have the knowledge, skill set, and step-by-step instructions to win however big you want. Your only job is to execute and to outlast the worms. If you're looking to start a business, or you are an experienced business owner looking to inject more cash flow into your business, you are in the right place. This is your no BS guide as always. This document, again, is available for free download in the description. Just Control F. Once you download it, just press Control F if you want to find something specific, okay? Now let's get into it. So, mindset and expectation. So there's only one thing that will determine whether you succeed or not, whether it's with this or anything else. It's your mindset. There are two traits that will pretty much guarantee your success if you have nothing else: focus and consistency. So, focus. I talk more about this with those who I mentor and the business owners whose businesses I scale, but I want you to think of your mind like a race car, like a Ferrari or something. If you want it to perform and go fast and automatically just start winning races for you, if you want your default setting to be that of a winner, you need to treat your mind accordingly. Making money online, any sort of entrepreneurship requires that you take it seriously, that you approach it like an athlete would approach their sport. I know a lot of you are coming from Instagram and TikTok, but put the TikTok down. Put the phone down and focus. I promise you, you've never had an opportunity this big in your life. So if that's focus. Now, consistency. Let me be very clear. The only thing that you have to do to start seeing results and win is outlast the worms. The worms are your brain dead competition who spend 10 hours a day scrolling through TikTok, who try things for 2 weeks, and then are on to the next thing. They don't last very long. They don't. Just outlast them and you win. That's all you have to do. You stick around for 6 months, 4 to 6 months, and you win. They're all going to disappear. I promise you. I'm only here right now because I just decided not to quit, and I decided to outlast the worms. That's one of the only game plans I go into any business with. Just outlast the worms, because they're all worms. All of them. If you do this, I promise you that you will start seeing the results that you want. You will see the results you want. If you just show up every day and outlast the worms. That's it. Everything else can be taught. The person who will win is the person who sends the most emails. Once you have the basics down pat, don't focus on making things pretty. Focus on getting things done and just outlast the worms. That's it. So let's talk about what deal generation is. What are we doing? How are we actually making money? What value and purpose are we serving here? What value are we bringing to folks? So you know what AI is, I'm sure, right? But in case you don't know, it's artificial intelligence. It's technology that is modeled after the brain, designed to think based on how it's been programmed. I won't go deep into an explanation because it's 2025. Let's be real. I'm sure you know what AI is, especially with ChatGPT being a thing. The issue is though, like when most new tech comes around, the issue is that, there weren't really many ways to make money with it until now. So some of the early adopters and pioneers of AI have figured out that if you really want to make serious money with AI, I'm talking being a multiple 6 and 7 figure earner, that you need to pair it up. You need to pair it up with what already sells, right? So trying to sell cool looking, colorful automations didn't really work for anyone except for the core sellers. But using AI to do things like cold email, which historically has been one of the best ways to make money and get businesses and get clients for businesses, that works really well for making money and it's fast. And you can build a really big business, a really big money generating machine very quickly. So in a nutshell, what we're doing here is we're using AI agents to generate deals for businesses. We are getting them sales opportunities. We're getting them. Some people call it leads. I don't like that word because we're focused on the deal value. And we're getting those leads that turn into clients. So in return, the businesses will pay you your fee or per client that you bring in, or a rev share, or however you set it up. The beauty of this is you get to choose how you want to get paid. More on this later. So now let's talk about why this is so lucrative. So the reason why AI cold email is so lucrative is because cold email on its own is one of the most predictable ways to get clients. This has been proven for decades now, i.e. deals for any business. This has been the case since the advent of email. It's better than cold calling because you can only make one cold call at a time, but you can send hundreds of thousands of cold emails at once that are hyper-personalized with AI now. It's better than Facebook ads because you will not get results from ads unless you are spending at least $100. And that's even low. We should say $1,000 a day. And even that is laughable. Take this from someone who has spent tens of thousands of dollars on ads. We will come back to this later, but below is my sales prediction calculator that I've shown on this channel before, which I can use to calculate exactly how much money I will make this month or any given month, or how much I'll make for a customer with AI and cold email. It's linear. You can predict it. You just do the math. It's easy. And if I want to make more, I know exactly how many more cold emails, AI cold emails I have to spin up. And we'll come back to this later on. Now with AI, this has become, no joke, 1,000 times more lucrative because you can use AI through every step of the process to do everything 1,000 times faster and send 1,000 times more emails. That's not a joke. You won't have to do much of it, if at all, by hand. It's all automated. Now, how much money can you realistically expect to make from all this? No BS. So my answer to this, as always, is a no BS, very simple one. I don't make any guarantees. I make no income claims. However, the next wave of millionaires will and already is coming from AI. Going from 0 to 30K a month in 6 months is not uncommon. I did double that in 8 weeks. This is documented. Again, I make no income claims because I cannot control what you do behind the scenes. You have to do the work. You have to ask questions. You cannot give up in 2 months. The faster you learn, the faster you scale. It's about closing the knowledge gap between you now and the you that makes the amount of money you want. You have to surround yourself with people who are winning and making money with this thing. But apart from that, the sky's the limit, my friends. Now let's talk about how the money works, pricing models, how you get paid, how you get rich from this. So I decided to get into this early in the course because understanding how much money was waiting for me is what kept me focused throughout the rest of my journey. So it might do the same for you. We will dive deeper into offers, guarantees, so on and so forth later on. So there are a few different ways to make money with this. Assuming for a moment that you're not installing this into an already existing business, okay? If you already have a business, you can skip this part. You just apply what we're going to do with the AI agents into your own business. If you're starting up a marketing agency, an AI marketing agency, this is how you get paid. So pay-per-call, a one-time payment up front, which is what I do now, a retainer, so a monthly recurring contract, or build and release. You just sell them the system. The first two are where you're most likely to start as a beginner. Doesn't mean that they're junior level models. It's just the easiest to get clients with. I still do number 2. You will quickly progress to being good enough to do number 3, so retainers. But just know that retainers are pretty overrated. You'll figure out what's best for you. So pay-per-call, you get paid every time you book a meeting in your client's calendar. This means you're handling the email replies, follow-ups, and booking the prospect into the calendar for your client. It's not that big of a deal. You can usually start at about $250 per call here. Do not settle for anything less. As you can imagine, there's no limit on how much money you can make with this model. You send more emails, you book more calls, you get paid more. It very quickly adds up when you figure out your process, which I will give you most of. I personally know people making 100 to 300K a month just on this model. You can scale very, very quickly doing this, especially if you only work with clients in the same 1 to 2 niches. Next is one-time payment up front. This is my current model. A lot of you will start here too. You will likely start in the 2K to 4K range. We usually pair this up with a refund or performance guarantee, and we'll talk more about that later. There's usually an agreed upon number of meetings, leads, and deals that you will get them when you first sign the contract. I personally structured this as 15 meetings in 90 days for $16K fee. Retainer. This is the third model. This is very simple to understand. The client pays you 2K to 5K or whatever it is every month, regardless of how much deal flow or meetings you get them. Of course, this only lasts if you get them a worthwhile amount of meetings or deals. 10 clients on a 3K retainer is a very quick 30K a month. That's easy. That's nothing. You can get 10 clients like this, like popcorn. Now, let me break a limiting belief of yours quickly before we go any further. Stop this cheap pricing thing. Stop underpricing yourself. You know when you're underpricing yourself. We're in business to make money. In this, if you're going to have headaches, at least get paid handsomely for them. In this business, in marketing and in B2B period, you need to price yourself very high. Why? Number one, higher price signals higher quality. Number two, higher price attracts a higher quality of client who takes themselves more seriously. Number three, a higher price will force you to make it beyond worth it for your client. You will get a lot better, a lot faster this way too. Number four, if you are part of my inner circle, which we'll talk about later, I will help you fulfill to make sure you get your client results so that you can rack up these testimonials. There's a reason why my fee is $16K. I'm very good at what I do. They pay me $16K and I get them easily over $100K a month in deals, screenshots at the beginning of this video, and client testimonial interviews at the beginning of this video. When I get my clients used to paying a lot of money for something, they instantly become more comfortable charging a lot of money for something. It becomes normalized in their head. 16K starts to seem like a very small amount. I need them to charge a lot of money so I can make them a lot of money. It's easier to make a lot of money when you charge more. And businesses have a lot of money to spend. You can get here quite quickly too. There is a lot of money to be made in this space. This is also part of why this course is free, because selling this for anything under a couple $1,000s is not worth it to me. It's not worth to sell and shift away from my agency. I will also need to get your mindset right and give you some beginner understanding, even if you're at 10K or 20K a month. I need you to get your mindset right if I'm going to get your results. So that's what this free course is for. Now, an overview of the entire process. So this is the big picture map. So here's a bird's eye view of how you get clients for yourself, and you will do the exact same process on behalf of your own clients. The good thing is almost every step will be automated. The rest of this guide will be geared towards giving you everything you need to master each step so that you will come out of this in the top 0.01% of AI entrepreneurs. This is the process right here. If you have the document and download it, you can zoom in on your own time. If you want to take a quick look, we find people to email, we get their contact info, we verify that info is correct, we filter out the bad leads that we don't want, we use that person's contact information to personalize the email. The AI agents will do this for you. Then we send the email and manage the campaign and responses. Then we take the sales calls and we onboard the client, and we repeat that process. So why it's easy to get lost and how this course keeps you oriented. There are 2 or 3 major reasons why most people don't make money with AI, which now that you're here will not be you. Number one, they get overwhelmed by the abundance of AI tools out there. Most 99.9% of those tools you don't need. Number two, they spend more time building their AI workflows, their AI agents, rather than actually sending emails and reaching out to clients. Number three, they don't have a complete end-to-end process to follow, so they're just winging it. Number four, their process sucks and it doesn't actually get them results. So I've spent the last few months personally getting around all of these. Since I am determined to get you results, since I spent days making this course, I'm going to provide you with the exact step-by-step process I personally use from going to go from nothing to seeing money in your bank account. You will have the direct path that I have proven to work at every level, at the highest level, over and over and over again, and have done so for my clients and those I'm mentoring. It will be the fastest, easiest way, most no BS way to make the most money in AI, period. I promise I will not leave anything out and I will not leave you behind. Now, clarifying your role. Who are you and what are you doing? What kind of business do you have? What do you do for businesses? So you are a deal generator for businesses. You generate deals. It's very important to know who you are, how you fit, and the value you provide to businesses. This will help you make copywriting and sales calls and just your overall confidence a 10 out of 10. Working with you will be a no-brainer for businesses because you know how you fit. So what you do, and you know the value you bring to the table. So what you do is you generate deals for businesses. You make other businesses money and help them scale using AI. More specifically, you put them in touch with clients. Some people call this getting leads. The big kids call this deal generation. We do this using a special marketing tool called cold email AI agents. Now we need to talk about how cold email works. All right, so buckle up. I'm about to make you a whiz in cold email. So we need to know how cold email works so that we know what tools we need and what we need to spend money on. So luckily for you, I've cut out the fluff and made this very easy to understand, hopefully. So take a look at this visual I made for you. Zoom into the document, okay? So you got the websites at the top, which is a domain. You got the email addresses, 3 email addresses per domain. Each email address sends 20 emails per day. All right. So that's what we're going off of. So what you're going to do, not yet, but what you will do is you're going to go get a few domains, which are websites, right? That are similar to your main website. You will not use your main website to send emails because you don't want that going to spam. So if your main website is walmart.com, for example, you're going to get a few domains like Hello Walmart, Go Walmart, etc. I'll tell you how many domains you need in a second. Just stay with me. For each domain you get, we will plan to make 3 email addresses with each website, with each domain. So for example, if you bought the Hello Walmart domain, you will create 3 email addresses, such as Pablo@hellowalmart.com, Pablo M@hellowalmart.com, Pablo Melandu @hellowalmart.com. But of course, substitute your own name in there. I'll tell you how to make the email addresses in a second, okay? I'll tell you everything. Just stick with me. So take a look at this visual right here. At the very top, you got your website. That's your primary domain, which you're not going to use to send any emails. You just have to make that domain because you're going to make a website. Next, you have your subdomains, which are like the spin-offs. So like hiwalmart.com, hellowalmart.com, gowalmart.com. And then you have 3 email addresses, 3 inboxes per subdomain. All right. So the reason why we make 3 email inboxes, so three email addresses per domain, is to spread risk. Right. So what do I mean? So we'll talk more about this later. But sometimes Gmail or Outlook spam filters are in a bad mood. Or maybe you've just been spamming people and writing terrible emails. Sometimes it will put your domain on a blacklist, kind of like a naughty list. So if you have 30 different email addresses, all with the hellowalmart.com domain, and hellowalmart.com gets banned or put on a blacklist, all of those 30 different email addresses will be marked as spam. They'll automatically just end up in the spam folder anytime you send anything from those email addresses. But if you only have 3 of them with that domain, if you only have 3 of them with that Hello Walmart domain, and the rest on different domains, you've only lost 3 inboxes, and you can still make some money that day. All right. So each inbox account / email address, whatever you want to call them, will be sending between 15 to 20 emails per day at the most. Our goal is to start with 500 emails sent per day in total and moved up to 1,000 per day as quickly as possible in total. As you can imagine, we can do the backwards math pretty easily. So if our goal is 500 emails per day that we want to be sending in total for our business, 500 emails per day means you're going to need 25 inboxes, 25 email addresses, 3 email addresses per domain. So how many domains do we need? We need 9 if you round up. I did the math for you. Just follow along. So we need 9 domains. We're going to need to buy 9 websites, 9 domains. And we're going to need 25 inbox accounts to be able to safely send 500 emails per day, because you're not going to send 500 emails from one account. You'll get banned very quickly. You'll get put on a spam filter or a blacklist very quickly. Cool? So again, you can zoom into this on your own time. I've made it very easy to understand visually, but you need 9 domains and need 25 email addresses, 3 per domain. If math is not your strong suit, that's fine. You won't need any math beyond this point, I promise you. If anything, just do what I say and you'll be just fine. You're in good hands. The people who will get results quickly are those who can just follow instructions blindly. This is how I won and continue to win over and over again. Again, all you need to start. This is the cheapest business ever. Most cost-effective thing you can add to your business ever. All you need to start are 9 domains and 25 email addresses, 25 inbox accounts. That's it. You can use ChatGPT to brainstorm the names of the domains you will buy. You can use these as examples. So replace the X with your company name and just paste this into ChatGPT. Paste this list into ChatGPT, and then with the instruction, replace the X with whatever your company name is. And it'll give you a list of domains. And then you just look these up in Namecheap or whatever it is. I'll tell you in a second where to buy domains. For the email addresses, just follow the format below. Just follow this format. Your first name, and then the first letter of your last name, and then your first name and last name. 3 of these per domain. Cool? Cool. Now, as you can imagine, this means you're going to need a company name. Please, for the love of God, do not spend the whole day thinking of your company name. Spend at most a half hour thinking about this. If you want there to be more money in your bank account, you have to move. You have to be decisive. You have to act quickly. You can change it later. Just pick something for now. Pick something. If you get held up on this step, you will not make any money. I can't stand the people who spend a whole day making their logo. We have real things to get to besides your company name or your little logo. I got my company name from a name generator. Most of my clients don't even know what my company name is. Shoot first, get it perfect later. Now let's go into where to purchase all of these and how much this entire thing will all cost. I promise you it's way cheaper than ads, cold calling, anything. Here are the tools you need in budget. I wish someone had told me this sooner. I overspent by tens of thousands of dollars. That's not a joke. Here are all the tools you will absolutely need and how much money they will cost every month. I will only show you what you absolutely need and where to get the stuff at the best price without sacrificing quality. This will require some upfront investment if you haven't already put two and two together, but you will very quickly see that this is by far the most cost-effective way to make money online you will ever find, especially with AI. There is no other opportunity that can make you 6 figures a month with you only having started with a couple $100. First off, you're going to need those domains and inboxes that we were talking about so you can actually just send emails. So for domains, to get your domains, you're going to go to two places, Spaceship and Namecheap. You can also go to Porkbun, but I like these two. You want to get domains that end in .com, .co, and .info. These will cost between not $70. Not $70. It should be $7. Maybe 17. But these will cost between $3 and $17 each. More so in like the $3 to $7 range. It should be that. $3 to $7 each. So for 9 domains, you will spend between $25 and $60 here. No more than that. I've linked these two places below. Spaceship.com, Namecheap.com. You can also go to porkbun.com. Inboxes. You will need a blend of both Google and Microsoft inboxes to just spread the risk out because Google might be strict this week. Next week is Microsoft. You never know. We'll talk more about risk and deliverability later on. You can get away with just Google inboxes though, but I would highly recommend splitting it 50-50 Google, Microsoft, as close to 50-50 as you can. Don't stress over this. For Google inboxes, don't get them straight from Google. It's crazy expensive that way. I use premiuminboxes.com. I've put in my link here. It is an affiliate link. It is an affiliate. If it is an affiliate link, I would appreciate if you'd use it. So the price that you're going to pay is $350 per inbox. It's 12 inboxes, so that's $42. For Microsoft inboxes, you can use Inboxology. They are okay. I don't have an affiliate link for them. Same price, $350 for 12 or 13 inboxes. That's $42 to $46. Now, if you are really ready to commit and you want the most seamless experience possible, and you have some money to play with, use Scaled Mail. Here's my link. I put this link so that I'm driving you towards the right website and you don't end up on some scammy website. So I personally use Scaled Mail. This is what I personally use in my agency right now. If you want to know what my setup is, I personally use Scaled Mail. It's a steeper upfront investment that you don't need to pay for right now. You can just use premium inboxes and Inboxology. Sometimes I will use premium inboxes. They're great. I'm just being transparent about the tools that I personally use. So your current investment so far is about $150 to get your whole business up and running or to inject all this deal flow into your business. That's it. So now you have your inboxes and your domains. Let's go through some other tools and costs just so you can plan, and then we'll dive into how to use each tool later on. So Smart Lead. This is your email sending tool. I use it. It's better than Instantly. Just use it. It's $94 a month. They have a 2-week free trial. You can get started with their $39 a month plan too, but you're going to quickly outgrow it. So I would just go for the $94 a month plan, but use a free trial for the first 2 weeks. Now, Apollo. This is our leads database and where we find people to reach out to and do business with. I would say start on their free plan and get a feel for it. Then go for the basic plan after about a couple of weeks. I've linked it here. Appify, these are the AI agents we use to take the contacts out of Apollo and put them into a spreadsheet. It's a scraper. You're going to need Appify. For your email verification tool, which is an AI agent, you're going to use Mail Tester Ninja. This is what I personally use. I'm only telling you what I personally use to get the results that I get. You will need this to verify the contact information that you scraped from Apollo to make sure that it's actually valid and correct and up to date. I've showed you how exactly to set this up in this video that I've linked right here. How to set up Mail Tester Ninja within Clay, or any email verifier, but specifically Mail Tester Ninja. In terms of your website, I use card.co. It's $33 for the year. Most website builders will charge you between $25 to $30 per month. This is $33 for the year. You can make a suitable landing page with card.co's templates in less than half an hour. You know, if you see my website, you know how bare bones it is. It works. Use my link to get a discount. I've linked it right here. Both of these. Our primary tool to manipulate the information that we'll be scraping and where we will use our AI agents is clay.com. You can just use a free trial. Don't tell them I told you this. Use my link to get 3,000 free Clay credits. I personally have a paid plan, but you can use my link to get 3,000 free Clay credits. That's a lot. To get paid, I use Stripe. You don't need to do anything with this yet until you're closing your first client. Don't waste time on that stuff. Don't waste time on stuff that doesn't matter yet. Some more AI agents. So OpenAI, so ChatGPT, this is different from your everyday ChatGPT subscription. This is the plugin. This is the AI agent. I show you how exactly to set it up in Clay with this video right here. Same thing with Google Gemini. That's the other agent you're going to use. I show you how to set it up in Clay using this video right here with instructions right here. All right. Now, setting up your infrastructure and your warm-up. I put in the entire Smart Lead tutorial right here. All right. Once you get your domains and set up your email addresses, you will need to add those email addresses to Smart Lead, our email sending tool, and to turn warm up on. Please note, you will need to leave the inboxes on warm up for 14 days at a minimum before you send. This is so that your emails don't land in spam. So it doesn't look like you just made a bunch of email accounts and started sending right away. It looks weird to Gmail and Outlook spam filters and algorithms. To turn on warm up, it's just one button in Smart Lead. Never turn off warm up. Never do that, even once you start your campaigns. All right. So I'm going to stop this here, and we're going to get into a full-on Smart Lead tutorial and continue with the course. And just to give you a heads up, the total number of warm-up emails per day, there's no hard rule. It's just around what you just set it to around what you'll be sending every day. So 15 to 20. If you're sending 15 to 20 emails a day, set your warm-up to 15 to 20 warm-up emails per day. All right. So if you've used premium inboxes or Inboxology or Scaled Mail, don't worry. They set all this up for you. They turn the warm-up on. As soon as you purchase some inboxes, they'll go into Smart Lead. They'll set it all up for you. The whole thing. Set the warm-up up. They set everything up for you. So let them do everything and don't touch their settings. They know what works best for their inboxes. So that's it. Leave this alone for 2 weeks. Right. So this means you have 2 weeks to start getting good at copywriting, making campaigns, and using your AI agents in Clay. That's it for module 1. Let's proceed. All right. So let's talk about the best niches. What are the best niches for AI deal gen going into 2026? Best niches, short answer. The short answer to all of this best niche question is the one you have experience in. And now we will go through what are actually the best niches and the worst niches and blah, blah, blah. But this is the real answer. This is the no BS answer. Why is this the answer? The one you have experience in? Because there are things you can speak to that the normal person cannot speak to, which immediately makes any prospect feel more comfortable and immediately positions you as an authority. So, for example, the sales cycle you can speak to. You can speak to the headaches, the deal sizes, the different processes, and management structures, and decision makers. There are also the terms and the lingo that are particular to any industry that if you drop them in your cold email, or if you use them in your sales call, they immediately boost trust. So remember, we're here to generate deal flow. We're here to make these businesses a lot of money, and thereby make yourself a lot of money. Or you want to generate, these $66,000 deals, these $30,000 deals, these $40,000 deals in 14 days, these $37K a week deals, these $28K a week deals for your clients, and get your cut. I mean, people got to trust you, right? Generating deal flow is about the trust factor. People have to trust you to give you money, dinero, dollar sign, dollar sign. So perhaps I should update this part of the cold email money printer blueprint to include industry experience as such. You can get this whole entire architecture in the link in the description under this video. And let me just give you a sneak peek of what this looks like. This is how you literally print money with cold email. Here you go. It goes over every single thing you need. We literally just go over this as a checklist when we onboard any new client, and it literally helps us get them results pretty much every single time, unless their offer just sucks. Usually we wouldn't take them on if that's the case. So we turn down more clients more than we take on. Anyway, this is besides the point, but you should get this if you haven't already. It'll make everything make a lot more sense. So I digress. So to further emphasize my point, right, of operating in niches that you have experience in and how that gives you such a competitive advantage, let's take a look at this piece of copy. It's from a deal that I closed for $2.1 thousand in 2 days. We went through the entire cold email thread and broke down the copy in another video a few days ago. See below for the link. The link is right here, and this is the video. It's on my channel. Just rewind. Go to my channel. You'll look for this video. Anyway, it gives you all the cold email scripts to close deals and shows you the proof of me using those to actually close deals and get them on calls. Anyways, I generated a $15,000 deal with these scripts. So let's take a look at how I got these deals using industry insider language. So this is a staffing company right here. I used to work for a boutique staffing agency, a really prestige staffing agency in Canada. Now, there's certain lingo that I know staffing agencies use. You may not know this if you haven't worked in staffing and recruitment, but I do. So I use these, and it immediately makes the person on the receiving end's ears perk up, because it sounds like it's coming from a competitor or a colleague or someone within the space. You just kind of know. You know what I mean? You just kind of know. So anyway, so here's email 1 and email 2. And we're not going to go through the whole thing, but this is just where we're starting from. And then we're going to go deeper into email 1. So take a look at this. I break everything down on this channel. Isn't it amazing? So we got some subtle industry insider lingo. Let's hope you can see this. So look at just immediately starting from the subject line. I know. I got to move this over. Hold on. I know. In the subject line, see where it says more job orders? I could have said more deals. I could have said more leads, like every other loser in this space who makes no money. I could have said first name, more leads, first name, more deals. But instead I said more job orders. Why? Because job orders are the thing. It's like more tickets, more whatever it is, right? There's certain lingo, like instead of saying more money, you say more capital, more deals, deal flow. I don't talk about leads, I talk about deal flow. Why? Because it's bigger, it's better. It means I work with higher level clients. It's just a thing. You can just tell. More job orders. This is something particular to the staffing industry. Look, more stuff. Hiring managers, agency support. This is how people within staffing talk, right? Would you be interested in a service that automatically connects you to not business owners, but hiring managers, not leads, but hiring managers, you know what I mean? So I'm not here to get you more leads. I'm here to connect you with more hiring managers. It's just that subtle way of framing that lets me close this stuff, and it gives me an advantage. So little things like this increases trust, which is important, like we just spoke about, and relevance. So that is how I'm sort of dropping these things in here. Other than that, like the email is largely the same as it would be for any other industry, but it's those little things that take it over the top and what you need to, book meetings and close. So let's continue. This is from email 1 as well. Check out the PS line. What I'm able to do in the PS line that you're not able to do because you don't have industry experience in this industry. I do. So I say, thanks, my name, my position, and then I say PS. I'm a former recruitment person myself. Me. I can't say this if I was in like the manufacturing industry, for example, or like I don't know, healthcare. I couldn't say, hey, I'm a former healthcare worker myself. So this immediately gives you like some kind of humanity and authority as well. So it doesn't mean your cold email is going to work. It's just lets it at least not be spammy, you know? So anyway, so that's that. So now let's pause for a second. So think about this, what we just saw, right? And ask yourself, do you think you're going to be able to compete against me when I have all of this in my email? If we have the same offer, right? If we have the same offer and everything else is equal, the copywriting is equal, the time we sent it is equal, everything else is equal, our pricing is equal, our website looks the exact same VSL, same landing page, who gets the meeting? Right? Who gets, let's say you even use the industry lingo experience. Let's just say everything in this email is the exact same. Subject line, you use job orders and everything is the same. Who gets the meeting? Who gets the deal? Right? Think about it. Now we forgot something. What happens when they Google you? Because they're going to Google you, right? They're going to Google you. So this is what they're going to see when they come to my LinkedIn. If you go to my LinkedIn, you see this. They're going to see industry experience. This is a staffing firm I used to work with. I was a former recruiter. The company doesn't matter, although this is one of the top boutique recruitment firms in Canada. The company doesn't matter. It's just, how long I spent there doesn't matter. I spent 10 months there. But I was the top performer there, and that doesn't even matter. It's just the fact that I have industry experience, and it actually adds up with what I said in the email. They're going to Google you to verify that you weren't lying. And if you have no social presence, we talked about this in the last video, whatever. If you're a ghost and you're just a scammer until proven otherwise, that's just how it is with cold calling or cold email or any sort of cold outbound. But anyway, so industry experience. So it doesn't really matter how saturated this industry is for me, because I will always be a rarity in this niche. Right? Same with financial services. When I graduated school, I started off in investment consulting. Same with any other niche I have experience in. So I'm always going to try, when I'm doing cold email, I'm always going to try and go for those niches and squeeze all the juice out of them. The same applies to you. Look at what you have experience in. Now, if you're some 20-year-old college kid who has no experience, then that's fine. You can skip this part. We'll still make it work. There's still a lot of money to be made. If you're you're a 30-year-old person with some experience, even if it's in hospitality, I say that like it's less than. I'm trying to say any industry. Go for where you have experience in, right? So this, we've talked about this, right? We've talked about this. Like, this is from the cold email money printer. This is from this. We talked about this, right? You should know this. So look at what we said. Pick a niche that you know well and that already works. And then look, we have some more hints about niches and how to succeed. Again, link to that is in the description. Now, if you still want to explore the niches, then let's talk about it, because that's why we're here and it deserves to be talked about. So, best and worst niches for AI deal gen going into 2026. The worst niche is just straight up any niche you don't understand, because the most you can really do here is just send an email that looks the same as anybody else's, but you don't get that industry insider effect that we talked about, up here, right? This is just how I close and just print and rip with this stuff. So one of my first campaigns ever was telemedicine, telehealth. Asked me what I was doing in telehealth. I couldn't tell you. I bombed. I somehow miraculously booked a sales call, but I mean, like, you see the stats. This is from when I was using Instantly. Go to the oldest videos on my channel and you'll see these things featured. You'll also be running into a lot of traps by doing this. As well, any niche with too few people, any niche where they bill low ticket, so anything like less than $5,000. So if it's B2B SaaS, if you're working with companies who sell software that has like no enterprise deal, make sure they sell enterprise. Any niche where there are a ton of gatekeepers and a ton of bureaucracy. So things like healthcare institutions, like hospitals, don't go for hospitals. You're going to waste so much time and money. So what you're going to do is you're going to take this, you're going to copy this from the document. Oh, I was zoomed in. I'm sorry, guys. Here we go. So you're going to take all of this that I'm highlighting here. You're going to highlight this and you're going to paste it into ChatGPT. Right? That's what you're going to do. because you're an independent thinker who can think for yourself, or at least you can you can use ChatGPT yourself in a good enough way. Anyway, so this is what ChatGPT gives me, and now let me correct this. Actually, it is correct. So let's look at it. Government contracts, don't go for those. Higher education, like universities, don't go for those. Enterprise, healthcare, IT, like I said, don't go for those. Don't go for blue collar trades like plumbing and landscaping. Don't go for those. Local restaurants, salons, don't go for those. Don't go for construction contracting. Don't go for municipal projects, like if they're building buildings and stuff like that. Defense contracting, I don't know what you'd be doing in there. Don't go for low ticket e-commerce. Don't go for tutors. Don't go for fitness trainers, yoga studios. Trust me, I've looked into it. Don't go for anyone charging less than $100 a month. Don't go for hospitals like we talked about. Don't go for law firms. Don't go for large financial institutions like, I don't know, Goldman Sachs or something, right? So I'm saying this because not just because ChatGPT is saying this, but I actually went after law firms myself. I went after construction tech firms myself. Look what happened. Look. Do you see any positive replies there? No, you don't. Look. You don't see nothing there. Nothing. No bueno. So This is why I'm telling you guys to not do it, because I've done it before. If you haven't already figured this out, 0 positive replies, low amount of sends, but I could just tell I wasn't going to get any results from that. I went after legal tech, which is B2B SaaS for law firms. Same thing. Look, proof. You're not going to make any money in these niches. 0 positive replies. 0 replies. Period. Nothing. Yes, only 200 sends, but still, you're not going to make any money. If there was money to make, I would have made it. So anyway, take it as it is. Take it for what it is. So avoid general B2B SaaS like the plague. Anybody who tells you to go after B2B SaaS does not know what they're doing. I promise you. If they tell you to go to B2B SaaS, tell them that Pablo told you to show you proof of them closing deals and to show you proof of them getting their clients results in that industry. Because maybe they just sold their prospect, their client, a lie to sign the client and get paid, but they can't actually fulfill. So tell them to show you proof of them closing a client in this industry and them getting you proof. Have them do that, and I'll gladly walk back my comment. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I'm saying it's extraordinarily difficult if you're just targeting general B2B SaaS, and tell them to show you their campaign stats as like I do, the good and the bad. I show you 15K deals, 70K deals, 66K deals, 30K deals, 28 grand deals, but I also show you campaigns where I don't get any replies. Tell them to do the same. Avoid general B2B SaaS like the plague. All right. Now, B2B SaaS can work if you target a sub niche within B2B SaaS. So fintech, for example, there's a freebie. There's money in fintech. But now you must make sure that your total addressable market, so the total amount of people in this market, is actually big enough to even make it worth going after. Again, see below. I went after construction tech and legal tech. I even prepared a vet tech, so veterinary tech campaign. So tech companies that make software for what are those things called? For veterinary, what are those things called? Where you take your dog for animal hospitals and stuff. Veterinary institutions, whatever you call them. But anyway, I didn't launch it because there were so few people that I would actually run through the entire market in literally one day. Think about it. I was started off sending when I was sending these, I was sending 1,000 emails per day, right? So there was no possibility of repeat business. None, right? Look, construction tech on the top, legal tech on the bottom. I showed this to you already, but you get the point. So again, I told you all of this in the cold email money printer blueprint. Look at it in red. Sub niche. Go after a sub niche impossible. Right? I said B2B SaaS is notoriously difficult to penetrate. Make sure you speak the language. Total addressable market must be at least 50K. We can reduce it to 10K, to be honest. But anyway, let's talk about the best niches other than the ones that you understand and have experience in. So best niches, any niche where your client and your client's buyers are on cold email, and any niche where they bill high tickets, so 5 to 10K plus. Again, copy this and throw it into ChatGPT. Here is about what you'd get. Here are the most important ones. So boutique staffing and recruitment firms, B2B SaaS, but again, only if you niche down. So things like fintech, marketing, and because you're going to have to make it relevant too. You're going to have to make the email relevant. Marketing agencies and creative industries, so like SEO and stuff like that. They're used to getting these kind of cold emails, interacting with people. So it cannot be, so don't offer lead gen. I get this all the time. Don't offer lead generation to other lead gen companies. Don't offer, like, or at the very least position it differently. If you're going to go after a YouTube content agency, for example, position it as you're giving them another client acquisition system, which is cold email. And make sure they have budget, and make sure you're going after companies with like 10 plus employees so that they actually have money. Don't go after don't send cold emails offering lead gen to cold email lead gen companies. I get it all the time. It's stupid, it's dumb, and it's annoying. High ticket consultants and advisors. I have a client, lucrative. Manufacturing, commercial services. So like commercial cleaning. You're going to have to use Google Maps scrapers for this. There are big contracts in here if you can get cleaning companies commercial gigs. So think about it. You get a cleaning company a gig to, a contract to so for commercial cleaning, you're emailing commercial cleaning companies, and then when you are fulfilling for them, you're targeting property management companies and stuff like that. So imagine they get a cleaning contract to clean like every Wendy's in Ohio or something. I'm exaggerating, but you get the point. Or they get the contract to clean like the Empire State Building. Again, I'm exaggerating, but you get what I'm trying to get at. There's some money in there, right? Anyway, the takeaway: go after what you know, dominate, and you'll never have to chase niches again. But if you want the best and worst niches, there they are. Best niches, I told you. Best niches right here. These. Want me to highlight them so they're easier to find? I'll do that for you in blue. Worst niches, this one right here. This right here. Cool? Awesome. Hey guys, welcome to the video. So today we're going to be doing a deep dive on Apollo. We're going to be covering all the different features, the entire platform, everything you need as a beginner to be totally prepared to build really, really strong lead lists. Everything we talk about in this video will get you, I would say, 80% of the way there. Enough to run really, really strong campaigns and start seeing results, start converting, start booking meetings. So buckle up. There's going to be a lot. It's going to be jam-packed with information and gems. This is all the stuff that I wish I knew when I first started. So without further ado, let's dive into it. So of course, you're going to make an account. Once you make an account, this is a screen that you're going to see. This is the home screen, right? I don't spend much time on this home screen, but if you take a look at the side panel right here, you are going to see people, companies, a bunch of different tabs. We focus mainly on the people and companies tabs, any settings, things that you need to check out in terms of like that have to do with your account. It's down here in the admin settings tab. But yeah, so like I was saying, everything you need is in the people and companies tab. So first things first, what we're going to do is we're going to come to the people's tab. So now we're in the people tab. Apollo can be a bit slow sometimes. It's a really, really heavy platform. So here's one of the biggest things to remember about Apollo. So Apollo is more about your strategy than anything else. Right, it's more about strategy than knowing any tricks to the platform. This platform is just a database. It's a database of, 35 plus million companies, right? So that's hundreds of millions of individual people, but 35 plus million companies. So it just houses all that information. Your job is to get really good at finding the people you want. And what's going to happen is you're going to start building these lists at the beginning. And I'm still going through this, but you're going to start building these lists and you're going to think that you have built a really, really accurate list, but you really haven't even scratched the surface. And I'm still finding this out. I'm still getting better every single day when it comes to pinpointing who I'm looking for. But again, like I said at the start of this video, this will get you 80% of the way there. So let me get out of this right here because I had that as a saved view. So I almost always start in the people section. I actually only ever deal in the people section right here. So as you can see, you got a bunch of different tabs. I don't deal with the list tab, but you got persona, you got email status. I don't deal with persona either. You got email status, job titles, company lookalikes, location, employees, industry and keywords, AI filters, so on and so forth. You got, score, territories, technologies, revenue, funding, job postings, buying intent. So I'm going to, so let's use an example. That's probably the best way to learn this platform. So we're going to target bookkeepers. Okay, so these are accountants, accounting and finance firms, bookkeeping firms. All right, so I'm going to show you just a general way to get 80% of the way there, and then perhaps in the future we'll do a more advanced tutorial. Okay, so the first thing I like to do is go to industry. So if we're looking for bookkeepers, what industry are we looking at? We're probably looking at accounting and finance or financial services, right? So you play around with those until you find the general category that Apollo lumps it in. So I'm putting in accounting here, and there it has categories, right? So accounting is a category, financial services is also a category. And I think I saw a couple of more that I might like. By the way, I already did, full disclosure, I already searched up bookkeepers, but I'm doing this from scratch. Insurance, investment management, banking, capital markets. So none of these really. Investment management, debatable, but more accounting and financial services, and specifically accounting, right? But we're gonna keep financial services in there as well. So now, ideally, you've come into Apollo and you've already mapped out who exactly you're looking for, because like I said, this is more about your strategy than anything, right? So ideally, you're getting more specific than just bookkeeping firms. You're looking at bookkeeping firms in the US, and even deeper than that, bookkeeping firms in the US doing over $500,000. Even deeper than that, bookkeeping firms in the US doing over $500,000 with 1 to 20 employees. Perhaps even deeper than that, in a specific state, or that specialize in bookkeeping for tech companies. Like the further down you go, of course, the smaller your list becomes, but the more targeted your campaigns are. And the better your results will be, period. So here we are in industries and keywords, accounting and financial services. So as you can see at the bottom, we got 13.5. Oh, right here, we got 13.5 million companies, right? Down here, you got 13.5 million companies. I don't know why it keeps doing that, but if you can see at the bottom of the screen, yes, you can. Cool. All right. So from here, what I would do, again, I'm just going through my process, is I would do company keywords. And to be honest, like, I would spend 80% of the time just mapping out who exactly I'm looking for and finding, I'll save this for the advanced tutorial, but finding ideal companies first and then taking those into Apollo. But again, 80% of the way there, right? This is still a really, really solid strategy. So I would put in bookkeeping in company keywords. Right? Company keywords. There's all these little like sub drop downs and stuff, so you got to make sure you're putting it in the right place. But in company keywords, I would put in bookkeeping right there. So we're at 375,000 companies. We haven't even specified location, so that's probably the next thing that I would do. I would put in a location. It doesn't have to be the United States. It can be the United States, Canada, UK, Australia, wherever, Europe, North America. There we go. Apollo's a good 5 seconds behind everything I do. All right. And so as I'm putting in these different criterias and filters, I'm keeping very close watch of that number down at the screen. That 112,000 right there. Can you see it? No, you can't. At the bottom. There you go. Cool. I'm keeping a very close eye on that number, because I don't want this to get too small. I also don't want it to be too big. Like an ideal campaign, a test campaign, I'm testing under Now, validated contacts. I'm testing under 1,000 validated contacts. So what's going to happen is you're going to export all of these. I'm skipping ahead, by the way, but what's going to happen is you're going to export all these contacts, and then maybe like, 25% of them or even 30% of them you can't use because the emails are not up to date, or they're not valid, or they're catch-all emails, or they're just dead email addresses are no longer in use, right? So this number isn't all the way accurate, But and it also, like, the more you have in this search, the more it's going to cost for you to get it out of Apollo. I mean, to take this data and scrape it out of Apollo, because that costs, right? For every 1,000 leads, you might be paying, $1.50, right? So you don't want to export 100,000 leads if you don't have to. Let's get as specific as possible while we're here. So right now we've set up industry and keywords, right? So we've got accounting and financial services as our general industry. And then in terms of the actual companies, we want companies that contain bookkeeping in their description, or in their tags. Companies that are based in the United States. Now, the next thing I like to do, right? Again, confirming that the number is solid as we go, just looking at the bottom of the screen that I'm highlighting. The next thing I like to do is I like to go to email status and click verified. Apollo verifies the emails that it has, but we also are going to verify it again in our workflow, which will be a total other video. So I hit on verified email addresses, and you can see that dropped from, did you see how that number dropped? That number dropped from 112,000. If you look up here on the top left corner, or at the bottom of my screen, it dropped from 112,000 to 71,000. So that's 50,000. That's almost 50,000. That's 40 something thousand, right? That's actually about 40,000. So I select verified, and then I also deselect include catch-all emails. I don't want catch-all emails. The reason why we don't want catch-all emails is because with a catch-all email, it might look like a direct email address to me. For example, Pablo Melandu at vintascale.com. But really, it's like it catches all the emails that anyone ever tries to send to my company, period. So not just to me, but to my company, period. So any other email addresses associated with my company, if you try and email those, it catches all the emails that are headed towards my company. And you don't want that. You want to be, if you're reaching out to Pablo, you want to make sure you're reaching out to Pablo, right? So that took us down from 70,000 to 55,000. So that's the next thing I like to do. So that's set. That's good. Again, I don't really care about the list tab or the persona tab. The next thing I'm going to do personally is I'm going to go to let's see. You know what? I'm going to look at employees. So this takes a lot of thought, and this is something that I'm still refining in my process, but you actually wrote this down. You want to think really, really deeply about who you're targeting, like really, really deeply. The analogy I wrote down is, do you really think that you are going to be able to send a cold email to the CEO of Goldman Sachs or the chairman of Goldman Sachs and get through? They're probably going to have a million different spam filters. And even if you do get through, do you really think he or she or they are going to give you the time of day? You really think they have time, right? So I'm still thinking about this, and this is something that I completely neglected when I first started. But I'd be emailing, CEOs of companies with, 1,000 employees, and it's just like, of course they're never going to get back to you. Number one. Number two, your offer has to be tailored to these. Like, your offer is going to be slightly different from someone who runs a company of 1 to 10 employees versus someone who runs a company of 1,000 plus employees. A company that runs 1,000 plus employees, like, if your offer is, I'm going to book you 5 to 10 sales meetings a month, or you don't pay, like, they're getting 50 sales meetings a month. What is 5 extra? But for someone who runs a company of 1 to 10 employees, that might be quite significant. right? So you really, and like the language and the tone is going to be tailored differently as well in the actual email. So you want to be really, really cognizant of who you're targeting. And these might actually all be separate campaigns too. 1 to 10 employees, 11 to 20 employees, 21 to 50 employees, 51 to 100 employees. Those might all be their own campaigns with their own different like benchmarks and KPIs that you should expect from each. It's going to be harder to get feedback or responses from someone who is a CEO of a Fortune 500 company versus someone who runs a company that very well might be doing $1 million plus a year, but is only 4 or 5 employees, right? So you want to really, really think about that. And that's something that you really don't refine, or it's hard to refine without just, rolling up your sleeves and getting your hands dirty, getting your feet wet, and sending out those campaigns that don't do well and that completely bomb, right? But anyway, so we're bookkeepers. The next thing I like to do is go by number of employees. So I'm just going to do between 1 to 10 and 11 to 20. And you can start to see right here, like how many fit into that category. You can see if it's even worth it or not. So if I select just these two, that's 27,000 people right here. Right? So I'm going to stick in that range right now. And I'm already thinking of what I'm going to be telling these folks, like how I'm adjusting my offer. Right? So 27,000 people. Now, here's where I'd go to titles. By the way, I'd go to titles or revenue next, but number of employees or revenue, either or. I prefer number of employees. Another thing, let's go to number of employees, is you can also do a custom range, right? So if you don't want to work with solopreneurs, so companies with just one person, you can do a minimum of like 2 or 3 employees to make sure that they might have a salesperson. And then you put a maximum of, let's just say 10 employees. Let's just put that as your max right there. Seems like a pretty safe range. So that took us down to 12, almost 13,000 people. So that's really good. So the next thing I do is I'd put in the job titles. So for job titles, I always use ChatGPT. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, give me job titles for bookkeepers. In Apollo in a comma separated list. So I would do something like that, but they have to be C-suite owner, decision maker level. Cool. And don't put in code, print it here. There we go. So owner, co-founder, founder, managing partner, principal, CEO, president, managing director, partner, CFO. That seems pretty standard and good enough. Because again, between 3 and 10 employees, it's very unlikely you're going to have a CFO. It's really just going to be like the owner or the co-founder or the founder who's going to be the decision maker. We want to think about who is the decision maker, right? Again, if you're targeting Goldman Sachs, you're not going to be targeting the CEO, you're not going to be targeting the managing partner. You might be targeting like a senior manager or a director level person. That's probably the furthest you can go, right? So let's go and paste those in. The nice thing about job titles is you can paste them in if you have a comma separated list. You can't do that with the companies. Like the company keywords, you can't paste them in, but you can do that with the job titles, which is nice. So that took us from 12,000 to 4,000. So now let's just take a quick scroll and let's see what the quality of our list is looking at like right now. So I'm just going to click through some of these companies and just make sure that they're what I'm looking for, right? So this has 5 employees. That's good. They don't have a description here, but if we just take a look at their website, masterpiece bookkeeping, outsource bookkeeping, go from money numbers to clarity. So this is what we want. These are bookkeepers. They're CPAs. This is what we want. Got case studies, which is awesome. Great. Cool. So that's one. And then what I would do, I'm not going to go through all of these because this is going to take forever, is I would go through a good 5 of them and make sure 4 out of 5 of them are what I'm looking for. Or I'd go through 10 of them and make sure I get 8 out of 10 of them are what I'm looking for. So let's do another one, just so that we know this is not a fluke. 10 employees, great. They're in LA, great. Streamline bookkeeping, yep. Financial reporting, taxes. Are they CPAs? I mean, they kind of have to be. They're doing accounting. There you go. So we got CPAs, which is good. Yeah, like this is exactly what we want. This is exactly what we want, right? So now, look at this, right? Like this is who you're targeting. Really think about who you're targeting, like just as if you're writing the email directly to them. Every time I write an email, I imagine I'm writing it directly to this person. So this guy, right, Jeff, is the CEO and founder of a bookkeeping company that has 10 employees. They must be doing quite well. 10 employees. What is it that would make his life easier or add value to what he's doing, what he has going on, and his company? Right? Think about that. Think about what he wants and what would resonate for him, what his pain points are. Think about all that stuff, like what he'd be skeptical of, you know, so on and so forth. Like we really, really, really just want to sit, take a deep breath, and just imagine we're writing a note directly to Jeff. And that is how your campaigns will start to improve and get a lot better. So this looks good. This is what we're looking for. This is what we're looking for, right? So there's a lot of more advanced stuff that I could show you, but this is 80% of the way there, right? So we have what we need. 4,200 people. What I would do, and please, if you're going to take anything away from this video, take this away, besides the strategy piece, is save your search. Save your search. So what you do is press that button right there that says save as new search, because you're going to want to come back to this, right? And save. Because what's going to happen is you're going to export all this data. Then you're going to be like, I don't remember if I selected this criteria, or if these guys are 1 to 20 employees, or if these guys are, you know, $500,000 in revenue and up, or if I even put that revenue filter. You're going to want to go back and look at all this stuff. And also, when your campaign does really well, you're going to want to come back to this search and build off of it. So you don't want to have to build it from scratch, right? You're going to want to come back to the search and do from 3 to 10 employees to maybe 11 to 20 employees, right? And start scaling it up that way, because there's different ways to scale it up. You can scale it up with employees, revenue. You can scale it up with location, right? Instead of just the US, we do the US and Canada, or we do the US and the UK and Australia and Canada, right? So there's a ton of different ways to scale this up. So that in a nutshell is, 80% of what you need. That's the beginner tutorial. But 80% of this is strategy. Really, really understanding who you're talking to. Now, let's say you want an even bigger list, right? Like 4,000 contacts is a decent size. It's a decent size. It's a decent scrape. Like I don't want to scrape too much more than this, because it starts to get pricey and it starts to dilute how tailored your message can be. Now remember, you're only going to get about 70 to 75% of these people that actually have working email addresses and email addresses you can use. So out of the 4,000, it might be 3,000 or maybe 2,700 emails that you can actually use. So just think of it like that, right? So as for all these other tabs on the side, I don't really deal with these. One thing I like to do is if I'm seeing a couple of companies that are bullseyes, companies that are on the money, exactly what I'm looking for, I'll take a look at their keywords and industries, maybe the technology, whatever it is, and then I'll start to add those in industry and keywords, right? But again, you want to actually take a look and see what companies you're bringing up. Because sometimes what might happen is you have a venture capital company that only deals with accounting firms, or a private equity company that only deals with accounting firms. You're searching for accounting companies, accountants, and bookkeepers. But in this list, it includes private equity companies. So you want to be able to make sure that you're not attracting those. And if you are attracting those, you'll find it because you took the time to comb through at least the first 5 or 10. And in the industry and keywords, you can exclude private equity and venture capital right in here. Private equity. Right there. Cool. So Apollo's simple. It's just a database with, like, think about it this way. There are 35 million plus companies in Apollo. What you're looking for is there. The money's there. It's there. You just have to find it. You have to know what you're looking for. That's the thing. You have to know what you're looking for. You have to make sure you're looking for the right thing too. And that comes with experience, because the rookie version of me, granted, our agency is very young. However, when I first started, I'm talking like first day or first week, I would just search up bookkeeping firms because I found it to be a lucrative niche on the internet. Not saying it is, not saying it's not, but I would just type in bookkeeping firms and scrape 20,000 bookkeeping firms. Now it's what we went through in this exercise. It's bookkeeping firms in the US between 1 to 10 employees or 3 to 10 employees, perhaps working in Vermont or working in the state of New York or whatever, like that specific, that only deal with this company, right? And so now that you have this list, start thinking about how you're going to segment this list even further, whether it's by state, whether it's by, who knows, like recent funding, whatever it might be. And we'll make a whole other video about Clay workflow, but this is it. This is it. By the way, I do have the like a paid plan for this, which gives me access to a lot of these different filters that you wouldn't have on a free plan, which I like to have. However, if I recall correctly, you can get quite far just on a free plan, right? So, another thing is ChatGPT will give you a bunch of job titles. Some of these job titles you don't need. Like sometimes it might be, here's the proof. So sometimes they might just give you things like an accounting clerk or a staff accountant or a junior accountant. If I hadn't come from financial services, if I didn't have a background in finance and financial services, I would not realize that these folks are not decision makers. An accounting clerk is not a decision maker. A staff accountant is not a decision maker. A junior accountant, is not a decision maker, right? So that is why I went and specified and said they have to be C-suite owner or decision maker level. So the key takeaway from this is try to stick to niches or industries that you have some sort of familiarity with. I see so many people and I was guilty of this as well myself. They jump to industries that they think are lucrative, that there's a lot of money in, like telehealth, for example, but they can't speak the language. Or biotech, they don't know. They don't know. If it doesn't say CEO or owner or co-founder, they wouldn't have any idea, right? Now, eventually over time, you're going to expand to different niches. However, it stick to the thing, it will make your life exponentially easier when it comes to segmentation, list building, the strategy to it all, the copywriting, the sales calls and consultations that you're going to do, so on and so forth. But as for Apollo, this is it. People's tab, know who you're looking for. That's the main thing. Like, spend as much time as you can knowing who you're, like, figuring out who you're looking for. Chat GPT is going to be your best friend. But this is exactly this is a rough approach. Like, if I want to spin something up in a couple of minutes, this is my rough approach. In a future video, we'll talk about more advanced techniques. A lot of stuff that I got from other vets in the lead generation space. But some advanced techniques are like, finding lookalike companies to really help you narrow your search. But this will get you 80% of the way there. This process will get you result. If you have any questions, let me know in the comments. Appreciate you guys sticking around for this long. Hey guys, so let's start with Clay. Let's get into Clay. Let's talk about everything you need to know. I'm going to show you all the basics, the 80-20, the 80% that you need to know to be absolutely lethal with AI agents. The other 20% you don't need to know. And it's a little bit more advanced right now. But the 80% will allow you to get as many clients as you want. We're going to talk about AI agents and how to use Clay. What you're going to do is you're going to go to clay.com. I put a link in the document to get some free credits. Clay gives you a 14-day free trial, so use it, okay? There was a time, I'm not saying for you to do this, but there was a time where I was just using free trials. So use Clay, because there's nothing that compares to this in terms of like a tool to be able to manipulate data and use AI agents. So you're going to make a Clay account. It's going to take you to this page right here. At this point, I'm assuming you've already scraped some stuff from Apollo, okay? Because you're going to need a spreadsheet. So if you haven't done that, go do that. Go scrape, 100 leads or 100 contacts from Apollo. That would have been earlier in this course. So now you're going to make a Clay account. You're going to go here to this page. It just brings you here once you log in. What you are going to do is you're going to press new, that blue button right there. Let me zoom in, that blue button right there. You're going to press workbook. You're going to make a new workbook. All right. I have a workbook set up right now. So it's going to bring you to a blank table. And what you're going to do is you're going to import the spreadsheet that you got from Apollo. So you're going to press actions right up here on the top right. You're going to press import from CSV, and you're going to go find the file. You're going to drag and drop it in. So I'm going to do that right now. Let's see where this is right here. And then you're going to press continue. It's going to just leave it as is. It's going to say add to current table. You're going to leave it as is. You're going to press continue. It's going to have some of these columns. You're just going to press select all if it's your first time building this table, okay? You're going to press select all. You're going to press add to table. And then you're going to press save and don't run. It's going to add all the tables into Clay. Just give it a few seconds. Once it adds all the columns, then we can start removing columns of stuff we don't need, because it adds a lot of stuff that you won't necessarily need. Now, how do you know what you need? Here's a trick to using Clay and using AI agents and personalizing emails and using data, okay? So you want to start with the end copy in mind. So remember this diagram from earlier on in the course? So right now we are on, I can't zoom in any further. I guess I can't. So right now we're doing the purple step. We're doing the purple step, we're doing the green step, and the blue step. So we're verifying the contact information to make sure it works. Then we're filtering out the leads we don't want. And then we're going to use the remaining people's contact information to personalize email a little bit. So this is the roadmap. So here's an example of real copy that I have used. This was for financial services firms, accountants and bookkeepers and stuff like that. So in Smart Lead, if you watch that part of the course, it would say you would know that you can map placeholders or variables into the email, right? So, hey, first name, I found company name while looking at, accounting firms in state, right? I made these myself. I chose to insert these. Why? Because what I'm going to do is, that's just how I'm making it relevant. Like, this is just the relevance line. This first line is just for relevance, right? Then this is the question line. And then this is the offer statement line. This is the social proof line. This is the call to action line. And this is the PS line. We've talked about this. So I don't go super AI heavy. I just make the copy, right? Using my just write out myself, or I just use ChatGPT, my personal programmed AI. But these are the only three things that I'm really inserting in. It's just we have to remove all the people who aren't actually bookkeepers, or who aren't actually, you know what I mean? So, or who are bookkeepers but don't do B2B. So that's all I'm really sorting for. So here's the first thing I do every single time is I verify that the contact information is correct and it works. I do this in this order. First I verify, then I remove all the bad leads, right? So the leads whose email addresses aren't correct or whatever it is, who aren't in my ICP. Once I have the people who are left, then I'll export them, or I'll personalize, and I'll do some more personalization. So that's the order of things. So once you understand the order of things and what you're trying to do, Clay becomes very simple. So you have this table in Clay now. So we got to start adding some AI agents in. All right. So I have shown you instruction in the course doc on how to add your email verification tool in Clay. Where is it? Right there. So just control F. Just control F. It's very simple. Of course I'm lagging. So I have shown you earlier on in the course how to add your email verification tool to Clay. You should go watch that. It's in the course document. But just as a small reminder, you would I like to put it next to the actual email address column just to keep things nice and neat, or nice and easy to find. So I'll right click on the email column, hover over, insert one column to the right or left, it doesn't matter, and then add enrichment. And usually you'd press use AI, but the email verification tool, you got to put HTTP API. So you hit that there. And I can't show you this right now because of the way this account is set up, but just go watch the video. And once you add it in, it should be there, right? It should be there. So what you're going to do is you're going to right click on this column. You can either just press the play button, or you can right click on the column, hover over run column, and press force run all rows. So it's going to run all of these rows. You're going to see it's going to start running. This agent is going to start running, right? It's going to say status code 200 or whatever. And what I like to do is, oops, I gotta update my token. Yeah. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to right click on here, hover over run column, click force run all rows. You're going to see it start to load. And it's queuing, and now this agent is running. It's verifying the emails, okay? Now I have these linked, and I'll show you how to link them in a second. But once these start verifying, you'll see it says accepted, rejected, catch all. If it says accepted, then I have this, and all the other agents start running. All the other agents start running. Right? And I have this workflow, I have this template, all these agents pre-built. Right? They are pre-built. So if you're working with me, you get all these. Right? And so the next thing so let's go back to the process here. So we're verifying that the information is correct. The only thing I really need to verify right now are that the email addresses are correct. That's really it. And also maybe if it's like a B2B accounting firm too, right? So I should probably do that, right? So once these say accepted, then I'll start doing something else, right? Like I might make a column. I might make a column to filter out the ICP. We might do something like this. So I'll right click on here, and I'll press insert one column to the right, and I'll press use AI, for example, right? Go to configure. And then I'll go to, I'll leave this on web research Clayagent. By the way, if you want your agent to be able to do research on the internet, like to go out and look at the company's website or whatever it is, you can press that right there. If you want it to just use information, it'll use more credits. But if you want it to just refer to information that's already in the table, just press this third one right here that says create or modify content. So I'm going to leave it on web research for now, even though I don't really need to. And I'll click GPT-5 Mini. You're only going to use ChatGPT-5 Mini. You're only going to use ChatGPT-5 Mini. If it's like really, really basic tasks, like cleaning up the company name, for example, then you'll use Google Gemini. Although Gemini is a bit slower, but anything a little bit more creative or that takes some kind of thinking, you're going to use GPT-5 Mini, not Nano, not anything else, just Mini. O4 Mini or GPT-5 Mini, but GPT-5 Mini is cheaper. Also, you would have had your ChatGPT-5 account already added to Clay, because I've shown you how to do this earlier on in the course and in another video on my channel. I've linked it in the document. It's really easy to do. It takes like 5 minutes, so we're not going to cover that right here. So here, I'll do something like this. If I want to confirm that it's a B2B accounting company or whatever it is, right? I would say, based on the company website. So I want it to go to the company website, right? So I'll say something like this, like you can be very, very direct with it. Go to the company website and to reference the columns, right? So this one has the company website right here, company domain, right? It was also somewhere else, like, or right here too, organization primary domain. So I'll say, go to the company website in / organization primary domain. So / is how you like reference a column, right? If it's blue, that means the cell has to be filled in order for this to run. If row 35, for example, that I'm on right now is missing this website, the company website, if it's not present, because let's say it wasn't available in Apollo, then this agent won't run for this contact. It'll say doesn't have enough information, right? But anyway, go to the company website in this column. So listed in this column right here, this is the company website, and confirm if this company is a B2B or B2C company, right? If it's a B2B company, output B2B. If it's B2C, output B2C. Very simple. If not sure, output NA. Very easy. I'll leave it as that, and then I would just hit save and don't run, for example, right? I think I already have an example pre-built somewhere here. Here we go. So it would look like this. It would literally look like this. So I typed it in just like this, very basic, right? Then I'd hit save, like save and don't run. And then all I do is hit this play button. And I'd hit run all the rows. If the rows aren't running or they're taking too long, I'll right click on this because maybe they ran already, and I'll press run column, or hover over run column and press force run all 20 rows. That'll do the trick. So you see this agent going, so this agent right now behind the scenes is going to the company website that we referenced in this column. It's looking at the company website, the home page, looking at all the information, and then deducing whether or not this company is a B2B company or a B2C company. Because I only personally, for the sake of this campaign, I want to reach out to accounting firms that work with other businesses. So, just to confirm, I can click on any one of these and look at what the agent said. It says, this company, its primary offerings include business-focused services. Given these facts, the company is a B2B professional services firm. So the agent went and did its thing. And then if you click on this cell right here and you click or you hover over response, and you can press add as a column and add this response into its own column. It just makes it easier to filter, because some of these will say B2C, for example. So I just filter out, I right click on this and I press filter this column, just like Microsoft Excel, and equal to B2B. Look, I already have it here. That's it. So there's a million things you can do with these agents. You can also add personalization lines. So let's say, for example, this line, instead of this first line right here, I put, hey, first name, congrats on, I don't know, something, right? I'll put congratulations statement. By the way, you have to make sure that these variables are the same name as these columns. Like you name the column first. Just name the column whatever it is, right? So here I named this CV state. In Smart Lead, I have to make sure that the variable, like in the email copy, I write it as CV state. Whatever we put in Clay is what we have to do in Smart Lead. Clay makes the rules. Okay. So if you look at this, sorry, before I go off on a tangent. So first name, when we upload this into Smart Lead, and you see this in the Smart Lead section of this course, we're referencing this first name. So it would just fill in Bobby, for example. It would just fill it in automatically in this copy, right? Found company name. So company name, we've mapped it to this right here, right? So let's say, I found TE Lot and Co, right? While looking at boutique corporate accounting firms in this column, whatever this column is, this is state. Get out of here. In Mississippi, for example, right? So that's how the mapping works. That's why this is so easy and quick to do. But anyway, you can personalize entire first lines, right? So hey, first name, congrats on something. So what I might do is make an AI agent and say, go to the company's website, which is listed in this column, organization primary domain, and find something to congratulate the CEO or contact from that company on. Make it specific, cite numbers or achievements if possible. So something like that. Now, I don't want to make this too fake because it comes off of corny, but that's it. For example, what I would do. Make sure your model is set to something, set to the GPT-5 mini. If you're doing something a little bit more creative like this, and make sure it's set to your own account. I don't have it in this account, but that's what you would do, right? And I'll save and run 10 rows just to show you what I mean. This column named itself notable achievement. So let's just see what it comes up with. And after this, I'll show you how to link columns so all the agents can talk to each other and just do their thing. This is taking a little long. There we go, right? So it'll say something like this. Right? This is the response. I visited blah, 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 and I recommend congratulating the firm's leadership. Okay, so congratulations on growing the company to a multi-office firm serving clients across Mississippi and Alabama. A little long, right? But you can see that it did its thing. So what I would do is I would edit this prompt to say something like, output only the congratulatory message. Keep it 10 to 15 words or less. Very concise. That's what I would do. And here, I'm just going to use Clayagent, to be honest. But you guys don't use Clayagent. You guys use GPT-5 mini, like I said. I just have a lot of credit, so I can afford this right now. I just want to do this faster. So the agent is going out and doing its thing. All right. So now, while this is running, I might have another column. I might put another column, let's say, to the right of it. And once this is done, right? Like once it's done writing its congratulations message, and you can see that right here, and I'll add this as its own column to make it easier to see. So once this is present, then I might have this column say something like, I don't know, what should we put here? I mean, you don't have to force it, but I just want to show you how to link stuff. Okay. So here's what we'll do. So once this confirms that it's B2B, then if it's B2B, then we'll have this create the congratulations message, right? So what we'll do is we'll right click on this column, the congratulations line, and press edit. Then we'll go down here where it says run settings, only run if. We're going to press use AI at the bottom right. Then we're going to say only run this column if, shoot, I don't remember this is called response. We should rename this so it's easier. B2B response. So use AI at the bottom right, only run if B2B response is B2B. I'm going to press generate formula. You have to press this and then press output is correct. All right. Now I'm going to so you're going to see what's going to happen now. So I'm going to run all of these. Force run all these rows. So these are going to run. Then you're going to see this column, this congratulations column, start to populate. So now these agents are all kind of linking together. All right, so this is B2B. Why is this not running? Oh, sorry. Only run if B2B response is B2B. Output's correct. Save and don't run. All right, that should be good now. There we go. So now they're all linked because they grayed out. So now these agents are going off and doing their thing, and they're talking to each other. So this one's going to the website, the company website. Once the email address has come back as accepted, then this is going to the website and making sure it's B2B. If it is B2B, then you can see these congratulations lines starting to pop up. See that? There you go. Right. So it'll be like, congratulations on the merger with Soren, expanding national reach and expertise, something like that. This is kind of corny, but just showing you the potential of what can be done. So I'm going to edit this. I'm going to make sure that it's linked with the URL verification. So only run if is accepted. And press generate. Deliverability is the name of the column with the verification response right there. And hit save. All right. So isn't that kind of cool? And then this one, we're going to only run this if deliverability is accepted. And B2B response is B2B. Going to hit generate formula. There. So all these agents are connected. Save and don't run. So now you got to remember, you got one column that sets off everything. So if you run this column again, or if you import new data, all these columns are going to start running. So if you don't want to do that, you don't want to waste credits, you got to turn some of these columns off. How you do that is by right clicking on a column, you go to edit column, and at the bottom, you make sure auto update is off. So it doesn't start running by itself. I'm going to turn this on just to show you what's possible with this. So I'm going to press save and don't run. I'm going to turn all of them on so I can show you what a fully linked and connected table does. This, edit column. I don't know why I have ChatGPT on this column. It could just be Gemini, but anyway. So I'm going to run this. Force run all 20 rows. You're going to see all these are starting to get grayed out. Like the company name is starting to fill in because this says accepted. Once you say accepted, this agent starts to run. Once this says accepted, these agents start to run. These are already done. They're already done. Cool. So I'm going to get rid of this. I'm going to get rid of this. All right. So we can kind of just see this in action. So these are blank. So what we're going to do is start from scratch. We're going to run column. We're going to force run all 20 rows and see what happens. Only some of these are accepted. Some of them say catch all, MX error, which means they're not valid. So only the ones that say accepted, those rows are going to run. Catch all, catch all, catch all, catch all. Oh, I see what happened. I got to show you some more rows here. Hold on. Save changes, show 100 rows. Force run all 100 rows. All right, so you can see them starting to populate. Some say accepted, some say, rejected, some say catch all, right? If it says accepted, then these are going to start running. You can see this is starting to populate and say B2B because it's going to the website now. This agent fires off. If this agent fires off and comes back and says it is a B2B company, then the congratulations line is going to start running. It'll start popping up in a second. At the same time, this agent is firing off and saying, hey, if the email address is valid, it came back as accepted. All right, so let's clean up the company name now. Let's get ready to start writing this copy, right? It's cleaning up this company name to get it ready for you. Congratulations line is coming in. So now we have this line right here, which is going to say something like this, right? Congratulations on your funding round. So it's going to fill in this one right here, right? With this. You might want to instruct it to put it out on, put out the congratulations message as lowercase, right? It's going to fill in first name with the person's first name, right? And then this you can keep static. Well, you're going to spin tax it. You're going to drop this in ChatGPT and say, spin tax this for me. So it's not the same exact email every single time. Instead of saying, hey, first name, it'll switch to hi first name, for example. But that's how you use agents. Right. So what we're doing here is not only have we cleaned up the company data and verified that it's correct, we've also narrowed down the exact, made sure that we're reaching out to the exact people. You can use an agent to rank this from 1 to 10 on how likely this person is to be a decision maker. Right. You can have it write your entire copy for you if you want, but I like to do it as just like little fillers. So really, in just a few minutes, and in the time you go and grab a coffee, once this table is all set up, and again, if you're working with me, I give this to you pre-built. What you've done in the time you've made your coffee is you verified the contact information for tens of thousands of leads. You filtered out all the bad leads, and then you use the contact info to personalize the email, the email, and that's it. And then once this is done, once these are all filled up, let's clean this up a little bit, right? Because we don't want to export all these blank lines. So make sure that this is equal to accepted. So only show me the ones that say accepted and only show me the ones that say B2B. There we are. Now what I would do here is I would press actions on the top right, export, and export this as a CSV. All right. Now I've shown you in another video, how to upload this into Smart Lead. So it's really, really easy to do. But you would just go to Smart Lead, go to import leads, drop the CSV in here. And I'll, since we're here, we're going to ignore the leads that exist in the campaign, and we are not going to import leads. If they have bounced, we'll hit save. And then you just map this. So these are the column names from Clay on the left. Don't mess this up. These are our column names in Clay. right? And this is what we're going to map it to in Smart Lead. So first name is going to be first name in Smart Lead. I don't really import all the information here. Last name, I'll do last name. Company name. So this was the name of the company name column in Clay. So I'm going to put this as company name. If it's a custom variable, I don't know, like something at the bottom, this like CV biz focus thing, then I'll press custom field. And what I would have to do in Smart Lead to reference this column is I would have to do something like this. I hope you guys can see it. I'm in the way. Of course I'm in the way. I'm always in the way. Is you would have to do something, here we go, like this. Bracket, CV, biz, focus, to mention this. All right. So I've done some really cool stuff in Clay that I've mentioned in other videos. This is all in the course. You got to go watch it. I promise you, if you go through this end to end, this course end to end, you will be one of the most lethal cold emailers on the planet and AI entrepreneurs on the planet. That's really the 80-20 of how you use Clay. Right? So I don't go too crazy in Clay. I just remember remember this is about speed and volume of emails. You win by sending the most emails, period. The most relevant emails, period. So a lot of this is targeting. Making sure you build your lead list right. But like we can score rank the decision makers. Right? The possibilities get endless of what you can set your agents out to do. Perhaps in another video, in a more advanced video, we'll talk about how to link tables together in Clay. That's really it. That's really all you need to know. If you have any questions, let me know in the comments. See you guys in the next video. This is going to be a masterclass in how to write effective cold emails that actually generate meetings and convert into revenue. Okay. And I figured what better way to do this than to go over some of my old email copy. So I have a very, very early campaign that I ran right here, and I will break down all the mistakes I made so that you hopefully don't make the same mistakes, and we will go through it together. So I'm going to get rid of all of this. I'm going to get rid of all this, going to get rid of all this so you can see it. Going to get rid of all this, going to get rid of all this, going to get rid of all this, and I'm going to move this over. I'm going to move this over, and we're going to dive straight into it. By the way, if you don't know who I am, you haven't watched any of my videos, my name is Pablo Malandu. I'm the founder and CEO of Vintascale, a B2B lead generation agency. We use cold email as our method to getting clients or leads for our clients. Okay. So without further ado, let's dive into it. It might be a blessing in disguise because it's going to be a lot more compact. So here's a copy. I just used a template from someone who I thought was doing well, and I had no proof of that. And I'm against just blindly taking templates, especially if you don't know if they work or not. So hold on, let me put my thingy on do not disturb here, because I'm getting bombarded with notifications. All right. So blocked out any sensitive information, of course, from this person, but this was an email to Bruce. So Bruce said, please remove me from your mailing list, which I'm not surprised by. Don't take any of that stuff personally. By the way, it's going to happen. Okay. But here's the copy, and then I'll go over everything. I'll go over, where I messed up, and you'll be able to write significantly better emails if you watch this thing through and through. I promise to maximize the amount of value. Okay. So first off, what I noticed is I sent this at 5:51 a.m. I have no business sending emails to anybody at 5:51 a.m., especially if they live in North America. So first big mistake is right there. Like that's part of campaign strategy. Where's my pencil? Where's my pencil? Where's my pencil? Here we are. So 5:51 a.m. Big mistake. I'm just double checking if this is recording. This is recording. Okay, cool. All right. So big mistake, 5:51 a.m. Don't send emails at 5:51 a.m. Had no idea what I was doing. Not sure why or how that happened. Subject line is hi Bruce. Don't ever put that. Just don't do it. Just don't do the hey Bruce, don't do the hi Bruce, don't do the hey first name, hi first name. Just don't do it. Subject line, terrible. Looks like a 6-year-old wrote it. All right, here's a copy. Hey Bruce, congrats on the impressive capabilities of your blank Intel platform. With the rising demand for seamless mobile connectivity, your insights on network performance are a game changer for the industry. So that's a baseless comment. Here's the thing. So congrats on the impressive capabilities of your Intel platform. Like it's a baseless comment. The way I like to think about cold emails is what would you say to someone because it's cold, right? It's kind of like door-to-door sales, right? Or you standing on the street corner pitching things to people who are walking by and who are about to cross the street. That's how much time you have. And that's how effective and precise and direct you got to be. Hey Bruce, congrats on the impressive capabilities of your blank Intel platform. With the rising demands for seamless mobile connectivity, your insight on network performance are a game changer for the industry. So clearly what I did was I scraped their website and I took that and I used that information here to personalize. The problem with this is nobody says this stuff in person. Nobody says this stuff, and it's too complicated. Another thing I like to think about when I'm writing cold emails is, can my mother read this email and understand what's happening? Right? And this, I don't even understand what's happening. This first line. So this first line right here, hopefully you guys can see that. Hopefully it's zoomed in enough. This first line right here is useless. So automatically, I wouldn't even have included this line at all. Scratch that whole thing out. Useless compliment. How I would open this email up is I would put a relevance line right here. The relevance line does the following. It answers, who are you and how did you find me? How did you find me? Right? This, as it is right now, is a baseless, useless, fluffy compliment. No bueno. Not good. It's just a waste of time. It doesn't show that I did the research or anything like that. It doesn't, right? Because here's another mistake if we just look at this a bit deeper. I wrote your insights on network performance. How do I know Bruce wrote this? Especially I can't speak today. Especially because I don't know what size company this is. I don't know if this is a 200-person company or a 10-person company, because it's my targeting, if I recall correctly. I have the screenshot of the campaign results. I showed it in another video. It's my telemedicine campaign, but I don't want to grab the screenshot right now because I'm just focused on this. But I think the reply rates were like 0.9, which isn't terrible, but the positive reply rates were probably like 0.1. I think surprisingly, I booked a meeting from this campaign. Surprisingly, I booked a meeting from this campaign. I don't know how I did, but I did. But the targeting was completely off, right? So I don't know if, I scraped this from the home page of this company's website, and I'm saying your insights, so as if it's Bruce's insights that were on that website. I don't know if Bruce is a VP, a founder, a president, a director. I don't know any of that stuff. So first off, I'm targeting, here are all the things I did before you even break down the copy. Before we even do that, I didn't follow any of this stuff in the cold email money printer because I didn't have this framework. I built this framework by going over my terrible copy and constantly refining it and adding to this tree as we go. So first off, when we talk about lead list building and targeting, right? I did not pick a niche I knew well. Big mistake. Set myself up for a disaster here. I didn't even give myself a fighting chance. I didn't pick a niche I knew well. Why that matters is because I need to be there are specific words you can include that will show that you that you operate in this industry, or you at least help clients who operate in this industry. And I had no idea what I was doing. I'm talking about the Intel platform, mobile connectivity, your insights on network performance are a game changer for the industry, and blah, blah, blah. What the heck? All right. So telemedicine, I went after telemedicine because someone told me that it's a lucrative industry, and I just took their word for it without any information or data to prove it. So B2B SaaS, right? The sub niche was telemedicine. At the very least, I went for a sub niche, at the very least. but I went into a niche that I had no business being in because I could not speak to it at all. I hadn't done any market research, nothing like that. Right. So off the bat, I didn't even give myself a fighting chance. This campaign wasn't going to work. I can just tell without reading the rest of this email. I can just tell that whoever wrote this had no idea what they're doing, because this compliment, first off, it's not directly to Bruce. Bruce maybe had nothing to do with this. Congrats on the impressive capabilities for blah, 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 blah. Bruce is like, me? My insights? My insights, right? So I would have deleted this whole thing right away. Targeting was terrible. Niche is terrible. Subject line is terrible. But this just goes to show, and I'll continue to emphasize this concept, that you need all these things to make a cold email campaign work. You need the infrastructure to be down pat. You need your offer statement to be down pat and refined. You need your targeting to be on point. By doing all these things, just check all these things off as you go. You need your copy to be on point, which we're breaking down in this video. You need the campaign management to be on point, which I wasn't doing. Because again, I built this entire framework by learning from mistakes from these campaigns. And this was one of my earliest campaigns. And I didn't have any success multipliers, which we'll go over as well. Right. And this is what I'm starting to review the analytics and stuff like that. It's kind of what we're doing right now. But I digress. So useless, baseless compliment. Baseless. All right. Next line. Is blank LLC looking to book more sales calls with pre-qualified decision makers who are ready to buy? So here's why this doesn't work, and why it's just I was digging myself into a deeper hole. The company name isn't cleaned properly. And if we just go back to the framework, one of the major things we're supposed to do is, when we clean leads in Clay, is we have to clean the company name. I didn't do this properly, and I didn't spot check it. I didn't check it. I didn't review any of this stuff. So what I should do is add to this tree, take an eraser. I should have just ran it. I have something in here. Where is it? I have something in here. Where'd it go? Pre-launch. What we do pre-launch. I did not run a spell check in Google. I probably didn't run a spam. Maybe I did run a spam test. I didn't review this stuff. I just didn't. I can tell I didn't check my work. So review everything with a spot check. Review everything with a spot check. I'm going to make this red, and I'm going to connect this, all of this here. Simple, but you'd be surprised. Clearly, I'm surprised. Let me fix my computer brightness real quick, because night shift is turning on. There we go. All right. So company name isn't clean, and I see another instance of that right here. There. All right. So is company LLC looking for, and I wouldn't have addressed the company name. I would have addressed it to him specifically. I would have said, are you looking to whatever, right? Book more sales calls. So this is too general. And it's general because I couldn't speak to the industry, because I didn't do any market research. So if this was staffing and recruitment, for example, which I'm very familiar with, I would have said, instead of pre-qualified decision makers, I would have said hiring managers. And I would have said, are you looking to connect with more hiring managers, right? Not just ready to buy, but who are in the market for new software, for example. So this right here is essentially, so this is a question, right? We're asking a question, which is good, because we talked about asking a question when we talked about the 4 main building blocks of email copy, right? And this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This should be 5. We should change this to 5 because we added social proof. When I recorded this video, I added this social proof block, but again, my mic wasn't on, so that's why that's there now. There. So we're asking a question, but that question doesn't induce or evoke any emotion from the person reading it. It's just kind of baseless because I don't have any specific terms, and I'm not like poking at a pain here or asking a question that is, you know, alluding to something really enticing, right? So it's so general. Is Walmart looking to book more sales calls with pre-qualified decision makers who are ready to buy? You wouldn't say that. Just like you wouldn't say this to someone on the street. You would say something to the effect of, if you're going to frame it in this way, which I wouldn't, and I'll show you how I'll frame it in a second, but you wouldn't say, is Walmart looking to book more sales calls with pre-qualified decision makers who are ready to buy? You wouldn't say that, right? You wouldn't say that. You wouldn't say that. So for this first line, this baseless compliment, my first line probably would have been something to the effect of, or I would have answered this right here. Who are you and how did you find me? I would have said something to the effect of how I found their company. That's what I would have said in this instance. You can also do something like I saw your LinkedIn post or whatever it is, like something super relevant, or hey, I saw you recently got funded. Congratulations. That is when it's okay to congratulate people, right? So relevance line, we talk about the relevance line right here. If you're going to congratulate someone or you're going to make it relevant, here's how you make it relevant. You mention recent funding, you mention hiring activity, you mention recent social media activity, or mention how in the world you found their company. What were you doing? Were you doing some kind of research, right? So if you look at, I broke down some copy in another video. It would have been, I could have said something like this, like, hey, here's how I came across your company, right? Would you be interested in blank that automatically connects you to hiring managers who are actively looking for agency support, blah, 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 right? So, but if you just take these templates and you don't understand how they work or why they work, they won't work. And this was a garbage template to begin with. So first off, so where we're at so far, company name wasn't cleaned, language not specific to the industry. The proposition, so what I'm alluding to here, filling your calendar with what? With bogus garbage meetings, with qualified prospects. What kind of prospects? All right. Sorry, that's the offer statement. Looking to book more sales calls with pre-qualified decision makers. Decision makers from who? From where? From Timbuktu? What industry? Right? Who are ready to buy? Buy what? You see how like this just reads template. It just reads template. And I'll show you how to make this more specific right now. Here's exactly what I would have put. Thankfully, I wrote this out when I wrote this out live when I was recording this video the first time. So let's just edit this in real time, okay? So subject line would have been quick question, Bruce. Don't overthink the subject line. The quick question still works. Just don't overthink it, all right? So I would have replaced the subject line. I wouldn't have sent it at 5:51 a.m. I would have replaced the subject line. Hey, Bruce is fine. For that first line, I would have gotten rid of this baseless, useless thing entirely. Useless. Compliment. Congrats on the what? I didn't even remember what I said. So if I don't remember what I said, Bruce definitely would not remember what I wrote to him. So I would have opened it up with a question like this. You don't always have to. But I'm just replacing, I'm editing the copy here, and it sounds like I wanted to ask a question. So I'm just catering to my old self and how I wanted to format this email and how I would have made it work. Okay. So that question, the question that I just wrote, and I'll break it down. It induces some kind of emotion, or it pokes the bear, meaning it opens up a pain. And I'll show you exactly how right now. Have you considered using cold email? Just for example, right? There are more than one ways. There's a million ways to ask a question. Have you considered using cold email to automatically connect with healthcare execs who have the funding and who are actively shopping for new healthcare software? Why does this work? Right? Another way you could have written it is, would you be interested in a service that connects you with healthcare execs who have shown intent to upgrade their software or are in the market for new software, right? But anyway, let's use this example. Why does this work? Because if you understand why it works, you can write it in any way that is most natural to you, right? So why does this work? Where's my pen? Here we go. There we go. Have you considered using cold email to automatically, easy, right? Automatically connect with healthcare execs. This is this is what they want to do. This is what they want. They want to connect with healthcare execs who have the funding, so who have money, and who are right now, actively shopping for new healthcare software. This is specifically what they're doing. They're not just ready to buy, they're ready to buy healthcare software, and they have the money to do it, and they're doing it right now. And we have a method that is going to be easy on you. And this is specifically who we're going to connect you with, right? Where did I just pull that out from? The framework right here. If we look at copy, the cold email money printer, the reason why this prints money is because it's precise. Because to write good copy, whether it's a sales letter, an email, or whatever it might be, you have to communicate these emotions right here, that it's something new. It's easy on them. It's safe on them because you're a scammer until proven otherwise. And it's this big opportunity, or the result can be achieved quickly, right? So when we use words like automatically, the reason why YouTubers, again, paranoia, I got to make sure this is recording. When we use words like automatically, there's a reason why YouTubers put the words on autopilot in their YouTube titles, or step by step, because it communicates the word easy. Have you considered using cold email to automatically, right? This is what they want. Think about what they want. Now what they want depends on who you're targeting. It depends on the company size. I don't know what company size this is, which is alarming, because different people want different things depending on the company size. I don't know if Bruce is a director. I don't know if Bruce is a VP. I don't know any of this. Targeting was terrible. I didn't follow any of the things in this framework. Hence how and why I built this framework. I didn't follow any of the stuff here. I didn't follow any of the stuff here. I didn't follow or consider any of the stuff here. I didn't consider any of the stuff here. I didn't consider the fact that we're in B2B SaaS and we got to be a lot more precise. I didn't consider the fact that, how deep the sub niche goes. I didn't, operate in a niche or target a niche where I can speak the language. I didn't consider any of this stuff. So you can see, again, re-emphasizing why you need to consider all these things and just check them off. Why you need all these things in order to make this work? Because once you have all those other stuff, once you have the lead list done and targeting right, once you have your offer down pat, the copy writes itself. I really don't even think about the copy too much. Right? So that's how I would have done that first statement right there. And again, the wording doesn't matter. It's not what you write, it's what you communicate. I communicated easy. Right? I asked them, have you considered a service? I didn't even have to mention cold email. Have you considered, or would you be open to a service that automatically connects you with who? With specific, right? Healthcare execs. It's specific. Who have the funding, so big opportunity, and who are actively, so right now, fast results, right? We go back to here. New, easy, safe, big, fast. New, easy, safe, big, fast. Who have the funding and are actively shopping for what? For new healthcare software. This tells me you've done the research on me way more than this baseless compliment. Way more than this AI looking baseless compliment. This will outbeat that original email already 10 times out of 10. Okay? So this is why, if you want to understand templates and stuff like that, this is why that stuff works. Start to look for this stuff in the templates if you're going to use templates. All right. So continuing on, is blank company name not cleaned, is blank company, I wouldn't have said the company. And again, this is alarming because I don't know if Bruce is a director or VP, but whatever. Looking to book more sales calls with pre-qualified decision makers who are ready to buy. So not specific enough. So book more sales calls. Again, if they're a company with 250 employees doing 50 million a year, maybe they don't care to book more sales calls. Maybe they care to optimize their conversion. Maybe they're looking for a tool to optimize their cold emails. So you got to frame this differently. It's still lead generation, but you frame it differently. Because maybe if they have 200 employees, and again, I was probably targeting, if I remember correctly, any telemedicine company from 1 to 250 employees or 1 to 500 employees, something like that. At 250 employees, those guys are booking 5 meetings a morning, 5 sales calls an hour. What do you mean book more sales calls? So you see how this email doesn't even have a fighting chance at succeeding? This email doesn't even have a fighting chance at succeeding. And this is why. If we just learn to read in between the lines and if we do the research, the copy writes itself. If you just were to follow this framework, this is exactly what I do, and I've done this live on YouTube now. Like a couple times. You can literally just go through this framework. It's not for sale, by the way. I don't sell this in any sort of course. I just go over this live for free. If you were just to check all this stuff off as you go, you'd have a campaign that works automatically. Automatically. So how I would have rewritten this statement, and I hope we understand now why this statement doesn't work. It's because it's way too surface level, and I wasn't focused on what, who I'm talking to and what they really want. Like, do they want more sales calls with who are ready to buy? Nah. Right? So what I probably would have done is something to this. Okay. So I would have gotten rid of this is what I would have done. And I would have only asked one question to start. So this is not the question I would have asked. It's the one above it that I pasted. All right. So it would have been this right here. And then I would have gone straight into the offer statement. So this line right here, which I'll break down. But if we look at the 5 main building blocks of email copy, so the relevance line, we bombed. But I might have put something to the effect of like, again, I found you, or I found your company name through X. So through doing some research or whatever it is, something like that, right? So relevance line, we bombed. I didn't have this. Who are you and why are you reaching out to me? I didn't answer that. So immediately, like, this email goes from a possible 10 to, without targeting and stuff like that. Like, this is already a 2 out of 10 email, but this already strikes off another half point. The question sucked. Are you looking to book more sales calls with qualified decision makers who are ready to buy? Like, that's a template. You can send that to any industry. If you're writing stuff that you can send to anyone, you're talking to nobody. If you're talking to everyone, you're talking to nobody, right? So the question bombed, and the question that alludes to the offer, right? The question alludes to the offer, and the question bombed. So obviously the offer is going to bomb because the offer isn't specific enough. So here's the offer statement. Here, it's lagging again. Sorry, guys. All right. That it does that when I switch over to OBS to double confirm that it's recording and that there's sound, because I don't want to have to waste another 75 minutes again. So here's the offer statement. I help companies fill their calendars with qualified prospects. Way too general. What company? I don't want to feel receiving this email like you just sent this to a million other people in a million different industries. That's how I don't want to feel. I want to feel like you're in this industry somewhat. So here's how you do that, right? So I help companies? No. You name the specific company. So I would go even deeper than, my language is already deeper than just B2B SaaS. It's in telemedicine. But I would go even deeper than that and talk about the fact that I help telemedicine intel companies. I don't even know if that's a thing. I just got that from the fact that my copy said, your intel platform and blah, 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 blah. Like, here's the original copy. Congrats on the impressive capabilities of your blank intel platform. With the rising demands for seamless mobile connectivity, blah, 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 blah. So, let me zoom out. So I help blank companies fill their calendars with qualified prospects. Like, that's the offer statement. If that's the offer statement, I'm hitting spam right away, or I'm throwing this in the trash, or I'm going to do exactly what Bruce did and write, dude, get me off of your list. This can't be the offer. This can't be the offer. It can't. Like, this is just unacceptable. I help companies fill their calendars with qualified prospects. If we look at the offer, where is it? Okay, I gotta expand this. I gotta expand this in real time. So we're gonna move this here. I'm gonna put this here. I'm gonna take this arrow. I'm gonna put it here. And I'm gonna take another one here. And we're going to put it here. And I'll explain this in a second. I'm going to put it here too. All right, cool. And we're going to connect this there. And we're going to space this out. And we're going to make this smaller. Smaller. And we're going to change the color to something like that. There. All right. So the offer statement has to say, something like this. Like, we help X companies achieve Y result in Z time. Like, we help telemedicine companies book 5 meetings in 30 days. Like, the most basic lead gen offer statement of all time would have done way better than this. It would have done way better than this. All right. So I help companies fill their calendars with qualified prospects. With who? With who are these qualified prospects? Right? Who is this lagging? Lag check 1 2 3. There we go. Okay, sorry, I was checking OBS again. I help companies fill their calendars. Like, that's not what they want. They want to connect. They want intros. They want to connect with blah 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 blah. At the very least, they want to book more sales calls. Better than filling their calendars, because filling their calendars with garbage meetings, right? So I hope you can see why this is too general. At the end of the day, I'm scratching this out ultimately because it's too templated. If you're talking to everyone, you're talking to no one. I help companies. Like, what companies? And I'd probably say we instead of I, but I'm not too, I don't have a hard rule on that. All right. And then this is supposed to be some kind of social proof line right here, which if we go back and look at the social proof section right here, we should be stating the company the specific company we helped. Ideally, it's a company in the same industry as the person we're emailing, and we should state exactly what we did. So we help them achieve X. We help X company achieve Y result in Z time. Did I do that here? Absolutely not. Here's what I did. And I can tell what I did. My clients have made over $100,000 in sales using growth systems I've built. So again, this was a template. My social proof and this number figure came from, I used myself. So my old coaching and consulting business, we made, I was doing 6 figures. I did have cold email. I don't know what a growth system is. That's something I got from a template. This is something I got from a template. My clients have made over $100,000 in sales systems I've built. Clearly did not specify the specific company. Over $100,000. This should be specific. Like, what's the exact number in sales? Now, are we promising sales or are we promising booked meetings and leads? Which one? Because the social proof line has to be on the same playing field. It has to be the same thing as what we're promising. We're not promising sales. We're not getting them sales. We're promising them leads. We're promising them leads. We're promising to connect them with healthcare execs. And where's the proof? Like, if I were to Google you right now, where's the proof? If I were to Google old me right now, where's the proof? Because I wasn't telling the world how much money I was making when I was running my consulting business. I wasn't. So if we look at Bruce, what Bruce definitely did, he didn't do this because he marked it as spam as soon as he got through this BS congrats line. But if I didn't have that, what he would have done at this point is he would have gone to google.com and Googled my name, Pablo Malandu, and seen check to see if there's any sort of social proof or social presence. And he would have gone to my website if he cared, if he was even in the market for this, which he probably wasn't, because I didn't do the targeting right. I didn't do any of this stuff right, because this was probably a company with like 250 employees. So he didn't have time. And maybe it was the director or the VP. Who knows? I'm guessing, but I didn't have any of this stuff. So there was no proof. So I was a ghost. And if you're a ghost, you're a scammer until proven otherwise. So that's why the social proof line means nothing. Because I didn't have any of these things here in the success multipliers. So the trust scale was at like a 1 out of 10. So that social proof line did nothing. To nothing. No, it's nothing. Unless my name is Gary Vaynerchuk, there's no amount of social proof that's going to fix this terribly written email. Because the email was so bad, that's enough social proof to let me know that you don't know what you're doing. So that social proof line means nothing. So I'm scratching this whole thing out. And here's an offer statement that I would have done that's slightly better. And still, this is just a first draft. I would have refined it way beyond this. So what specifically are you doing here, right? We do done for you cold email for telemedicine intel companies, connecting you with 5 ideal healthcare execs a month, guaranteed on autopilot. Great. Obviously better, but why? Why? Because what you're not going to do, if you're smart, is just copy paste this and fill in the blanks with your offer. Why does this work? So that you can write this. Okay. So I mentioned we help X companies achieve Y result in Z time, right? If we go back to the offer statement, we help X company achieve Y result in Z time. Right? We help telemedicine intel companies, and I don't even know if that makes sense, which is a problem in itself because I don't know this industry. We help telemedicine intel companies achieve Y results, so 5 healthcare execs a month. Remove the word I do. So Y results, so 5 healthcare execs in Z time a month. Now, I wouldn't have done this offer statement because this person doesn't know who I am. I would have started with an intro offer instead of alluding to a recurring service, because that takes a lot more trust, especially if I'm a ghost and I don't have any social proof. I'm not going for a recurring service. So I should probably edit the offer vertical right here. So the offer, components of a great offer, easy on the client, done for you. We can also put intro offer right here. Whoops. Intro offer versus recurring. If you're pitching just a recurring service right off the bat, then you better be, I don't know, you better be Gary Vaynerchuk. You better be someone I can Google. That's for sure. You better be someone I can Google. That's for sure. So we're going to put that there. I'm going to make this a different color so I can spot it easier. All right. Removes risks, so guarantee or performance-based. Fast turnaround of results, so we set the expectation beforehand. Again, intro offer. See, I did have it right there. Makes the value obvious. So not just books fills your calendar up. Not just fill your calendar up. Because you can fill your calendar up with whatever. So there's that. Now let's go a layer deeper. Let's go into the copywriting. So let's go into the copy vertical of the cold email money printer. Let's go down to the 5 main building blocks of copy. Let's go to the offer statement. So we have the framework of the offer statement done. Now we need to communicate the fact that this offer is either something you've never seen before, it's easy on them, it's safe on them because we're not a scammer, and that it's a huge opportunity, or it can be even better, it can be achieved quickly. So that huge opportunity can be achieved overnight. So we do done for you cold email. What does done for you communicate? The fact that it's easy, right? Cold email for telemedicine intel companies, connecting you with 5 healthcare execs a month. This is not a big opportunity to a big company. This is a big opportunity to a company that has less than 10 employees, 5 meetings a month, guaranteed on autopilot, safe and predictable, right? Safe predictable. This is copywriting 101. On autopilot, another element of easy. Why I double down on the easy and safe is because we're a stranger. Cold outbound, cold calling, cold email, door-to-door sales, same thing. We must communicate that this is either a new opportunity or it's easy, safe, big, ideally at least 2 of those 4, right? And again, I wouldn't have done a month. I wouldn't have done that, but I'm just saying, I'm just editing this copy. I would have started with an intro offer. All right. So that's how you write a strong offer statement. And that's why offer statements work. Because if you just take the template, you might have success with one campaign and then never again. Okay. So next, the next line goes, let me remove this because it's getting messy here. Messy. So the next line goes, is this aligned with what you're trying to achieve currently? I don't know if this is supposed to be a call to action, or I'm just asking for a question for the sake of asking a question. I don't know what this template was trying to do. I didn't write this. This is the only saving grace I'm going to give myself, but I sent it, so I should give myself no grace. I sent it. Is this aligned with what you're trying to achieve currently? I don't even know, okay, so if Bruce even made it down here and if he's even remotely interested, which he wouldn't be because of how bad this was and how poorly targeted it was and how bad the offer was, how general everything was, I should say. Is this aligned with what you're trying to achieve currently? Okay, so this is either yes or no, but then what? Maybe at that point we can pitch a meeting, but here, if this was going to hold any weight, it would have been the last email. Like if I was going to make this line count for anything, it should have been the last line. It should have been the call to action, right? Because then it could have been considered an interest-based call to action, kind of like open to learning more. Is this of interest? But I didn't. I went further, or I let the template went further and said a bunch of more BS. So this now counts for nothing. A call to action is only good if it's like the last thing. It's the call to the next action. It's telling them, it's inviting them to the next step and telling them where we'd like this to go. And we're not doing that because we're following, we keep talking, and that's no bueno. It's no bueno. So next line goes, so out off the bat, just remove this completely. It'd either be the last line or I'd remove it completely. All right. Next, if it is aligned, I'd love to show you how I could do the same for blank company LLC. So not clean company name, no pressure at all. So here's the problem with this. I'm making it about me and not about the prospect. So I'd love to show you, he doesn't care about what I think. And I'm reading this. If I'm reading this, I don't care about what you'd love to do. I'd love to show you how I could do the same. Who are you? And I don't care if you're Superman or Clark Kent. Right? So this whole line and no pressure at all. I don't feel the pressure. I'm just going to hit spam. I promise. I promise I don't feel any pressure from your email. So scratch this whole line out. Do we understand why I'm scratching? Hopefully you guys understand why I'm scratching this out. It's because it's useless. And it's about, I was making it about me and not the prospect. It's none of these things here. It's none of these 5 building blocks. It's none of these. It's not relevance. It's not a question. It's not an offer. It's not a social proof. It's not a call to action. I mean, it kind of is a call to action, but it's not, because it's not. It's not. It's just not. It's not. It's a call to action for me, Like I want to show you a it's not a call to action for him. So, okay, so that's why it's none of those things. So it's just useless text. It's just taking up space. It's fluff. This email could have been a third of the length and done 3 times as better. So I'm removing these whole 2 lines. So right now we only have this right here, question, and then an offer statement. And again, the question is optional, but I'm just working off of this template here, okay? So next, do you mind pointing me in the right direction? So this looks like the CTA right here. Do you mind pointing me in the right direction? And that's a terrible CTA. So we went over CTAs in previous videos. Call to action, usually have interest-based campaigns, meeting-based campaigns. You can also have CTAs like this. You can. I've seen it work before. Not my campaigns, but other people's campaigns where it's like, am I even barking up the right tree? Right? But here's the thing. What if Bruce is the CEO or the VP or director of a 100-person company, for example, right? So if I'm Bruce, I have to take my time to point you, a person who I've never met before, never heard of in my life, and when I did my research to see if you even exist, you have no social presence, no social proof, no website, nothing. I have to take my time to point you in the right direction and potentially risk my relationships and refer a potential scammer over to my boss or my colleague. I'm lost for words now. This doesn't work because I don't have any of these other things right. Especially this. Success multipliers, especially that. So especially the social proof, the presence, the website, the trust factor again is at a 1 out of 10. So the trust factor is at a 1 out of 10 and I'm supposed to refer you to point you in the right direction. Thanks. I really appreciate the help. Yeah. And then I did this thing, and I fell for this little party trick, this cold email party trick that's been going around, this sent from my iPhone thing. Don't do that. Don't do that. We all know you didn't send this from your iPhone. You didn't sit down on your toilet and write this. You just didn't. Especially not. Congrats on the network performance Intel game changer, 100,000 sales gross systems that I built. You didn't do this, any of this, from your iPhone. You just didn't. Especially, and you didn't type the company name LLC from your iPhone. You just didn't. Maybe what you did do from your iPhone is write "Hi Bruce" and send it at 5:51 a.m. from your toilet as you were brushing your teeth and getting ready to go to work. Maybe you did that. All right. So what I would have scratched all 4 of these lines right up here. I would have scratched out all 4 of these lines because they don't matter, including that call to action. And I would have put something really basic like an interest-based CTA like this. Would you be interested in hearing this out? Kind regards, Pablo. Stated who I am, so founder at Scale. And then I would have, as we discussed before, I would have included an opt-out. This is mandatory. I'm going to make it red. I would have included an opt-out because what happened, and this is why this campaign, why none of my campaigns after this one did as well, is because my deliverability was shot because everyone was likely hitting spam. Why? Because I didn't give them an opt-out. So I would have put something to like, if this is a mismatch, here, let me just copy this. If this is a mismatch, just say the word and I'll back off. I would have put that down here instead of sent from my iPhone. I would have included an opt-out. I probably would have put in a PS line to add some more relevance, like PS, saw that LinkedIn post you wrote. Awesome job. Like that, if you're going to put a compliment, let it be that. Where's my compliment section of copy? So I would have put in the PS line, I would have added some relevance, right? So recent social media activity or something like that. Or PS, found you while researching telemedicine companies, right? So the PS line, I would have put in relevance, personalization, or social proof, or whatever it is, right? So, how far into this video are we? 48 minutes. All right. So let's wrap this up. So here's the old copy versus the new copy. Okay. Subject. So first off, my targeting would have been better. First, okay, let's go over just the basics here. All right. Because if you get this part, the copy writes itself. I would have targeted, if I'm going to target bigger companies, I would have put them in their own campaign. I would have done one campaign. Here, hold on. I would have done one campaign. Depends on how I'm coming at it and the offer and stuff like that. Like the offer and the company size go hand in hand, and the job titles, who you're emailing, they all go hand in hand. That's why all this stuff is connected with arrows and diagrams. One company would have had 1 to maybe 15 or 20 employees. Next campaign, 20, 50. Third campaign would be 50 plus. I'd probably just do 2 campaigns, 20 plus. And again, depends on the offer. Second, I would have done an intro offer. So so what that means is not an offer alluding to a recurring service, not an offer alluding to blank, blank, blank a month. Even though I wrote this in the improved copy, I wrote this on the fly as I was recording this video for the first time. I review my campaign drafts like 7 or 8 times before they go out. So if we look at campaign management, we look at pre-launch, I would have slept on this, okay? I would have slept on this. I also would have ran a spell check and done a spot check and all the stuff we talked about so that the company name doesn't say LLC and all those easy things that cause this campaign to bomb and ruin my deliverability. All right. So the old copy, hey Bruce, subject line, hi Bruce, would never have this would have never been sent, especially not at 5:51 a.m. Anyway, hey Bruce, congrats on the impressive capabilities of your blank Intel platform. With the rising demand for seamless mobile connectivity, your insights on network performance are a game changer for the industry. That just got me exhausted. Is blank LLC looking to book more sales calls with pre-qualified decision makers who are ready to buy? I help companies fill their calendars with qualified prospects. My clients have made over 100,000 in sales using growth systems I've built. Is this aligned with what you're trying to achieve currently? If so, I'd love to show you how I could do the same for blank LLC. No pressure at all. Do you mind pointing me in the right direction? Like, okay. Another thing, I don't remember if I said this in this instance of recording, but I know I said it in the first time. So forgive me if I'm repeating myself, but there are 2 call to actions here, right? There's this call to action right here, and then there's this call to action right here. And I don't know which direction what you want from me. When I'm reading this email, I don't know which direction you're taking me in. Do you want me to say yes, this is aligned with what I'm trying to achieve currently, or no? Or do you want me to point you to the right person? Like, what are you asking me to do? You have to make the email itself really easy to respond to. And you're taking me in 2 different directions, Pablo. Do you mind pointing me in the right direction? Thanks. I really appreciate the help. Kind regards, Pablo Milan, who found Evan skill set for my iPhone. Sheesh. Okay. New copy. Subject line. Quick question, Bruce. Have you considered using cold email to automatically connect with healthcare execs who have the funding and who are actively shopping for new healthcare software? Like, that's like, have you considered using cold email to dig gold? That's what this communicates. It's like, oh, the specific, you're talking to me. I feel like you're talking to me. That's assuming Bruce is a decision maker. We do done for you cold email for telemedicine and intel companies. Connecting you with 5 ideal healthcare execs a month, guaranteed on autopilot. Would you be interested in hearing this out? Easy. That's an easy thing, an easy call to action. Yes or no? Not. Is this aligned with what you're trying to achieve currently? Yeah. Do you mind pointing in the right direction? Yeah. No. Yeah. No. Where are we going? assuming Bruce even made it down here, he probably took one look at this and he's like, dude, get me off your list. He's like, please remove me from your mailing list. All right. Signature. So Pablo, founder of Ventuscale. P.S. If this ain't it, if this is not aligned, just let me know and I'll close the loop. Just let me know. So I hope this video added some value. This is the stuff that I wish I was exposed to when I first started doing cold email. And as you can see, we're continuously adding to this framework as I go, as I break down these emails. We're continuously making this chart bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And it's part of why I'm documenting things in real time. So I can learn as I go, because I'm not perfect. I'm not great, but hey, this was in May. This was sent at the end of May. In about 6 weeks. So in 6 weeks, I went from writing copy like this to writing copy that is actually bringing in revenue. I booked one meeting from this. I booked like dozens of meetings. Otherwise, we're booking like emails like this and understanding why they work. Like it's just doing really well for us and passing the same success over to clients. I'm about to show you the exact cold email framework that took me from 0.5% reply rates to averaging 2 to 4% consistently without sending any looms or lead magnets and signing on 3 new clients this month. So I'm going to get right into it. This framework is for B2B service businesses, agencies, SaaS companies, and consultants who need qualified leads but are tired of sending emails or running cold outbound that gets ignored. Now, who am I? My name is Pablo Malandu. I currently run a B2B cold traffic marketing agency called Ventuscale. We send over 40,000 emails a month for ourselves and our clients, and everything I share in every single one of my videos is from my own experience and what is currently working for us. Most people think cold email is about finding the perfect template or the magic subject line, but here's the truth. It's about understanding a systematic approach that works every single time. So let's start with the basics. What is a high converting cold email framework? It's a systematic approach to writing emails that generate qualified replies and booked meetings. Think of it like a recipe. When you follow the exact ingredients and steps, you get predictable results. Essentially, it's a set of building blocks that work together to convince your prospect to take action. For most people, that action is to book a discovery call. Here's the framework that we use for all our client campaigns. This is the exact same system that generates tens of thousands of dollars in monthly pipeline for our B2B clients and for ourselves as well. We literally just follow these 5 building blocks in order every single time. No guesswork, no hoping for the best, just following a proven process. I'm going to show you how to use this framework from start to finish. From how to think about targeting to what each building block should contain. And by the end of this video, you will have everything you need to write stellar, incredible emails that actually get responses. Now, here's where things get interesting. What is the benefit of using this framework instead of just copying random templates from the internet? Well, look, you could just go to YouTube or Google or even my other videos and copy a winning template. But if you don't understand why it works, you're going to send it to your audience and get 0 results. People who do that think that copy exists and works in isolation. They think there's some magic email that works for everyone in every situation, but that's not how this works. Your emails will be written using a proven structure. The framework is the foundation, and then you customize it based on who you're targeting. Think of it like building a house. You need a solid foundation before you can add the custom details, and then you send consistent volume using the same structure over and over and over, and eventually you win and hit a home run. So basically, the framework is your foundation, and targeting determines how you customize the email. This is crucial to understand because most people get this totally backwards. They focus on writing the perfect email and the perfect template and the perfect wording and length without understanding who they're actually talking to. The best part about using this approach that we're getting into is that once you understand the building blocks and why things work, you can write emails for any industry. You're not dependent on finding templates or hoping someone shares their secret email. Ever since I switched to using this approach and this framework, I've been booking way more qualified meetings. While most people are copying random templates from the internet, you, by the end of this video, will be using a systematic approach that actually works. And the best part is, once you understand why each piece works, you can adapt it to any situation. Okay, now before I walk you through each of the 5 building blocks of a winning cold email, I need to explain something that most people completely miss. This is a time to take out your pen and paper and take notes. If you target the right people, the copy writes itself. This is probably the most important thing I'll tell you in this entire framework. When you know exactly who you're talking to, everything becomes crystal clear. You know what words they use, what problems keep them up at night, what results they desperately want, and how they make buying decisions. Let me give you a real example of what I mean. A CEO of a 5-person startup thinks very differently than a VP at a 500-person company. The startup CEO is thinking about growth, cash flow, and doing more with limited resources. They make decisions quickly. They're willing to take risks, and they care about immediate results, while the enterprise VP is thinking about efficiency, risk management, and getting buy-in from multiple stakeholders. They move slowly. They need proof and case studies, and they care about long-term stability. This changes everything in your email. It changes the subject line, how you start the email, what problem you talk about, how you present your offer, what social proof you use, and even how long your email should be. The startup CEO wants a short, direct email that gets to the point fast. The enterprise VP wants more details, more proof, and a softer approach. That is why targeting is the absolute foundation of everything you do in writing a cold email that converts. Once you have the right people in your list, writing becomes easy and predictable. You're not guessing what to say. You know exactly what will resonate with them. All right, now we're getting to the meat of this whole thing. Now I'm going to walk you through each of the 5 building blocks that make up every high converting cold email ever in existence. These aren't optional pieces that you can pick and choose from. Every single email that generates qualified replies contains all 5 of these elements in this exact order. Miss one, and your response rates will drop significantly. Get all 5 right, and you'll see response rates that most people can only dream of. Now, the subject line has one job, and one job only. Get the email opened. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. Keep it short, simple, and make people curious without being clickbait or fake. For example, quick question, first name. Works because it creates natural curiosity and feels personal. When someone sees this, they immediately think, what question? And they have to open the email to find out. Idea for company name. Works because it sounds like you have something specific just for them. Again, curiosity drives the open, right? What idea could this person have for my company is what they're thinking in their head. But here's the key. Don't overthink this part, the subject line. I see people spend hours trying to craft the perfect subject line when it's honestly the least important part of your email. Yes, I said it. If your targeting is right and your first line is relevant, most people will open your email regardless of what the subject line says. Stay away from obvious, sales language, too many exclamation points, or anything that screams marketing email. Things like increase your revenue by 300% or free consultation inside. Those things are instant red flags. Match your tone to who you're emailing. Casual and friendly for startups, slightly more formal for enterprise companies. But again, just keep it simple and don't overthink it. This is where most emails live or die, right? This line now answers their immediate question. This relevance line, this first line. Who are you and why are you emailing me? This is the first line. So now they've opened up the email. This line is where your cold email lives or dies. It answers their immediate question: who are you and why are you emailing me? This is the first line of your email. This is the relevance line. You have about 3 seconds to prove you're not just sending mass spam to everyone. The relevance line should clearly show that you picked them, that specific person, for a specific reason. You want to layer in multiple details to show you actually did research and sought them out specifically. So include things like company name, industry type, geographic location, company size, or recent news about them. Here's a good example. I found company while researching B2B lead generation agencies that work with SaaS companies in Ontario. Or I found Walmart while researching B2B lead agencies that work with SaaS companies in Vermont. Just a random example, but you get what I mean. Notice how this hits multiple relevance points, right? It shows I know their company name. I know they're a lead generation agency, for example. I know they work with SaaS companies, and I know they're in Ontario. That's 4 pieces of research in one line. The goal is to make them think this person actually took time to research me instead of this is clearly a mass template. So recent funding announcements, new hires, LinkedIn posts, or company news make excellent relevance hooks. These are great to put in that first relevance line. So I saw your recent Series A announcement, or I noticed you just hired a new VP of sales, are great ways to start. Don't overthink this part. The key is specificity. The more specific you can be, the more relevant you appear. Next, second line is where you poke the bear. This is where you invoke emotion, where you make them feel something, is in the second line. Once you've proved that this email is relevant and was specifically meant for them and wasn't just a random mass blasted template, next is where you poke the bear. You demonstrate you understand what they're dealing with in their day-to-day reality by asking a question about their problems or what they might be going through. So you want to talk about a challenge they're likely facing right now in their role or industry. But here's the important part. It needs to be a problem that your offer actually solves. So in that second line, don't just throw out random problems hoping something sticks. Here's an example of a second line, right? Here's an example. I've been talking to a lot of agency owners lately, and they tell me scaling past 10 employees without losing quality control is their biggest challenge. This works because it shows industry knowledge, demonstrates that you talk to their peers, and identifies a specific problem. You can present this as a statement like I just showed, or you can turn it into a question to increase engagement. For example, how are you handling quality control as you scale past 10 employees? Simple. Questions often work better because they're psychologically harder to ignore and they feel more conversational rather than you just trying to prove that you know better than the other person. But here's when to skip this section entirely. I know I said you have to include all 5 elements. The poke the bear can be optional only if the rest of your email is good and straight, clear, concise, and to the point. But here's when to skip the poke the bear. If your email is already getting long or you can't identify a specific relevant problem, just skip it. It's better to have no problem statement or question than a weak or irrelevant one. This now, third part, is the absolute engine of your email. You get this wrong, you get this third line wrong, and nothing else matters, not your subject line, not your relevance, nothing, right? So we've covered the relevance line or the subject line, and then once they open the email, we've covered the relevance line, which is the first line. Then we've covered the problem statement / poke the bear, which is the second line. Now the third line, right? You get this wrong and nothing else matters, not your subject line, not your relevance line, not your problem statement or poke the bear question, nothing. It's the offer statement. Your offer must clearly communicate 5 key elements. Who is it for? What specific outcome you deliver? The time frame for getting results, why it's easy for them, and why it's safe to try. And you can emphasize one of those things more than others, or you can lead with one of those things more than others. So use this exact formula for your offer statement. This is line number 3. Again, I hope you're following along. Use this exact formula. We help X type of companies achieve Y result in Z time frame. So here's an example. We help B2B agencies book 10 qualified prospects per month guaranteed with no upfront costs. So let me break down why this works so well. We help B2B agencies. This clearly defines who it's for, the type of company. So they immediately know if it applies for them. Book 10 qualified prospects. This is a specific measurable outcome, right? It's a specific measurable outcome, not some vague promise. You have a number there. It's quantifiable. It's tangible. Per month is a clear time frame so they know exactly what to expect. Guaranteed. This addresses the safety concern and reduces risk. No upfront costs. This makes it easy to say yes because there's no initial investment. Your offer should feel like a natural solution to the problem you just identified in that second line, that problem statement / poke the bear. If you talked about scaling challenges, your offer should address scaling. If you mentioned lead generation problems, for example, your offer should be about generating leads. Don't make them connect the dots, make the connection obvious. And please be crystal clear about what they actually get. Don't make them guess what you do or what the outcome will be. Vague offers like we help companies grow, or we optimize your process, or we connect you with founders are useless. Include risk reversal as well whenever possible. Guarantees, performance-based pricing, free trials, money-back promises, things like that. You should add those in. The more risk you can take off their shoulders, especially in cold traffic marketing, cold outbound, when they have no idea who you are, the more risk you can take off their shoulders, the easier it becomes for them to say yes. Keep your call to action now simple. So you've done the offer statement. Now this is number 4, building block number 4 in the framework. This is the call to action now. Keep your call to action simple, low pressure, and focus on starting a conversation. Remember, your goal is not to close a deal over email. Your goal is simply to get them interested enough to jump on a call where you can have a real conversation. Here are some great examples of calls to action. Worth a quick chat. Open to learning more. Interested in hearing how this works. These feel natural and give prospects an easy way to engage without feeling like they're committing to anything big. Here's what you should never do. Don't ask for multiple things in the same email. Don't ask for don't put multiple call to actions. Don't say, would you like to see our case studies, or would you prefer to jump on a call, or maybe I could send you our one pager. That's confusing and overwhelming. You pick one direction and stick with it. If this is a cold email from someone they've never heard of, asking for a 30-minute meeting is too big of an ask, and I probably wouldn't even phrase it that way. But asking if they're open to learning more feels much more reasonable. Now, let me switch gears and explain why this framework actually works from a psychological perspective. Great cold email copy hits 4 mental triggers that influence decision making. These are novelty, ease, safety, and opportunity, right? A big opportunity. So something new, easy, safe, and big. When you understand these triggers, right, this is what separates good copywriters from great copywriters. Novelty, or something new, right? You're presenting something new, means presenting your solution as something new or something different from what they've tried before. They can't categorize it. People are naturally curious about new approaches or new offers, especially if what they're currently doing isn't working perfectly. Ease, right? Something easy means showing that your solution requires minimal effort or disruption on their part. Why is that important? Everyone is busy and overwhelmed. So anything that feels like more work will be rejected immediately. So things like done for you or automatically or on autopilot, there's a reason why those words and that verbiage is so powerful. Now, safety means reducing perceived risk through guarantees, social proof, or trial offers. Remember, you're a stranger asking them to trust you with their business, so you need to address that concern head on. Opportunity, a big opportunity, means demonstrating the potential upside or competitive advantage that they will gain. People need to believe that saying yes to whatever it is that you're offering will make their life better. They actually need to believe it, right? So words and phrases like automatically, done for you, guaranteed, without doing X, Y, and Z, they hit these mental triggers we just talked about naturally. The more of these triggers you can authentically weave into your copy, the higher your response rates will be. But here's the thing, they actually have to be authentic. Don't promise things you can't deliver just to hit these mental triggers, because that will backfire quickly and destroy your reputation. All right, now let's shift focus to the technical side of things. Let's talk about the technical side of sending emails that actually get delivered and read. Send all your emails in plain text format, no HTML, no images, no fancy formatting. There is a switch to do this and instantly and smartly. There's no excuse for this. This isn't about aesthetics, it's about deliverability. Email providers are much more likely to put formatted emails with images and all that stuff in spam folders. Next, keep your sentences short and your paragraphs 1 to 2 lines maximum for mobile readability. Optimize for mobile, not desktop. Most people check email on their phone, so long paragraphs look overwhelming on small screens. We all know what that feels like. Next, always include a friendly opt-out line somewhere in your email, probably after your signature. Something like, if this isn't relevant, just let me know and I'll remove you from my list. I wouldn't say remove you from my list, but I would just say, let me know and I won't reach out again. This isn't just being polite. It's about protecting your email deliverability. When people can easily opt out, they're less likely to mark you as spam. This is all part of copy. Also, avoid obvious spam trigger words like free. Avoid $signs. Avoid excessive punctuation or promotional language. And guys, run every email through a spam checker before sending to catch potential issues. Tools like Mail Meteor or other tools can help you identify problems before they hurt your deliverability. Always include your real name and company in your signature for transparency and trust. No images in your signature, by the way. People need to know who they're talking to, and hiding behind fake names or email addresses will backfire. Now, here's what happens once you've got the framework down. Once your copy follows this framework consistently, success becomes primarily about numbers and execution. All right. Let's say you have done everything, right? Here's something most people don't understand about cold email. The copy only has to be 75% good, like a B+. Don't waste time trying to get it perfect. I know we've just spent 20 minutes talking about copy, but don't waste time trying to get it perfect. Once the copy is good enough, and it will be if you just do what I say in this framework, and the targeting is on point, the targeting has to be at least an A-, then the answer to most of your problems in cold email and cold traffic marketing period is volume. Just send more emails. When the rest is in place, just send more emails. This is usually the answer to most of your problems in cold traffic marketing period. Focus on sending consistent volume to properly targeted prospects rather than obsessing over perfect individual emails. The key to scaling cold traffic marketing is maintaining quality and targeting The key to scaling cold traffic marketing period is maintaining quality, targeting, and personalization while increasing volume through automation and systemization. Remember this important principle. If you're targeting the right people with a relevant offer, the copy becomes secondary to consistent execution and follow-up. What do I mean by that? It's better to send 100 decent emails to perfectly targeted prospects than 10 perfect emails to random people. Now, before we wrap up, let me give you a practical checklist to make sure you don't miss anything. Before you send any campaign, go through this checklist to make sure you haven't missed anything critical. First, check that every email contains all 5 building blocks in the correct order, right? So make sure that your relevance line demonstrates specific research about the prospect or their company. Verify that your problem statement or poke the bear question connects directly to your offer solution. Confirm your offer clearly states who it's for, what specific outcome they get, and the time frame for results. Ensure your call to action is singular, simple, and appropriate for the level of trust you've established. Only one call to action. Test your email for spam triggers, mobile formatting, and run a spell check before launching the campaign. Set up proper follow-up sequences, right? So only a 2-step email sequence with the second email going 48 hours after the first one. That use the same subject line as the first email and build on your initial message. Plan to track performance metrics and make adjustments based on actual response data, not assumptions about what should work. And that's it. So that's the complete framework. Let's talk about how to convert positive responses into actual meetings in the exact way that allows my agency Vintascale to generate over $250,000 per month in deal flow for our clients at the time of putting this together. By the way, it's August 25th, 2025 as a timestamp or a date stamp. Meeting conversion is important because anyone can get a positive response or a lead, but not everyone can convert it into a meeting or a meeting ready lead, which we would consider in that case actual deal flow. Today we'll fix that. In this guide, I've included everything you need to know. I promise, including screenshots of actual email threads that led to meetings and closes on deals with all the proof you need in the 2K range and up, almost entirely over email. I should add that in. I will never ever overcomplicate things for you. I will only tell you exactly and only what you need to know to scale your business. Please note that I'm using these exact same tactics that I'll be going over in this video to scale my third business, Vintascale, my marketing agency, in real time to 7 figures. And all examples included in this video are from campaigns I have launched for Vintascale, several of which I have done live on YouTube. I've linked those videos that I'm referring to in this document. The link to this document will be included in the description. This is all free. By the time you finish binging my content and this document, you will be amongst the most lethal cold emailers in the world, the 1% of the 1%. Now, for who I am, if you are new here, my name is Pablo. I'm the founder of Vintascale, a marketing agency, a B2B marketing agency. We currently generate over $250,000 in pipeline per month for our clients with cold email. I'm making this video because my goal is very simple. It's to help you make more money. To scale, you either bring in more business, so deal flow, charge more, or close at a higher rate. We generate deal flow for B2B businesses by building and running cold email client acquisition systems for high-ticket B2B businesses, thereby bringing in new deal flow into the business, allowing you to scale very quickly. I make no income claims. Results are not typical. You have to actually execute and work hard. Some proof of what we do, as always, included in all of these documents. Here's a 70 grand deal flow campaign, one of several campaigns that we launched just a couple weeks ago for an active client of ours. It encompasses 2 deals right here. Everything's broken down. I include case studies, link to the video, screenshots of active clients, behind the scenes breakdowns, how we build the architecture, more proof, 66 grand, 33 grand, March and April respectively, client testimonial interviews. Now let's get into the nitty gritty. So campaign strategy, we got to talk about campaign strategy because this makes your life harder or easier once you actually get a response. So if you're here, you're watching this video, if you're sending cold emails, you've gotten here in one of 3 ways. Or if you've gotten a response from a lead, you've gotten there in one of 3 ways. You sent them a direct pitch campaign, a lead magnet campaign, or a Loom campaign. Now, to get this right, to convert these people into a meeting, an actual deal flow, we must start with the campaign strategy before the actual initial email is sent. Why? Because all this ties together. And if you get this wrong from the start, you will be fighting an uphill battle. So let's rewind a bit and review campaign strategy. Below is a screenshot from the cold email money printer blueprint. You can get that for free via the link in my description. If you haven't already, you should get it. It's amazing. It shows you how to literally print money and meetings, whatever you want with cold email if you have a B2B business. So you can see here that we have 3 primary campaign strategies in blue: Loom campaigns, lead magnet campaigns, and direct pitch campaigns. So we're going to break everything down and include screenshots, email threads, responses, how I've made all of these work. So you can just copy exactly what I do and make money. This is all free. There's no course around this, at least as of this date. So Loom campaigns, they are great for you. Why? Because they're great at building trust. They're bad for the client if you're doing this on behalf of a client. Why? Because they got to make a whole Loom. They got to record a whole Loom. It's time intensive. It takes up people's time. Your client doesn't want, if you're doing marketing on behalf of a client, your client doesn't want to have to do Looms. It's time intensive. It's also not useful for so going after bigger budget, AKA rich clients, as they don't have time anyway to watch your little Loom. They don't. You got to drill this into your head. They can recognize a good offer, these affluent clients. They can recognize a good offer when they see one, and they will look you up. I'm not going to guide you to going after broke clients. That's what I'm not going to do. I want you to make money. In the exact same, I'm only going to show you what has worked for me. So they can recognize a good, by the way, I've gone after broke clients. That's why I can talk about this stuff. And I've included the screenshots here. So they can recognize the rich, affluent clients, the clients you want, whether they have money or not, can recognize a good offer when they see one, and they'll look you up anyway on their own time. So Looms, like they're okay, but I use that stuff for really just testing a market. If I'm trying to penetrate a new market on my behalf for Vintascale, not for a client. So here are a couple of screenshots of campaigns we've run. Again, it's August 25th today. So this is in July. This is about 2 months ago. almost 2 months ago. So here we are. So 2 campaigns. I'll zoom in a little bit if you're watching this on a phone or something. So check that out. So ranging between 1.27% reply rate, 1.34% reply rate, but a great positive reply rate because it's Looms. It's easy to say yes to, right? We had a decent amount of sends, enough to make this statistically significant. Bounce rates, don't even worry about that. My bounce rate's never going to be higher than 0.5% unless I really mess something up. But the positive reply rate, like this looks like a money printer, right? Reply rate over 1%, positive reply rate over 30% on both. You can print money with this. I just didn't care to run this anymore because it's a Loom campaign. And again, it takes a lot of time. I was making Looms all day. I don't got time for that stuff. I got clients to fulfill for. Anyway, total deal value, total deal flow on this campaign is just under $9,000. So the first campaign at the top right here, the first one of the 2 right here, they, that first campaign generated us some okay deal flow. Okay, so this, my bad. So this 8.7 grand is just from that. Am I right here? Yes, it's just from that first campaign. So that first campaign, 9 grand in deal flow. The offer was modified slightly to be an intro offer. We stopped running this campaign as direct pitch / direct response campaigns we'll talk about later are almost always more efficient than Loom campaigns. The client we go after, again, doesn't have time for Looms anyways. Looms are just they're good for cutting through a new market. So 9 grand in deal flow from this first campaign. Please note, for full transparency, each deal in these 2 campaigns for this intro offer was valued at about 2.1K. It's actually $2,173 was my fee. Oh, I have it written right here for this offer to be exact. Mid-ticket. So we don't operate in this price range anymore. Otherwise, our deal flow would be way higher on these campaigns. But that's the exact offer price range that I was running. So that's the first campaign. And then the second campaign that you can see here with 4,300 sends, I cranked that a bit more. And thus there is more deal flow. So just a bit over 15 grand in deal flow. Now this is not closed. This is deal flow. Right? So the second campaign generated us over 15 grand in deal flow. So total between both campaigns is about 24 grand in deal flow. If you close anywhere at 30 to 40%, I'm at this time still handling all the sales calls myself. I close very high. You're looking at about 8 grand to 9.6 grand just off of these 2 campaigns, which we spun up in just a couple hours. I say we, but it was me. Of course, you must convert them into meetings, and this is why we're here. This is why we're talking about this, right? So the only reason we send Looms is to build trust. Please drill that into your head. The only reason we send Looms is to build trust. If you have a decent amount of social proof on the internet, content on the internet, good landing page, you can build trust like that. You don't got to send all these Looms. Now, the only reason why we send Looms is to build trust. They are great for that purpose, but only broke clients will need all of this trust building as they are highly skeptical and price sensitive. So all this really starts from who you're targeting. Think deeply about that, which is why I go deep into targeting in so many other videos. Now, let's break down these campaigns. Let's look at how I actually converted these guys into meetings and then how I actually close some of these deals. So I've screenshotted everything for you. Now, let's, which campaign was this? Oh, this was Boutique Recruiters Loom campaign, 3 to 10 employees. So this was campaign number 2. We're going to look at some screenshots of the copy and replies and responses from this second campaign right here. So the more lucrative campaign. So the best performing versions of copy in this campaign were email 1A and then email 2. So I tested 3 versions of the first email and just 1 version of the second email where I just went all in and I'm just like, here's what I'll do for you, blah, 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 blah. So email 1, 1A, you can see I had 10 replies from that one and a 40% positive reply rate, which is just people saying, sure, send me the Loom or let me see the Loom. So it's not technically deal flow yet. You haven't like, there's no like, interest has not been expressed that they want to do business with you or meet with you. So here's the copy for email 1 version A. I've scratched out any sensitive information and you can see when this was created and when it was sent. So it was sent or it was created July 7th and this was sent on July 15th. I don't know why the delay, don't ask me, but you have the dates. So that's the copy right there. Very simple. I'll let you review it and dissect it on your own time, but it was hi first name, came across company name while looking at industry in state. Figure this might be relevant. Whoops. Would you be interested in hiring, or would you be interested in a service that automatically connects you to hiring managers who are actively looking for agency support? These guys are staffing agencies I'm reaching out to. And then offer statement. So not a great offer, but good enough for the kind of client I was going after. Social proof line. Again, I'm being extra generous with the social proof here, and extra generous with like the believability of the offer. In other words, I'm going in with a really small intro offer because these guys, they're not the highest budget clients that I was going after, as you can see by the price range of the deals. So as everything adds up pretty nicely. This is very mid ticket. It's very easy. We're talking about businesses here. We're not talking about like consumers. You can sell them $2,000 products or services, and it's not a lot of money. So this is the copy. And then a little PS line, just letting them know I have industry experience and I'm one of them. And then a friendly opt-out. So that's email 1A. Email 1A. They all look the exact same. This is all email 1A. Here's a copy for email 2. Again, I just dumped, right? I should have crossed some of that stuff out there, but don't be weird and look these people up. I trust you guys. So that's a copy for email 2. I'm just like, hey, I know you probably get a ton of these emails, but if your company hasn't tried automated cold email to get whatever it is that you want, here's something our clients really value. We'll do this for you, guarantee you this. If we don't hit that target, you don't pay a cent. If the leads aren't any fit, we'll make it right. We're so confident it works, we'll put everything in writing. Should I send you a quick loom? So I'm doubling back on the loom. And change a call to action for email 2. So in fact, I should digress for a bit and just show you how to actually convert these into meetings now, since that's the entire focus of this guide. This is Loom campaigns. All right. So here's what successful meeting conversion and response handling can look like. For Loom campaigns, just note that it's dynamic. I should put and other campaign types as well. So just note that this is dynamic. This response handling is dynamic, meaning these aren't static pre-written responses. You're going to have to be able to adapt in the moment and be willing to walk away when their response sounds funny or when it just gets to be a little too much. So I'm going to zoom in. So this is email 1 at the bottom, as we just went over. Zoom in so you guys can see this a little better. Something like that. All right. And then no response to email 1A was received. So I sent her email 2 48 hours later. All right. So that's what you see at the top. Now, if we look here at the very bottom, it's the bottom is the oldest reply and then the top is the most recent. So at the bottom, she said, sure, send the loom, as you can see there. And then I'm like, okay, so thanks for getting back to me. I'm putting it together for you now. I'll have the video over to you in the next 15 minutes. What I'm doing there is just buying myself some time to record the loom. As I mentioned earlier, this is very time intensive stuff. So you're going to need to buy yourself some time. And she was just nice about it and replied to confirm. All right. So now I've linked to the actual loom that I sent that client. Again, don't be weird. Just watch the loom if you need a reference point. So that's the loom. Again, at the time of recording this and putting this document together, August 25th, 2025, that loom is working. I can't tell you in a year if that loom is still up and running. Anyway, so I sent the loom as such. I embedded it. So note how I embedded it and note how long it took me to send that, right? So I replied at 1:39 p.m. saying I'll send it to her in 15 minutes. So I should have sent this to her, just before 2 o'clock. I ended up sending it to her at 2:30. So don't do that. Don't be like me. Don't do that. Especially if you promised that you'd send it in 15 minutes, because those little things matter. Especially when you're dealing with more affluent clients, those little things matter. Promptness matters. Also note how I pushed for a call already in this. So I said, hi, first name, I put this loom together for you, see below. Curious to know your thoughts once you've had a chance to check it out. If there is any interest, I'd be more than happy to discuss further on a quick call later this week. And I just embedded it in there. If you don't know how to do that, just look that up. I use Smartly, by the way. So she replied saying, she watched it. And then she replied saying, it sounds interesting, but that she's not ready. The interest is all I need for me personally to turn this into a meeting. I just need a little hint of interest, and then I'll get them on a call. I'll get them on a call and say, hey, it's better we talk now, and that you at least have the information, right? I won't pressure you. I just want to let you know what this is about, so that we don't waste anyone's time. But anyway, so just being honest here, like the I'm not ready yet. When a client or a prospect says I'm not ready yet, that's an unmistakable sign of budget issues. I'm just letting you know. Okay. So that was that in a nutshell, and I'll let you see the response. The link is in the document. The link to the document is in the description. I won't go over all the responses. But anyway, so she said it's interesting. She's just not ready yet. But here's how I go in for the kill exactly. So if they need more time, cool, that's fine. I have no problem walking away. I have other things to do. I'll follow up in a couple months. No pressure. I know my offer is gold. So take a look at how I respond to her saying she needs more time, and then take a look at her response. So I'm like, hey, first name, thanks for the context. No worries at all. Perhaps I'll follow up in 2 to 3 months. When things are set in stone, you let me know. Ball is in their court. And then I finish off by saying, that being said, I always push for a chat. I gave her some clarity on the offer and her skepticism. And then I said, that being said, I always push for a chat rather than jumping in head first, so we can take a deeper look. Right? I always push for a chat rather than just jumping in head first and pitching a service, so that we can take a deeper look if this makes sense to both of us. Because you're right, our service may not be a fit for whatever it is that you're offering. So it's better that we just talk about it. So now here's the core meeting conversion message. This is going to be a staple across every campaign strategy. This is like the kill shot. This is you pulling the trigger. This is the conversion message. This is how you do it. Any experienced cold emailer knows this move. So this one right here, this is how you convert. You suggest a time, and then you say, alternatively, you can book something in my calendar here, and you provide them the link. So you can see that there. So are you available tomorrow at 3 p.m. EST? Alternatively, feel free to suggest a time that works for you this week, or you can slot something in my calendar here. Put the calendar link. And that's it, right? And you can see her response there. Once I gave her the clarity and put the ball in her court, she said, yeah, I'd love to chat and see if it's a great fit. And then, I went in for the kill shot. And that's it. So that meeting was booked, and we had that meeting 24 hours later after these messages. Deal closed, quick 2.1K. Now, note the timeline and why cold email is so powerful. That's just a side note. The emphasis, side note. Note the timeline and why cold email is so powerful for injecting deal flow and cash flow into your business. The campaign was spun up and launched on July 7th. The meeting was booked on July 9th. The meeting was had on July 10th. The deal was closed that same day, at least verbally or in writing, on July 10th. The cash collected following week. Deal flow brought into the business in 48 hours. Cash flow brought into the business in less than 1 week. See below for post-meeting response. Let me zoom in. There you are. Hey, talk to my husband. We're just getting the money situated. We'll follow up next week. We'll move forward with payment. Looking forward to working with you soon. Boom. Closed, right? I followed up with her after the meeting, and she followed with me and saying she's good to go. Boom. Deal flow, meeting closed. We're good. So that's how you close and convert a Loom campaign. And that's how you get deal flow. And then that is how you convert them into meetings. And that is how you get cash flow. You turn deal flow into cash flow. So those are Loom campaigns. I hope that clears things up. Let's talk about lead magnet campaigns. I loathe lead magnet campaigns. You're not going to hear anyone else say this, but I hate lead magnet campaigns. So lead magnet campaigns are great for you in terms of building trust, just like Loom campaigns. They are bad, and they can be bad for you because they're hard to get right. The lead magnets have to be damn near perfect. But anyway, they're great for you. They're bad for your client if you're doing this on behalf of a client. We have clients. We don't make them make lead magnets. It's time intensive. The same points about Loom campaigns apply to lead magnet campaigns, but times 10. They're very easy to get wrong. You get a lead magnet wrong, you will ruin trust. So here are some screenshots of some lead magnet campaigns that we have ran in the past. Again, it's August 25th today. This I grabbed a couple from June. So the bottom one is June 20th. The top one is June 25th. As you can see, I didn't send very much, 1,000 in the top one, 500 in the bottom one. Whatever, just because I get tired of them, right? So you'll likely have the highest response rate or reply rate from lead magnet campaigns. So you look at the bottom, it's 2.31% reply rate. The top one is a 1.11% reply rate. Anyway, so these are a couple of lead magnet campaigns we used for testing back in June 2025 this year. It was really just to test deliverability. We peaked at a 2.31% reply rate. Unless the lead magnet is stellar, you are not getting any result. You are not getting any results you can't get with a Loom campaign or a direct pitch campaign. So they know you're here to sell something. You're just like, hey, just lead magnet campaigns are dumb. They're like, hey, let me offer you this free thing. You already have their email. Like, you do that to get people's email address in an opt-in or a landing page, but you already have these people's email address. So why are you sending them a lead magnet? To build trust? Right? Your offer should be trustworthy. So they know you're here to sell something. Stop with this freebie nonsense. So my stance on this is just to get to the point, especially when dealing with richer clients or companies who have 10 plus employees. Get to the point, say what you want, which is usually to gauge interest. So lead magnet campaigns are almost always a waste of time because your lead magnet will only work in your favor if it's damn near perfect, i.e. immediately actionable. The lead magnet has to be immediately actionable and makes the prospect fall in love with you. I used to send lead lists. I'll give you a list of leads. They can go to Apollo and get this themselves with a free trial. Like, it is, you know what I mean? It's not. I used to send lists of recently funded companies, and then what they might say yes, and then never respond anyway. So either your lead magnet will only work in your favor if it's damn near perfect. I mean, boldest. Number two, it hold on, meaning you lead. Okay. Only works if it. Okay, so lead magnets only work if it gives them an actual reason to meet with you. Meaning, if there's another problem that they want to solve and they now trust you to do so. And if your lead magnet hasn't led them down another problem, if it hasn't built enough trust, meaning because it was so insanely valuable, then it's just a waste of time. They're not going to want another step. They're just going to be greedy and take the lead magnet. And they're almost always a waste of time because it is only doable at scale if it can be fulfilled with AI, which usually means it's not that special or exclusive. So what will likely happen is prospects will bite at the lead magnet, then never respond. Same thing with Loom campaigns, just the stats are not working in your favor. So now let's talk about, like, at least Loom campaigns. It's just you're giving them more info and then saying, okay, if you like what you see, just let me know and we'll jump on a quick call. So let's talk about direct pitch, which at the 10K deal range and up is what you should be focused on. I mean, any deal range, or any deal range for that matter. So the reason why I like direct, by the way, this is a screenshot from the cold email money printing blueprint thing. So anyway, reason why I like direct pitch campaigns is because although they get the lowest response rates by a lot, they get the highest quality leads into meetings, which means your deal flow is the highest quality possible, which means your deal flow is actual deal flow and not fake numbers. I would say the best call to actions for direct pitch campaigns, because the campaign is pretty much entirely dictated by the call to action. I would say the best call to actions for direct pitch campaigns are interest-based call to actions. So things like, would you be open to hearing more about this? Spin tax that. And then meeting-based call to action. So would this be worth a chat? See below for examples. So I included some examples of successful campaigns that did end up converting into meetings, closing, so on and so forth. So this one right here, very, very, very simple. Hey, first name, I came across your company while looking at, X type of companies in Y state. Quick question, if I can help you land 5 meetings per month with businesses that need accounting on a performance basis, would you be interested in speaking? This is a very low budget, very easy, intro friendly offer, very easy to say yes to. And you can see the response. They just said, I would be. So sometimes you will not, with direct pitch, direct response, sometimes you will not get the meeting right away, like in the above example. In most cases, they will ask for further clarity, but at least you're not spending time recording looms. So let's take a look at another example. This is an example of someone who just needed a ton of clarity, and that's fine. I have no problem if it's productive and if I can help them out as a client. So here's the first email right here. I'm getting bombarded with notifications for a campaign right now. I should have put my Slack on Do Not Disturb. Hold on. There we go. That sounds annoying me. All right, so you can see the initial email right there. Pretty standard. Again, similar offer. And then they ask for clarity. So they say, hey, Pablo, what about appointment setting of new prospects? Do you do that too? And then I answered his question. I'm like, thanks for getting back to me. Yes, appointment setting is included. We set up, do blah, blah, blah. We do blah, blah, blah. And then we do everything into the actual setting of the appointment. Would you be open to a quick call tomorrow at 3 p.m. or Friday at 2 p.m. to walk through how it could work for your company? So I just answered his question and I looped it back to the meeting. I'm always tying it back to the meeting. I'm pushing for the meeting. And then he comes back with another clarifying question. He's like, are you referring to potential clients or potential hires? Blah, 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 blah. So he has another question about how we actually get him deal flow, or who we get him deal flow with. And I answered his question and then I pushed for a call again. So I answered his question and I'm like, looks like we're on the same page. Is this worth a chat? Then he replies with, sure, I'm located in blah, 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 blah. So earlier Eastern Standard Time would work. And then here's a kill shot, textbook kill shot. Just like last time, you suggest a time, then say, alternatively, you can slot yourself in here with the calendar link. So I'm like, thanks, first name. Does next week, Monday at 2 p.m. work? Alternatively, feel free to pick a time in my calendar that works for you. And then I put the link there. That's it. So we did not close this deal that I just screenshotted, thankfully, because once we got on the call, it became clear to me that there was a mismatch. We wouldn't have been able to help them. And they weren't really a fit in terms of the client we look for. So takeaway. This is how you do it. I just need to show you how to get to the kill shot. Handle reply, know the campaign strategy and what it comes with, and the amount of trust you're going to have to build up, and the amount of time it's going to take, and then handle responses dynamically, always tying back to a meeting, and then as soon as you can, just go for the kill shot. So takeaways. In every reply that you send to their reply, you should be tying it back to a call. We're not here to play games, and neither are they. Get to the point. This is why I loathe lead magnet campaigns. Another takeaway, always bring it back to the meeting, like I said before. So you have to tell people what the next step is and where to go. This is what the call to actions are for. This is why I keep saying, is this worth a chat? Should we talk about this? Can we talk about this? Can we jump on a call? Always bring it back to the meeting and tell people what the next step is. Tell them where to go. Next is you have to be dynamic. Static AI responses won't work, especially when you're just starting out. Be human, be dynamic, be short, be clear, concise, and to the point. Next, take note of high skepticism. This is a red flag. It usually indicates a broke client. Final takeaway, do not be afraid to be aggressive with this. So answer the question and then say, is this worth a chat? Answer that. You don't have time to waste. Right? So screenshot right here of an example. Looks like we're on the same page. I answered this question, then I said, looks like we're on the same page. Is this worth a chat? I could have also said, I could have also answered this question and then said, are you free at 2 p.m. tomorrow to discuss? Or would you like to discuss tomorrow at 3 p.m.? Just ask. Ask for the meeting, bring it back to the meeting. Once the leads are meeting ready leads, we can then count them in as deal flow. And that's when you get these nice numbers that look like this in multiple campaigns that you're running multiple times a week. So it's good. It's great. So that is how you convert cold email leads into meetings. This is all you need to know. This is likely going to be the most comprehensive video on getting up and running with cold email that you've watched on YouTube. It's based only on my experience. If you are considering a way to grow your business, to get consistent leads, to push a product, whatever it might be, cold email is a gold mine if you don't already know that. And this is everything I wish I knew before getting started. I would highly, highly, highly recommend that you consume this video in full, because every single piece of this puzzle is critical to not only getting up and running with cold email, but to actually seeing success and to making this whole thing work and to have repeated, predictable success. This is the exact walkthrough of how I run my agency, Ventiscale, and how we are starting to see more and more success. So we're still very early on in our journey. Consider this an internal case study of everything that is working and all the things that allowed us to turn this whole thing around 180 and start seeing success within 3 months. So without further ado, this is the cold email money printer diagram. Let's get into it. So first off, we're going to talk about the infrastructure. We're going to go over the infrastructure, the offer, lead list building, copywriting, campaign management, success multipliers, and how to handle sales calls. But we're going to start with infrastructure. This is simple, but it's important because if any single one of these pieces breaks on any of the things that I'm going to cover in this video, but especially on the infrastructure, this will not work. If anything breaks when it comes to the infrastructure, your emails are either not going to send, or they're going to send, but they're going to land in spam all the time. You're going to waste your money and nothing's going to go right. You're going to be in the hole. Take it from me. I learned the hard way. So first off, your infrastructure is the entire makeup of your domains, your inboxes, how your domains and inboxes are all set up, who you get them from, where you put them, where you hook them up to, the email sending platform that you use, how many emails you send a day, all that stuff, the machine. This is the machine, and it looks simple, but again, it's very, very, very important that you follow this to the T. It's very important that you follow this to the T, because if you do, it will work. If you don't, you didn't follow somewhere closely enough. So first off, you're going to need some inboxes. And you're not going to want to use your personal inboxes. You're not going to want to use anything personal. It's going to have to be a company name. You're going to want it to be a company name because you want this to be easy for people to Google. You might want to sell it one day, so on and so forth. I'm foreshadowing, but just make it your company name. It's a lot more professional, especially if you are doing B2B. So you don't want to come off as just some independent contractor. You want to show up as a business. It's just better. It's better. So you're going to need some inboxes. Now, you can either get Google inboxes. You can get Outlook/Azure inboxes. These are from Microsoft. Or you can use what's called an SMTP, which is a bit more advanced. I wouldn't recommend that. You should stick to Google or Outlook. So what this is going to mean, and I'm not going to cover this in this video, is you're going to have to make a bunch of different, if you're doing this on your own, which I would not recommend, and give me one sec to explain why, or I'll explain why in a second, but you're going to need, point being, you're going to need multiple inboxes. So neither Google or Outlook is better than the other. There's videos popping up every single day in the cold email space as to which inboxes you should get. Listen, Google's going to be good this month, then it's going to be bad the next month, and vice versa with Microsoft. And they might be bad this week and great next week. They're always changing their algorithms. They're always cranking something up and tightening the spam filters here. Either way, they both work. Neither is better than the other. You can get obsessed over this, or you can make money and start booking meetings. Pick your poison. You'll be fine. If you do the rest of this stuff, you'll be fine with this. This will take care of itself. So just Google or Outlook. Now, I wouldn't purchase them straight from Google or Outlook, as in I wouldn't go straight to Google Workspace and start buying users and start buying Outlook. If you want to know how to set this up, I might put out another video down the road, but for right now, there are other videos on YouTube showing you how to get Google and Outlook inboxes. I would say get them from a premium reseller. I'm not going to shout any out right now, but I have in multiple other videos. Just do your research. Look at which one makes you feel most comfortable. But most of the big ones that you'll find with a quick Google search are quite reputable. If you are beginning and you've never done cold email before, I would highly recommend you do not set them up yourself, that you purchase them from a reseller who will set it up for you, and ideally who will give you administrative access to all the back end of the inboxes and stuff like that, right? It's just for transparency purposes. And so you can see how it was set up and verify it later if you choose to. Premium reseller, purchase from them. Typically, they'll have it all set up for you in your email sequencer, which we'll talk about in a moment. They'll have it all set up for you within about 2 business days. From there, you're going to want to warm those inboxes up for 2 weeks. You don't want to skip this part. This is just, don't take shortcuts in any of the stuff we talk about in this video, but especially not this. Do not skip the warm up. If you skip the warm up, do not complain that your emails are landing in spam, or that your response rate is really low, because it's because of this. When you create a fresh inbox, so a warm up period, and I'm trying to figure out how basic to start these explanations, but this is important. So warming up is really just having a sending pattern, creating a sending pattern from this IP address or from this inbox that was just created out of nowhere. You don't want to create an inbox and then start sending 1,000 emails a day from it or 100 emails a day from it. You want to make it everything you want to do when it comes to infrastructure and cold email period is about mimicking human activity. So think about it. If you made a new email address today, you're not going to start sending 100 emails from it today. Most likely you're not. What you'd want to do is mimic the behavior of someone who's starting to send maybe 6 to 10 emails a day, and a few of those are getting responses. Your email sequencer or sending platform will handle this for you. So Instantly or Smartly, they have warm-up tools to do this. So you just plug in your inboxes there, go to their respective websites to figure out how to hook up your inboxes there, but your premium reseller will likely do this for you. So that's that. You should plan your infrastructure to send at least 1,000 emails per day. I don't care how skilled you are. I'd start with 1,000, maybe 500, but really we should, anything under 1,000 is essentially meaningless. 1,000 emails per day. So you should do the math, the backwards math on that. If you're sending about 20 emails a day per inbox, how many inboxes do you need to buy? That's how you calculate that. It's something like 50 inboxes. You will usually find that the going rate is $3.50 US per inbox. So these inboxes, they cost money. You're going to need a starting budget, but in terms of any sort of outreach or traffic, this is the most cost effective while being one of the most scalable. Cost effective second to organic content, but this is a lot more scalable and you start to see results quickly, whereas organic content, unless you go viral in your first week or two, it takes time to compound. When it comes to your sending volume, and we'll go over this later in the video as well, but when it comes to your sending volume, you shouldn't be sending more than 20 emails per inbox. You can, but depending on how good you are with the other things, copy and lead lists and stuff like that, you might run into some trouble with getting higher amounts of people and higher rates of people marking your emails as spam. So right now I'd say play it cool, no more than 20 emails per inbox, which means if you're sending 1,000 emails a day, 50 inboxes, right? Now in terms of your sequencer, you're going to want to use Instantly or Smartly. There are a few other ones popping up that I might report back on, which seem really interesting, but for right now, these two have proven themselves. We started out with Instantly. We personally now use Smartly. No real reason as to why we moved from Instantly to Smartly. It was really just a superstition that I had. But I know I personally know a lot of people who are having success on Instantly as well as Smartly. So pick which one looks nicer to you, which one you like the aesthetics of, which one your favorite cold emailer or lead gen person uses, and go from there. They're equally as easy. I think Smartly does a bit better of a job on the analytics side and just showing all the metrics and stuff like that, but Instantly it looks cooler. So they're always coming up with new features. I like the communities of both as well. I like the fact that Smartly does a lot of office hours. I won't get into that. Pick either or, you'll be just fine. Now, offer. Your offer is going to make or break your campaign. So if you get everything else right in this video, and I wish I had known what I'm about to say when I first started. If you get everything right in this video, at least to 80% correctness, so you get the infrastructure about 80% correct, right? You get the lead list, the targeting, the copy, the campaign management, the success multipliers, the sales calls, like you get all that stuff at least 80% correct. Your offer, if you're not getting any reply rates at that point, it's because of your offer. 100%, without a shadow of a doubt. I would be testing and changing the offer. If everything else, or at least the way you're framing it, if everything else looks right and you're confident you set it up right, your offer is the reason you are not getting a lot of replies. If you want to get a ton of replies, it's the offer that you're going to have to spend 90% of your time on. The other, or 80% of your time on, the other 20% would be a mix of finding the right people to pitch this to, making sure you're getting this targeting accurate, and your copy, so how you're framing the offer and presenting it or propositioning it. The easiest way to score high on the offer category, so get this at least 80% correct, is to pick an offer that's already proven to work. Just look at the people who are having success in cold email. You can just look them up on YouTube and just mimic their offer. And there are a lot of offers that are already proven to work. And we'll discuss that in a second. So I'm not some guru on offers, but I know what makes a great offer. Highly recommend that you read Alex Hormozy's $100 million offers. If you're in this space, you've probably heard of that book already. But I've had a tough time having my offers resonate and framing my offers. We'll get into that with copy and stuff like that. But here are the components of a great offer. And again, you can circumvent this whole thing and skip this part of the video if you just mimic an offer that already works. But it's also important to watch this as well, because you want to understand that in the off chance that that offer doesn't work, you want to understand why. And you want to understand how to create good offers as well. Perhaps that's a video I'll make in the future, but there are other people on YouTube who do a really good job of talking about that. But here are the components of a great offer. So first off, it removes risk. An easy way to remove risk is by providing a money-back guarantee or making it performance-based. So essentially, you've probably seen this on the internet, but we'll get you 30 meetings and you pay per a month, and you only pay per meeting, which means I'm only paying you so long as you get me meetings or leads. That's performance-based. My camera's lagging again. Sorry, guys. Now, it removes risks. It's also easy on the client, which is why done for you is so popular. And you can only start to move further and further away from done for you and just have them do everything, like, in a course or something, if you have social proof and social presence. A great offer provides a fast turnaround of results. So you should figure out how to incorporate AI in your fulfillment of your offer. It provides quick wins, so they won't have to wait 6 months to see a win, depending on what niche you're in. If it's like private equity or something, those have really long deal cycles and sales cycles. A great way to manage a fast turnaround of results, or at least make it seem somewhat fast, is to set expectations beforehand. An easy way to demonstrate quick wins is to just be open with communication, communicate often with clients. This is foreshadowing here once you already have your client, because you will get it if you will get a client if you do what I say in this video and you follow it to the T. But an easy way to make it feel like they're having quick wins is to just share what you've been doing. So, hey, we set up your domains. Hey, we set this up for you. Hey, whatever it is, right? If you're providing a service. And then have an intro offer. If you want a fast turnaround of results, consider making an intro offer. Someone who speaks really well and really in depth on intro offers is Matthew Larson, who actually I also borrowed this diagram concept from. So fast turnaround of results, and then a great offer makes the value obvious. They shouldn't have to guess as to why this is valuable. It should be obvious that this is valuable. Even if they're not interested, even if it has nothing to do with them, the value should be obvious. So first off, to make it obvious, it should either make them money, or save them time. Second, to make the value obvious, it should be obvious what the result is going to be, i.e., I will guarantee that you see 10 new sales meetings this month. It's a tangible result. It's 10 sales meetings. That's what they're actually getting. This is why, and I had a consulting and coaching business. That can be a bit tough in terms of communicating the value, especially if you don't have immense amounts of social proof, because a lot of it is feelings based. A lot of it is advice based. So that is how you essentially make a good offer. And again, the easiest way to check all of this stuff off is to pick an offer that's already proven to work. That's offer creation. So now let's talk about, so we've covered infrastructure, we've covered offer. We are going to dive into the lead list, because this is arguably the second most important. Like, okay, considering you can actually send the emails and they don't land in spam, like you've done this stuff, and this is pretty easy to do, which is why it's one of the smallest sections here. But provided you've gotten the offer correct, the lead list is arguably the most important part of this. The offer is the most important part of making this work, of people getting of getting people to say yes and them being interested. It's not the copy. You're not manipulating or seducing someone into liking your offer. They're either interested and they like it or they're not. So, but provided that's all correct, because I laugh at that because people get so obsessed with copywriting, as did I, and it's a great skill to learn. But listen, this isn't a sales page. It's just an email. It's just an email, and often the emails that are under 50 words do the best and perform the best. How much copywriting are you really doing in 50 words? We'll talk about frameworks to present your offer and to communicate your offer in a really succinct and brief way, or to get someone to at least open your email or whatever it is, or reply in the right way, but or strategic ways to do copywriting so that they have, they take the right next step in your funnel. But there are only so many things you can say, and only so much copywriting you can do in an email, and only so much depth. I digress. So let's talk about lead list. So lead list building / targeting. Targeting is who you're targeting. I'm targeting senior citizen homes, for example. Now, a lead list, we're building a list of leads that match that target profile. So a bunch of senior citizen homes in a list. That's what a lead list is. It's like a spreadsheet. It's a list. It's like a contact list. Targeting X profile of person. The single best databases to use are Apollo and LinkedIn. LinkedIn, because the business owners are there and they're literally saying, hey, here I am, like I'm the CEO of X company, or I'm the CTO of X company. So LinkedIn is great. I personally don't use LinkedIn. We don't use LinkedIn in our agency. We stick to Apollo. It's the biggest database in the world for this kind of stuff, I'm pretty sure. Correct me if I'm wrong in the comments. And it just works. Like there are so many I think last time I checked, there were 35 million companies in Apollo globally, which you have access to at the snap of a finger. There are 35 million companies in Apollo. The money's there. It's there. The money is there. Someone who's looking to purchase your product, if you are doing B2B, of course, because these are businesses, the money is there. So let's just get really, really good at Apollo. Not saying LinkedIn doesn't serve its purpose. It does, especially in certain niches like staffing and recruitment. But Apollo is really all you will ever need. And if you can't make it work with Apollo, then you're doing something wrong. So let's talk about how to make it work in Apollo for dummies, like in a really foolproof way. First off, pick a niche you know well. This is a trap that a lot of people fall into. A lot of beginners fall into this trap of chasing the thing that's hot. I would not recommend you pick a niche you don't know well. So you're going to want to go to a niche that you ideally have work experience in, or that you're passionate about, or a niche that you can learn somewhat quickly. I see my camera lagging. Forgive me again. So one mistake I made was running email campaigns to telehealth companies. So companies that make technology for healthcare companies. I couldn't and then I would get an interested response, and I would get so scared that I just wouldn't reply. It's insane. I didn't know how to run campaigns for them. I didn't know what they'd be offering, and if it's a great offer. Like, I couldn't read any of the stuff that I'd need to make an email campaign successful and get them results. So pick a niche that you know well and that already works. I only like to operate in niches where it's really obvious what's happening in there, and a niche that I can learn quite quickly and quite easily, or a niche that I have experience in. So something like financial services, or something like staffing and recruitment. I have experience in cybersecurity. I went to school for cybersecurity. I did a program, and I still stay away from cybersecurity for my own reasons. Well, the reasons I just stated. So every filter matters in Apollo. This is really important. Every filter is completely shifting the trajectory of your campaign, and as a result, the success of your campaign. Every filter in Apollo matters. So as you're going through these filters in Apollo, I want you to get like start training yourself to think really, really deeply about what this means for the alignment of your offer, what this might mean for how you're communicating with these people, what this means for your copy. And we'll talk about that in a second. But this is how my mind works. This is an exact replica of how my mind works and how I've been trained to think about this stuff. So here are the three main things, the three main levers in Apollo, the three main filters. Employee headcount. So you'd go in Apollo and you'd see 1 to 10 employees, 10 to 20 employees. I think it's 21 to 50 employees, 51 to 100 employees, 101 to 250, 51 to 500 employees, and then 1,000 plus, something like that. A few more. I might have messed it up, but you get the point. So if you're just starting, you have no social proof, whatever it might be, or even if you do, but you want to have real success in cold email, go after boutique firms or smaller firms. Why? Because enterprise firms, we're talking companies with 500 plus or 1,000 plus employees, it's very difficult to crack because you can do it. It's not impossible. It's just it's harder to do because the chain of command is so large, number one. Number two, a lot of times they have more secure spam filters and things you have to get around. The deals are there. The money is there, and you might get responses. However, think about the day in the life of a CEO, if you can, who runs a company of 500 or 1,000 people. There are only so many things that they're paying attention to, and your cold email is likely not one of them, unless you are giving them the proven numbers to the next lottery. Now, don't let me make it seem like it's impossible, please. But I'm just only communicating what has worked for us so that I can get you results if you follow this. I don't have anything to sell you. I'm just showing, I'm making ongoing case studies as to what's working for us. So headcount is one of the three main levers. Location, and we like to stick to the USA for reasons I will explain in a moment, and industry. So let's start with headcount. I explained why you want to target small companies. 3 to 10 employees, could be 2 to 15 employees. I like 3, starting at a minimum of 3, because they at least have something going on for themselves, or they have a sales rep. And I'm in lead generation, so I like to work with companies who can handle the volume of sales opportunities. They have a sales rep or an established sales process. I'd rather not it be an independent contractor. And now the person you're targeting, the job titles at a company of 3 to 10 employees is a lot different than a company with 50 plus employees. Because for a company with 3 to 10 employees, you know exactly who's making the decisions. It's a CEO, founder, co-founder, or president. So you want to think about, what do they care about? What does the CEO or founder or co-founder or president care about? And then what does the CEO, founder, co-founder, or president of a 3 to 10 employee company care about? And then also pay attention to when that company was founded. This isn't a make or break, but it's good to pay attention to. Pay attention to companies who have been founded somewhat recently, let's say in the last 5 years, versus companies with 3 to 10 employees who were founded in the 90s. They're likely in 2 different stages, and so they probably care about 2 different things. A company that was founded 2 years ago with 3 to 10 employees is likely in a growth phase, that they're growing, they're moving. If they were founded in 1999 and they have 3 to 10 employees, it's likely that they're very stable and they have a process in place, and they might be open to different things. Who knows? It's end of the day, you're going to have to test, and you're going to miss. Expect to miss, but this is about shot attempts, which is why volume matters so much, which is why we want to start off with 1,000 emails per day. See how this all kind of fits together? So 3 to 10 employees, start small. We'll call this boutiques. I launched a boutique campaign today, and it's doing great. Next is the geographic region, USA. Why USA? Most responsive to cold email. there's just a lot of business and there's a lot of money in the USA. There's no denying that. And then industry, we talked about this, but pick a niche or pick an industry that you know well and that is already proven to work for whatever it is that you're selling. Now, even better if you can target a sub niche. So if you're targeting marketing agencies, you're selling something to marketing agencies, you're providing a service to marketing agencies. Even better if you provide a service to marketing agencies that work specifically with healthcare companies or with doctors. That's a sub niche of your general niche, which is marketing agencies. You don't have to do this. Your campaigns will be a lot smaller. You may not hit the 1,000 emails per day mark, but you're probably going to make your offer a lot more targeted, or your copy is going to be a lot more targeted, or you're going to get higher positive reply rates. I would stay away if you're just starting. I'd challenge you to think of a niche other than B2B SaaS. While there's a lot of money in B2B SaaS, it's notoriously difficult to penetrate. You can do it. You're just going to have a lot of the other things. You're going to have to score higher on a lot of the other things, like sales calls, like success multipliers, like campaign management. You're going to have to be very sharp with that. With your lead list, you're targeting, you're going to have to be very sharp. You're going to have to do a sub niche of B2B SaaS. Probably my worst performing campaign, or one of my worst performing campaigns, I've put a case study out on this on my channel, was just blanket targeting B2B SaaS. I didn't even target companies with 3 to 10 employees. It was like everything under 250 employees in the US. And you can guess why that did so bad, and it made my deliverability go down by a lot. I was hitting spam filters, and then every campaign after that did very poorly. Worse and worse and worse because my deliverability, like my inboxes were toast. My domain reputation was toast. I'm not going to go all the way deep into domain reputation and deliverability and stuff like that. Just know that the more you get hit with the spam button, the more people mark your emails as spam, the worse your performance is going to be. Maybe I should have included it down here, but perhaps we'll make this a part 2. Deliverability always deserves its own video. Where was I? Here we are. So I stay away from B2B SaaS. You can go for it. Just humble yourself when you see the results. Make sure it's a niche where you can speak the language. We talked about that before when we mentioned to pick a niche you know well, and that already works. I would say this number isn't a hard rule, but pick a total addressable market that's big enough. Again, you don't want to go for I went for a niche one time. I ran an email campaign to vet tech companies. So the niche was B2B SaaS. The sub niche was SaaS companies who create software or technology for veterinarians. There are only so many of those companies. There might be 1,000 of them or 2,000 of them. Especially when you're getting down to 3 to 10 employees, there's only 500 of them in the US that have made it to that 3 to 10 employee category. So my campaign was it was a one-time campaign, and I'm pretty sure I don't even think I ran it. I don't even think I ran it. After seeing how small the pool size was in Apollo, because every time you change these filters, you see it in Apollo. You see the total pool of people going up or going down. So let's say you have all that, and let's just foreshadow for a second and say you followed everything that I've talked about in this video when we talk about launching your campaign and the offer and the infrastructure and targeting. You've done all that. Your campaign's doing well. How do you scale now? Where do you find more leads? Because the campaign's doing well. You're getting good reply rates. You're seeing some success. You're getting meetings now. Maybe you're even closing some of these meetings. Where do we go from here? How do you scale? Because there are only so many companies, let's just say in vet tech or fintech, between 3 to 10 employees in the US. There are only so many companies. So what do you do? So here's how you scale. There are a bunch of different avenues to do this, but here are the easiest. Number one is you just gradually increase the company size. So from 3 to 10 employees, you might go 3 to 15 or 3 to 20. Now, there is some kind of invisible threshold there to where your offer starts losing relevance the more you change any of these levers. So 3 to 10, and so does your copy. Your copy loses relevance because of how you're personalizing it. There are ways to circumvent that. But listen, like one of my recurring offers is we'll get you 5 to 10 sales meetings a month on a performance basis, or you don't pay. And 5 to 10 sales meetings a month loses relevance for a company that has 500 employees, or you know what I mean? Like to Google, like Google's getting, who knows, 5 sales meetings per department, per location, per day, or 5 meetings per sub-department per location, you know what I mean? Like it just loses relevance. What is 5 meetings to Google a month, right? They might be getting 1 million meetings, 1 million meetings a year. I'm just throwing stuff out there, but you get the point. It loses relevance. So you want to be paying attention. You want to be noting this stuff down and labeling your campaigns properly. How many, what types of companies are these? Label your lead lists or label your campaigns, or keep that recorded somewhere. Because you're going to want to be paying close attention to the success of these campaigns and seeing where it starts to lose relevance or where your performance dips. Perhaps 3 to 20 employees is where you see the most success. You're going to want to track all this stuff and think deeply about all this stuff. So that's increasing the company size. Now, in terms of geographic location, the USA tends to have a lot of similarities to the Canadian market, the market in the United Kingdom, Australia, and New Zealand. So another easy way to scale is to just expand to those locations. Now, broadening the niche is the third way. So we talked about sub niches and stuff like that. Instead of going more and more narrow into a sub niche, just expand and go broad. So broadening it would be if you started out in vet tech or fintech. Now you broaden to, or fintech for law firms. You broaden it out to fintech for law firms and PR firms. I mean, sorry. Fintech is for fintech. And so let's say you start. That was so dumb. If you started off with fintech for financial advisors, you'd broaden it to fintech for financial advisors and wealth managers and private banks. You'd broaden it that way until you ultimately just get to B2B SaaS. That's the most broad it can get. So broadening the niche. Now, how do you get the data from Apollo? I've shown this in, I believe it was my last video where I built a live campaign. I've shown this in the Apollo video, but long story short, you're going to want to go to a website called Appify. Actually, I have it open right here. Appify, it kind of looks like this, and it allows you to just scrape these results. I actually scraped 1,000 leads from Apollo the other day. This was last night, actually. It costed me $1. So you can see how cost effective this is. And these folks are, C-suite decision makers of companies. So, and then you download it into a CSV. And then you upload it into Clay. I'll show you Clay right here. It's like a really fancy spreadsheet. It's really, really intuitive. Don't get scared. Don't let this intimidate you. But it allows you to verify and format and clean, thousands of leads in minutes, especially once you get good with it. And I've uploaded Clay tutorials as well. You should go, and I've uploaded Clay tutorials as well. You should go check those out. So clean your leads in Clay. What the most important thing when it comes to cleaning leads in Clay is verifying the emails, making sure you're not sending emails to email addresses that no longer exist or that are automatically set up to block your email. So I do that with Mail Tester Ninja. A lot of people recommend Million Verifier or Lead Magic. I like Mail Tester Ninja. It's just what I'm used to. I was put onto it and I like it. It's simple. It works. I only have to verify once. I don't have to double verify. It's nice. It's reliable. Company, I get no promo for that, by the way. I'm not an affiliate. You want to clean the company names as well. I use Gemini to do this. You can use any AI. You can use Claygent, which is Clay's native AI. Then you want to scrape the company website because you're going to want some information on this company. You don't have to. You really don't have to. But I like having this information. To scrape websites, you can use Clayagent. I use Exa. Exa.ai. .ai. A little pricey, but it works. It's reliable. I don't like to cheap out on tools. I don't like to cheap out on tools. You won't go far in cold email cheaping out on your tools. Something's going to break. So that's web scraping. And then to personalize the email with AI, and I have other videos on this. A lot of people put out videos on this. You're going to want to use ChatGPT. You can do all this within Clay. So I have, this is Gemini right here. I have all these AI stuff plugged into, like this is Mail Tester Ninja right here. That's letting me know if these email addresses work or not. I have, Exa scraping the company website here. I have ChatGPT letting me know if this is actually in my ideal ICP or not. So you can do all this stuff in Clay, but the idea behind personalization is you want to make sure you want your emails to feel relevant and for them not to feel like you sent emails today to 999 other people. You don't want them to feel like they're on a list. They might very well email you, hey, unsubscribe me from your list. But at the very least, they knew you were human if they say that. Because otherwise they would just reply with like a keyword, or they'd hit spam. I mean, they're probably going to hit spam too, but point being, don't take it personally. You're going to get negative responses. So that is how you do targeting. Like this is more based on the psychology of targeting and the strategy than any sort of filters or database or whatever it is. Because if you just capture this is 90% of what you need. The other 10% are just advanced strategies. But if you want to be successful, this is all you need to know. This is all you need, is this right here. This is how you think about list building and targeting. And the more you do this, the more times you go into Apollo and start penetrating a new industry and do some more scraping, the more the more precise you start to get, and it just becomes more intuitive. You think about more things that maybe you didn't think about before. And the more tests you do, the more feedback you get on where you might have went wrong. And then you start to test each of these filters and each of these major categories and levers. This is why you want to send, this is all, another real reason as to why you want to send a high volume of emails, so that you get more information. Because I'd say most of the success from cold email comes from testing. Just testing. The people who are doing well, and again, I'm only speaking on our experience and how we've been able to start turning things around and booking meetings. Most people who are seeing success, they've just done a lot of what doesn't work, and now they know, and they realize that it's just easiest to follow people and listen to people who are seeing success and just do what they do. So that's the lead list. Now, full disclosure, we're not some $100 million agency. We're very young, but again, we're at the very least, we have this down pat. We're booking meetings. So if you were in my position 3 months ago, where you were suffering with not knowing if your offer works, or your reply rates were below 5% consistently, I've posted case studies on this, or you didn't know why your deliverability wasn't working, or you were trying to get really good at copywriting, this is for you. Maybe you're wondering why nobody's interested in your offer. This video, it's all this stuff. Again, if you as you go through this video, I would mentally check off if you're doing all these things to the T, because I thought I was creating a good offer. I thought I was just copying an offer of a person that works, but maybe I was messing like this one thing up right here, or maybe I was messing up this one thing right here. There's somewhere, like I've backtracked everything we've done. This is why I've been publishing and documenting this stuff. I went wrong somewhere. And by following this stuff, it's allowed us to have our results be a lot more predictable and our results for our clients. So now that is list building and targeting in a nutshell. And there are advanced strategies. This isn't all of it, but this is what you need to make a cold email money printing machine. So now let's talk about copywriting. This is everybody's favorite topic. But this is like 20 or 30% of it. So because you spent so much time in the targeting phase, the copy should write itself. And I'll show you what I mean in a sec. I mean, what I mean by that, and I'll just talk about it right now, is this stuff. Like, what does this person who's of this company care about? That's what we are presenting. And you can take a breath. You can take a deep breath, sit back and relax when it comes to copywriting, because it doesn't get that complicated. It really doesn't get that complicated. What we're going to talk about here is all you need to know to be successful. Campaign strategy matters the most. So there are 3 different major types of campaign strategy. There are Loom campaigns, there are lead magnet campaigns, and then there are direct pitch campaigns. So with a Loom campaign, these are best for building trust. I'm actually running a campaign like that right now, 2 of them. They're great for building trust. So what a Loom campaign is, let's say I'm offering lead generation. In the call to action, I'm basing it around a Loom. Like, that's the next step. The Loom is, we're offering, 50 free leads this month. Can I send you a quick Loom or a quick video? A Loom is a platform that allows you to make videos if you didn't already know. Can I send you a quick Loom going over the details and how we can guarantee you results? A 3-minute video. Can I send you a quick 3-minute video on how the process works? Loom videos are really great because it doesn't feel like you're there. There's a lot less of this selling feeling that's happening from you to the prospect. It's really great for building trust. They get to see your face. So they get to put face to a name. They get to see that you're a real person emailing them, right? So one thing I do is when I make Loom campaigns, they say, yeah, I'd like to see the video. I go and make the video just for them, and I'll make another video on how to do Loom campaigns. That's actually a really great idea for a YouTube video, but it's really great for building trust. You get to show your case studies, your testimonials. Instead of sending a big block of text over an email, you just make a quick 3 to 4 minute Loom video, send it over to them, and then say, hey, let me know your thoughts on the video, and then just follow up a day or 2 later asking if they've seen it and if they'd be interested in discussing further. It's not, there isn't this pressure, this obligation to get on a call, which is why I like it and why it works really well. Second is a lead magnet campaign. Lead magnets deserve their own video. But lead magnets are great. So this is like a freebie, like you're sending something for free, like a list of leads or something. This is really great for generating high reply rates. It's the hardest to convert to a meeting because a lot of people just want the thing. And if the thing isn't spectacular, like nothing short of spectacular, or if it doesn't solve their problem, whatever it promises to do, it's hard to convert a meeting out of that. You can bomb the whole trust and the relationship right there. And the meeting can be the lead magnet can be hard to get right. It can be tough to get right. And you want to make sure that this is a lead magnet. Here, let's actually write this down because this is important. You want to make sure that it's a lead magnet that is easy to fulfill, ideally with AI. So it's gonna take some thinking. That's something you got to think about. Again, I'll put out another video, but there are a lot of people on YouTube who have put out videos on how to make a great lead magnet. So that's that. That is campaign strategy. Loom campaigns, lead magnet campaigns, direct pitch campaigns. You should be always ready to send each. You should be playing around with each because some markets respond differently to different campaigns. Some, like your offer, some offers go best with Loom campaigns. Some offers go best with lead magnet campaigns. Some offers go best with direct pitch campaigns. Depends on what you want. And this is why, a 0.8% reply rate isn't always bad, or a 1% reply rate isn't always bad, because it depends on what you're sending and to whom, in which industry, and what the offer is. All this fits together. Provided your infrastructure is correct, you can get away with a 1% reply rate. You can get away with a 2% reply rate. A 0.7% to 1% reply rate is not uncommon for some offers, especially if you're doing direct pitch. Because some offers are a lot more saturated than others. In certain niches are used to getting a lot more cold emails. They're more tired of and fatigued by cold emails than others. For example, B2B SaaS. So that's campaign strategy. Pick, choose, test all three for each market you go into. And test different copy for each type of campaign. As you can imagine, this is a lot of testing. So the easiest way to get through that testing and see your results and know what works best, quickest, is to send a lot of emails. Which is why you get all this stuff correctly. Again, can you see how this all adds together and fits together? And why you need every single piece of this puzzle, and why you need to consider if you are actually doing each of these steps. So that's campaign strategy. Next thing you got to think about, the next thing to know is that there are 4 main building blocks of email copy. This is copywriting 101 here. Now we're in copywriting 101. The most important part of your email, besides your offer, is your campaign strategy. Once you've gotten this down pat and we're sending this to the right people, let's talk about copywriting for real. The fastest way to learn how to write good emails is to read and see examples of other good emails. Start building a swipe file and binge these emails. Matter of fact, I'm going to write that down on my to-do list. Here. Binge emails. That should always be on your daily to-do list. Or at least on mine. 4 main building blocks of email copy. First off is the line at the top, the first line after you salute them or greet them. The line, I call this the relevance line. It's really just answering, who are you and why now? Relevance, I almost wrote revelation. Who are you and why now? And the way you can make a line relevant, the way you can use a relevance line is you talk about their recent funding, their hiring activity. If you follow that company on social media, you should, do a little research. You can have AI do this. Recent social media activity. You can say, hey, I found your company while looking up X firms. You just need a reason a line that answers, why are you emailing me? Well, who are you and why now? So that's the relevance line. Second component of the email is asking a question. This is optional. It can help. Josh Braun is a great email copywriter. He coined a term called poke the bear, at least when it comes to email, which is you ask a question that reveals a pain. How are you keeping track of your leads right now? How are you keeping track of all the leads that your SDRs are not getting a hold of? What are you doing about that? That's a question that pokes the bear, that awakens a pain. It reveals a pain. It stirs a bit of emotion. This is optional. Test with and without. Test all of these things, which again, why you want to send a lot of emails. So third is offer statement. This makes or breaks your whole cold email, like we talked about over here. This makes or breaks the success of your email. The offer statement. This is about how you're framing your offer. In your offer statement, that sentence that's describing your offer, you want to make whatever you're offering feel new, so something they haven't seen before, easy, safe, or big. I borrowed this from a gentleman named Kyle. I'm going to butcher his last name, the spelling of his last name, but Milligan. He's a copywriter. Has a really good book on copywriting. So the way you do that, what did I just do here? There we go. So the way you do that is, here we are, by using words like, so if it's new, it'll be words like game changer. If it's easy, it'll be things like on autopilot, which is why you see this in YouTube videos a lot, or step by step, right? Or done for you. If it's safe, you'll see something like guaranteed, for example, right? No risk. Don't use either of those. Don't use guarantee or no risk. They are spam words. You might use it sometimes, but I wouldn't recommend it. If it's big, you might see words like you'll see a lot of numbers, like 10x or 1000x, like that's big, or 100x. You might see things like game changing, again, because that's big as well. Fast as well. Big, something even better than big is fast. And you can use words like overnight or within X days, right? Because when you use the word days, you're implying that it's fast. So I would highly recommend just looking into the copywriting. If you want a good source for that, there's a book called Take Their Money. It's by that same gentleman. It's by Kyle Milligan, and this is where I got this concept right here, and it served me well. All right. So Take Their Money. I'm not an affiliate. It just has worked for me. Kai, I'm always open to sharing. I'm sorry, Kyle, if I butchered your last name. I love your book. I love your work. So those are the 4 main building blocks of copy. To circumvent all of this, binge emails that have worked. Look up people who are doing well in cold email and just binge their cold emails, and all this stuff will just start to flow. You'll start to be able to write emails and understand what you're doing. So those are the main building blocks of email copy. Now you have some other extras that are also important. You may want to include a PS line. If you find that you're taking up a lot of space with these 4 building blocks, maybe you want to keep your email really short and you don't even have space to ask a question and things like that. Or you're not even including your offer here. Maybe you're just asking a question and introducing yourself, and then saving your offer for the second email, the follow-up email. If you're taking a lot of space up in the main body of the email, you may want to put some of that stuff in the PS line. In the PS line, if I'm going to include one, I tend to like to put things like, maybe I move the relevance line down there and just go straight into the email with the offer or asking a question. So I like to include my relevance line in there if I'm going to use a PS line, which I like to do. Or you can include the personalization in here, right? There are a million ways to do that. You can include your social proof in there. So PS, we just got X company, 10 leads, or we just help them improve their conversion rate on their VSL by 10%. So you can add your social proof in there in the PS line, or the risk reversal. So PS, we offer a 100% money back guarantee. So anything you couldn't fit in here, move to the PS line. Another component of the copywriting of the email is to have an opt-out. This is a big debate in the cold email space. I recommend having an opt-out, not an unsubscribe link. Very important. Not an unsubscribe link, but an opt-out. So something like, if this is a mismatch, just say the word and I'll back off. That should be at the very, below your signature, below your PS line is the opt-out, which is why I have it literally below the PS line. I would include that, and I would spin tax it as well. So you don't want Google or Outlook to be able to fingerprint your email, which means, oh, this person is sending 1,000 of the same kind of email. You want to spin tax this. So spin taxing is important. It could be its own video. I use ChatGPT to spin tax everything about that email. So everything from hi, George, I will spin tax it so that it says hi or hey. It randomly picks hi or hey or hello. I'll make this its own video. Check out the video I did of building a campaign live from scratch. I show how I spin tax that, but I just use ChatGPT. So spin tax everything, every sentence, every greeting, every idea, every phrase, every half sentence, spin tax it. Just copy your email, the initial draft you did, throw it into ChatGPT and tell ChatGPT to spin tax it for you. It'll do it for you, and then review it or in a preview, because sometimes the spacing can get weird. It might double space things. It tends to do that. that might be an extra level of instruction you might want to give ChatGPT, and I think I'll start doing that too, to tell it to, watch out for the double spaces. The next thing you want to do with your copy is make sure that there are no spam words. An easy way to do that is to just take your copy and paste it into Mail Meteor. Now you're going to run into some spam words, and it's okay. Like you can take it to the chin, but don't go overboard with spam words. Like you don't want to have a million spam words here. I should take this and move it up here. That's what I should do. I should take that and I should move it here. And I'll show you why that makes sense in a second. But essentially, this is part of pre-launching your campaign. So we're going to take this. We are going to put it under pre-launch. I'm going to make this blue. And we're going to make this a subset of that. And then we're going to put this. Whoops. Did not see it there, sir. Oh, and of course I'm not zoomed in enough. I'm going to take this and we're going to put it here. There we go. This should be good enough. And this one is just going to go here. And that looks good for now. All right. Then we're going to take this whole thing and we're going to move it. Whoops. Of course I messed up. And we're going to move it there. So you can start to see how much dedication I put into this, because it helps. It explains everything. All right. So now that's the copy. That's spin taxing. And here, I'll remove it from here. And just have a 2-step email sequence, max 3. I like to do 2 steps email sequences, because if they're not going to respond on the first or second go, they're not going to respond. I mean, they will sometimes, but it's just like it's a diminishing return. You get less and less chances and less like optimizing it. People have tested this. If we're talking about optimizing your campaign and getting the most results, the most bang for your buck and for your money, 2-step emails. If they don't respond after that, that's that. On the second email, in terms of the call to action, you should be aiming to change. You should be aiming to add more value. So if you started off with a direct pitch in the first email, things like are you open to a chat or something like that, you should then, if that doesn't work, you should then move to a lead magnet campaign. Hey, I made you this free thing. Or a Loom campaign. Hey, I made you a quick video. Do you want to see a quick video? Lead magnet. Hey, I made you this quick thing. Would you like me to send it over? Always ask for permission. Right. So you want to change the campaign, from open to learning more to worth a quick chat. Right. So that's the call to action. I hope I didn't skip this. Actually, I think I did skip this. But when it comes to a call to action, that's one of the first things you want to test. If you're confident in your offer, your offer works, it's working for other people, one of the first things you want to test is your call to action. You might just want to make A/B variants with the different calls to action, or A/B variants with different offers, whatever it is. Have fun testing all this stuff, okay? But this is the gist of it. That's copywriting in a nutshell. Again, just start with templates. Start with people's email templates. Test things. And like if the template works for me, it may not work for you because your offer might be different. Maybe you're framing it differently. Maybe you messed up. Like if all else stays the same, the offer is the exact same, your infrastructure is exactly the way it should have been set up, and most of those resellers get it right. You've used a template from someone reputable that has been proven to work. You're messing up somewhere in the targeting. If you got the offer right, you got the infrastructure right, you got the copy right, you're just using a template, and you're not getting responses, or you're not getting positive reply rates on any level, you went wrong with the targeting. You're not, it's just not being sent to the right people, or you're sending it to people who, like a B2B SaaS thing. You know, it's that same old story where they just have a bunch of spam filters, or they just don't respond to cold emails by and large. They're fatigued from cold emails. So that's email copy. Nothing fancy. I've said nothing out of this world here in this video because it isn't out of this world. I've done live copywriting. I've written live emails on this video. I believe my last video, and that's getting us responses. I should put out a part 2 and make it a case study, but that's that. So now you've launched your campaign, or you're about to launch your campaign. Let's talk about how to manage everything. So we talked about spin tax, right? But there's a pre-launch checklist you should go through. So we've talked about the spin tax. We've talked about making sure there's no spam words. And Instantly and Smart Lead, before you launch a campaign, there are a bunch of different options for features and things that you can use and enable in that campaign. How many emails you're going to send per day, the ratio between leads to follow-ups, all that stuff we'll talk about later. I've talked about it in my last video as well in the live campaign build. But there's a bunch of different stuff you want to watch out for. This has been talked about a lot, but I have to mention it if I'm guiding you in the right direction. Don't send anything in plain, or only send things in plain text. Only send your email in plain text, which means no HTML, no images, and no links. You can send links once you've gotten a reply. Then it's free game at that point. But in your first email, no. Second is you want to run a spam test. Run a spam test. Within Instantly and Smart Lead, they have pretty accurate spam tests. Just run those. Then you want to run a spell check in Google Docs. It's unbelievable that I have to say this, but I've caught myself when I review the campaign later on, once it's already launched or I've gotten replies and I look at all this stuff, I see that I've made typos, or I didn't clean the company name properly, whatever it is. Like, run a spell check in Google Docs. Before you launch your campaign, send a test email to yourself just to see how it looks. Sometimes even running a spell check, it misses things. Like, it might miss the formatting, or there might be a double space that a spell check won't catch, but you just looking at the email, you'll catch it. And then I always like to sleep on emails before I send them, and just review it once more in the morning with fresh eyes. Not mandatory. There have been times where I've launched campaigns, I've built and launched campaigns like within a couple hours. But if I can be afforded the time, I like to sleep on it. So that's a checklist of things you should be going through before you launch your campaign. Now, managing the campaign. We're assuming now it's launched, exciting, woo, butterflies in your stomach. One of the most important metrics for success in your campaign is going to be how fast you respond to interested replies. Now, when it comes to Loom campaigns, where are we? When it comes to Loom campaigns, it can take some time to get back to them with a Loom. With a lead magnet, you want to make sure that that's already ready if possible. That is something that you can productize. There are ways around that though. For a Loom campaign, you either just make it as quickly as possible, or you send them an email and say, hey, absolutely, I'll go ahead and make that video for you. Expect it within the hour. And then you send it 10 minutes later. So reply within 5 minutes. You can automate this with make.com or N8N, but I just recommend, if you're just starting out, don't automate things you don't have to. Have your responses ready if they are interested. Next, don't pause your campaign unless your reply rate is just straight up 0%. Don't pause it. Just let it go. Let it be. We want this data. If it's 0.1%, just let it go. Let it run. Don't pause it unless it's just 0%. Out of office replies or automated replies don't count towards your reply rate. A lot of people, this breaks my heart to say, it broke my heart when I found out. A lot of people fake their reply rates because they count automated replies and they count out of office replies. Out of office replies and automated replies do not count. They don't count. Not interested replies count, but automated replies or out of office replies don't count. And if you realize that your email sending platform like Instantly or Smart Lead is tracking, if you realize they're tracking your replies, don't manually sort that out. Smart Lead, I believe Instantly and Smart Lead, but Smart Lead I know for a fact because I use it right now, allows you to check off whether you want out of office replies to count or not. And we elect to not do that. And both platforms count, like they measure your reply rate by, they don't look at emails sent, so number of replies per email sent, which is a metric I think you should track. They look at it as, number of unique leads that have replied versus the emails you sent. So what that means is you're going to send 2 emails per contact. You're going to send 2 emails per contact, right? So if you have 1,000 contacts or 1,000 leads you're reaching out to, you're sending a total of 2,000 emails over the course of the campaign. And how Instantly or Smartly tracks it is they don't look at, let's say you get 1 reply per 2,000 emails. They don't look at it like that. They don't measure the amount of emails sent. They measure the amount of leads. So it'll be 1 reply per 1,000 people contacted. So it's a bit inflated, which is fine if that's everyone else's metric, but it is a bit inflated. So in terms of what your standards should be, and you may not hit this right off the bat, that's fine, but just continue to refine all these things. Because it's really hard to fit all this into your mind, especially if you're just beginning. But what you want to work towards is 1 meeting generated per 1,000 emails sent. So if you send 2,000 emails, you want to have at least 2 meetings booked. That's something you want to work towards. It doesn't mean you should quit cold emailing if you don't hit that on your first try. Let me be very clear about that. It took me months to get here. This stuff takes time. It takes time to build momentum. It takes time to get here. Because after about 3 months, you would have had a consistent stream of emails going out. And a sufficient amount of time for people to think about your offer and for you to build social proof and all this other stuff. We'll talk about that when we talk about success enhancers or success multipliers. It takes time. That being said, it takes time to build momentum. So give yourself time to get here. I was extremely bad at sending cold emails. I thought I was great, but I was extremely bad because the numbers spoke for themselves. I think I sent 10,000. I might have sent 5,000 emails before I ever got my first meeting, and that was a fluke. Okay, well, it happened. The meeting actually happened, but it was hard for me to reproduce that result. I think I sent another 5,000 emails or another 7,000 emails, maybe more, before I got my first or my second meeting. It was bad, point being. Now, so give yourself time. Now, in terms of follow-up strategy, because we're under the topic of campaign management here. So in terms of follow-up strategy, if they don't respond to your first or second email, leave them alone. You're going to waste more time chasing people or trying to convince people who are not interested to become interested when you can just go after people who are interested. It's faster, it's easier. But if they do reply, and they reply with interest, if they say that they want to see your lead magnet, if they say that they want to see more information, if they say that they want to view the video, after that, you should be following up until you get a clear yes or no. You should be following up every 2 days, every 3 days. And after the first 5 instances of those, maybe every, 3 times a week or twice a week. Or never once a week, but at least twice a week, at least 3 times a week. Follow up till infinity until you get a clear yes or no. Sometimes you will have to make up reasons as to why you're following up, and that's okay. Hey, I'm in New York right now. I just thought I'd revisit this. Are you still interested? So that's campaign management. It doesn't go much beyond this. We can get really technical, and that's for future videos. And all of these yellow blocks deserve their own video. So I just gave myself a great idea. And all these blue ones deserve their own video too. Wow. See, this is why I love this stuff. Because all these little things are things that I've had to learn by mistake. And I probably spent, it probably costed me, who knows, tens or hundreds of dollars, each of these little things. Who knows? Anyway, so that's campaign management. So we've talked about infrastructure and deliverability a little bit. We've talked about offers and offer building, offer creation. We've talked about targeting and building a lead list and how to scale that. We've talked about copywriting and the psychology behind it. We've talked about campaign management. Now let's talk about success multipliers. So if all these things are on the money and you're not getting responses, if your lead list is good, if your offer is good, copy, so on and so forth. If you're pretty confident, you're like, 75, 80% confident that they're working because they're working for the person beside you or the person you're modeling your stuff after. It's working for them. The person you follow on Twitter or the person on YouTube. If it's working for me on YouTube, right? But it's not working for you, you either haven't sent enough emails, but assuming you are sending 1,000 emails a day, assuming you're sending 1,000 emails a day, this is probably a sign that I need to clean my computer because it should not be lagging. I have a great MacBook Air. Assuming all that is set in stone and it's working, this is when we take a look at the success multipliers. This is the stuff that matters, because what's happening is you're emailing people. Just imagine getting a cold email from a stranger, right? It's a total stranger. You don't know if it's a scammer or not. You're a scammer until proven innocent. You need success multipliers. You need social proof. You need social presence. You need a landing page. Because what's happening is you're sending an email to these people and they're Googling you. They all are. And then they're deciding if they want to respond or not. My reply rate is going up now because I'm putting out content aggressively. I'm everywhere. I'm on Twitter, I'm on LinkedIn, I'm on YouTube. I don't know why I said it like that. Multiple times a day on Twitter and LinkedIn. You should be building social proof. If you don't have client video testimonials, and I'm actually, at the time of recording this video, I have a client that I'm doing a case study with right now. The video's not out, but we have an ongoing case study. Client video testimonials are the single most powerful piece of social proof. Video testimonials where you're doing an interview with them back and forth. Infinitely better. Orders of magnitude better than a written testimonial, because that can be easily faked. I'm sure you can see how. Social proof is what you want. And if you don't have this, that's fine. It's not the end of the world. A great way to build social proof is putting out videos on how you would do X, how you would build a campaign for construction companies, a cold email campaign for construction companies. Just do a lot of those. Put out a lot of videos and content on tutorials. Make your own internal case studies. We're still doing that. We're doing that all the time. And we will continue to do that. Because this stuff can't be faked, because we're building this in real time. This is why we're putting out content, documenting our growth in real time. Because if you look back at my first videos, you'll see where we were. You'll see where we were. We weren't getting any results. All this, I've screenshotted all this stuff, and we're still super early on in our journey, and I have full intentions of doing this for years and years and years to come. So it's only going to compound and get better. But don't be embarrassed. You don't have to have results right now, lights out results. Just put out tutorials and walkthroughs and that stuff. So point being, start building up a social presence. You can never have enough proof. You can never have enough social proof. You can never have enough case studies. If you don't have any case studies, put out videos. In line with that, in the exact same breath, is social presence. Let me move this over just a little bit. Let me move this over just a little bit. Social presence. Social proof and social presence go hand in hand, both in a social context, meaning we want people to see you, to know what you're about. Speak on the topic often, whether it's just tweeting or posting on LinkedIn, just put a lot of that out. Put all the YouTube videos that you put out on your website. Be everywhere. It's one of the best things you can do. It's great. It's helping me and my agency a lot. Landing page matters a lot. The quality of your landing page, the quality of your website matters a lot. Take your time with this. You don't need a fancy website, but with 10 different pages, but you at least need a landing page. There are a ton of examples of landing pages out there. You can go to our agency website, vintascale.com. It's just a landing page and it works. A VSL is a must-have. A VSL is a must-have. I'm not an expert on creating VSLs. There are other people for that. But it's a must-have. If you don't have that, whoever has like two people with the same kind of offer, same copy, same infrastructure, same campaign management, same everything, all things else equal, the person who has a website or a VSL or who can be found on Google is going to beat out the person without this kind of social presence or social proof 10 times out of 10. Daniel Fazio said that better than I ever could. So those are the success multipliers. They multiply your success. They multiply it. So the success you're getting right now, if you have all this stuff, it'll multiply it by 2 or by 5 or by 10, depending on how good all these other things are. The funnel and all that fun stuff. So now let's assume you have booked the meeting, you get them onto a sales call. If all these other things are set in stone, you have a great offer, you've communicated it well in your copywriting because you've followed this and you've binged good emails and you're using a good template if you're just starting out, right? And you've done all this stuff. You sent the loom explaining in more detail and stuff like that. You're finding the right people, the people who need this stuff. Then they should already be sold by the time they get on the call. To take the pressure off of sales calls, this is at least what helped me, is just to shift your mindset into one that says you're not selling. You're not selling. If you're good at, the people who are good at sales, they don't sell. They just ask questions. They just ask questions like a doctor would or a consultant would. You're the expert here. They need something that you're offering clearly. Or they want something that you're offering clearly. Figure out if there is a need by asking questions. Just ask questions. You don't need to use a script all the time. But you're consulting and you're just sorting out. You're sifting through these people, these prospects on these demos or on these strategy calls, on these consultations, on these sales calls, whatever you want to call it. You're just sorting through. You're sorting through. And then 2 out of 10 of them will be people who actually need what you're selling and who are actually clients you can work with and help and get results for. So ask questions, run the numbers in the sales call if you can, like pull up a spreadsheet or a calculator and just calculate the ROI in front of them if you can. Really, really easy tactic to get on the same page about what they're going to get out of this. Right? So for example, for lead generation, one thing I like to do is pull up a calculator and say, hey, if your closing rate is 10% and I get you 10 leads, you pay me $100 per lead. It's not what we charge, it's just an example. I get you 10 leads at $100 each. That's $1,000 that I charge you. And if your closing rate is 20%, you close 2 of them, 2 of the 10 leads. And if you make $5,000 a lead, you made $10,000 in revenue. You've paid me $1,000. So you've paid me $1,000 and I've given you back 10,000. You see how why that's really easy to sell. Anyway, so run the numbers in front of them if you can. Stick to the script. If you're not good at sales, get a sales script and just stick to it. Don't deviate from it. Stick to it. Other than that, you should just be asking questions. If it's B2B, you'll most likely need a proposal. Most likely, but not all the time. You can close on the call. But oftentimes they'll ask you to send a proposal, and that's okay. Use GammaDoc to make proposals really well done, nice looking proposals, professional, and to do it quickly. A Gamma doc, I believe the website is gamma.app. You can format it in a document or in like a PowerPoint/deck. So that's that. I'm not going to go deep into, following up and stuff like that. Just follow up naturally. If you didn't hear back from them, that should be pretty obvious. So if you have all these things, I don't see how you don't get meetings. I don't see how, just crank the volume up. You need to send a lot of emails. If you have all this stuff down pat, I don't see how you don't win or start to see results. In terms of timeline and expectations, after a 2-week warm up, I'd give yourself an opportunity to stumble and mess up a little bit, but you should start seeing results in like the first 8 months. 8 weeks, so 2 months. 6 to 8 weeks. And that includes mess up time. I'm not going to assume that you're going to get this perfect. This is probably something you're going to overlook or not do correctly, right? So all in all, that is literally how you see how you print money. You type things, and then it turns into meetings, and then it turns into cash. That's the closest thing to printing money. And then you just send more emails. You just scrape more leads, put it into your lead machine, or put it into your Clay, and AI formats it for you and send the email and done. I've done this live. But it's the closest thing to a money printer. And then when you see that it's starting to work, we talked about how to scale it. You now know how to scale it, how to make it last longer and keep doing it, where to get more leads from. All right, guys, congratulations if you've made it this far in the course. So right now we are getting into the deliverability section, the deliverability masterclass. So what this means is a lot of you guys are going to start sending cold emails to these prospects, and you might not be getting the response rate you'd like. And a lot of times that might be because your emails are landing in spam, and something you're doing is causing these emails to go into spam. Either you're sending way too many emails, more emails than we talked about that you should be sending, or you're using spammy language or whatever it is. So you'll have this issue once you start actually sending emails. So you're probably going to need to revisit this section later on. But this took me so long to figure out. Was I having deliverability issues? How do I know? How do I tell? If we are, how do we fix it? Right. So I've cracked the code for you. It's a 3-part masterclass, 3 layers. You'll probably need to revisit this. If you aren't sending emails yet, you can probably skip this part. But I wanted to include it in here because, as I promised, this course is going to have everything you'll ever need to be lethal at cold email. All right. So enjoy. This is going to be a reality check about cold email deliverability that most people don't want to hear. Most of you watching this video don't actually have deliverability issues. You have volume issues, offer issues, or patience issues, and you're wasting time trying to fix the wrong problem. So before we get into how to actually fix deliverability, let me save you some time. If you're sending under 1,000 emails per day, stop watching this video and go send more emails. You don't have deliverability issues, you have volume issues. If you are sending above 1,000 emails per day, keep watching. If you are pitching lead gen, SEO, or any other saturated marketing offer, and you're getting under 1% reply rates, you don't have deliverability issues. It's normal. It's 2025. These offers have been milked. If anything, you're just pitching a saturated offer, or you have a targeting problem, turn this video off. See you later. Now, if you're pitching lead gen or SEO and you're getting under 0.65% reply rates consistently, then you likely have deliverability issues, so keep watching. If you are getting less than 1% reply rates and it's only been one campaign, or it's only been 1 week of testing, you don't know if you have deliverability issues yet. I repeat, you don't know if you have deliverability issues yet. So stop watching and come back next week after you send more emails. All right, now that that's out of the way, here's exactly what we're going to cover in this video. How to actually diagnose if you have real deliverability issues versus other problems. The brutal truth about what actually causes deliverability problems. Why most people are focused on the wrong metrics and wasting their time. The complete infrastructure reset strategy that took us from sub 1% to over 2% reply rates consistently, and the exact technical fixes that actually move the needle. Now, who am I? My name is Pablo Melandu. I currently run a B2B cold traffic marketing agency that sends over 40,000 emails a month for ourselves and our clients. And everything I share in each one of my videos is from my own experience and what is currently working or not working for us. And by the way, this is not my Lambo. I like cars and I use pictures like these to keep you motivated. So let me start by explaining how to properly diagnose deliverability issues. Most people think they have deliverability issues when they actually have completely different problems. Here's how to know if you actually have deliverability issues. First, check your reply rates properly. I use 1% on emails sent as the baseline benchmark, not leads contacted, but emails sent. Every tool, Instantly, Smart Lead, will show you reply rates based on leads contacted because it makes the numbers look better. But that's not the real metric. If you send 10,000 emails, you should be getting roughly 100 replies. This includes everything: interested replies, not interested, out of office replies, unsubscribe messages, everything. Now, this benchmark changes based on your offer and market. Again, if you're in a saturated market like lead gen, SEO, or other overused, milked, saturated marketing services, your average reply rate might be 0.7% or even 0.65%. If you're consistently below these thresholds after sending significant volume, then you might have deliverability issues. Second, check your warm-up scores. If you're using Smart Lead, Instantly, or any other modern cold email tool, they show you warm-up scores. This tells you what percentage of your warm-up emails are landing in spam. If more than 5% of your warm-up emails are landing in spam, your cold emails are definitely landing in spam. Third, look at your bounce rates. If you're getting a lot of soft bounces with codes that say your emails are being rejected for spam or senders bounces, that's a deliverability issue. If you're getting hard bounces because people don't exist, that is a lead quality issue, not deliverability issue. You're not cleaning and verifying your leads properly. If you need to know how to do this, I have multiple videos on this. Go check them out and go look it up. Now, here's the brutal truth about what actually causes deliverability problems. Most people think deliverability is about technical stuff, the setup and stuff like that. They obsess over domains, email accounts, and sending limits, spin tax. But here's what actually determines deliverability. And this is from a Reddit comment, full disclosure, that completely changed how we think about this. And I have a whole video on this called The Reddit Comment That Changed How We Look at Deliverability. Go watch it. Deliverability isn't determined by manual or automated emails. It's determined by how much you get reported to spam and how often you get replies. If you get 10,000 automated generic emails, or if you send 10,000 automated generic emails and none of them get reported to spam, and you got a 50% reply rate, your deliverability would be amazing. If you sent 1,000 manual personalized great emails with great copy and 20% of those got reported to spam while getting a sub 1% reply rate, your deliverability will be awful and you'll start going to spam. Most people have a fundamental misconception about deliverability. You think it's about multi-domain or automated versus personalization. Those are symptoms. You need to address the disease. The disease is sending emails that people don't want. The disease is sending irrelevant offers to the wrong people. The disease is sounding like spam. So if you're getting reported as spam constantly, your deliverability will tank. No amount of technical optimization or setup or inboxes will save you. Microsoft, Google, Outlook, none of that stuff matters. Here's what actually happened to my agency, Vintascale, once we figured this out. I have a whole video on this, by the way, but in summary, we were getting sub 1% reply rates for months. We thought we were cursed. Our copy was straight spam. It was embarrassingly bad. I have videos on what our copy looked like as well. We weren't creating enough variation between email variants. We're making all the rookie mistakes, right? Google and Microsoft algorithms could easily fingerprint our emails. We had little to no spin tax. We weren't getting enough replies, not even negative ones, because our emails just weren't going through. We also weren't sending enough volume to get real data. Our domain management was a complete disaster. All the rookie mistakes. So here's what we did to fix it. We nuked everything and started over. Complete infrastructure reset. We paused every single campaign that we were running. We switched platforms for a clean slate. We went from Instantly to Smart Lead as if that really mattered. It didn't in hindsight, but I tried everything. I cleaned house entirely. We bought completely new domains. We got new email accounts from a quality provider. We waited patiently for everything to warm up properly, and that was probably the hardest part. shutting the whole thing down for about 3 to 4 weeks. Next, we completely rewrote the copy. We cut emails down to 45 to 55 words max. This is not a hard rule, by the way. We just tried stuff. We were targeting 40 words or less, not counting the signature. We removed all the spammy language that was killing us, and we kept AI used to a minimum. The shorter copy, it sounded more human, to be quite honest with you. We took syntax very seriously. We moved personalization to the PS line and got straight to the point in emails. We also realized how much of a volume game cold email is. Huge point, write this down. Key takeaway. We weren't sending nearly enough emails. We were only doing about 100 emails a day. Now we're pushing, this is way below what we're actually doing, but we're pushing over 1,000 emails daily. After the complete reset, we finally broke the 1% barrier for the first time. Surprise, surprise, right? We actually just did our due diligence and did our homework. And now we're hitting 2% reply rates consistently. This stuff isn't hard. Just do your homework. Now, here's exactly how to fix your deliverability issues if you actually have deliverability issues. Option 1, complete infrastructure reset, nuke everything, right? So don't try and save your bad or burned domains or email accounts. Just get new domains for a clean slate. Get new email accounts from a quality provider. Set up proper technical records, the DKIM, SPF, and DMARC. Warm up your accounts for at least 14 days before sending campaigns. Option 2, if you want to try saving your current setup first, put your email accounts on warm up only and pause all your campaigns. Wait 1 to 2 weeks and see if they recover. They probably will, but I don't recommend this because you will be sidelined. You will lose money. It sucks. Honestly, option 1 is faster and more reliable. Just nuke everything and start over. Of course, have it cross over, right? Just don't nuke everything, have no inboxes, and then have to wait 2 weeks again. Just do the crossover, right? Here are 5 key technical things that actually improve deliverability. First, use secondary domains. Instead of sending everything from your main domain, that should be obvious at this point. Set up 20 email accounts and send 15 to 25 emails per day from each account instead of 500 from one account. Again, this should be obvious, but I'm just assuming you know nothing. Set up your DKIM, SPF, and DMARC records properly. This is so hard to get wrong, but a lot of people get this wrong. Those things are like your email, passport, and ID. Warm up your accounts properly for 14 days at least. Also, just don't send spammy content in your emails. Use tools like Mail Meteor to check for spam words before sending. I don't have any affiliate program with Mail Meteor, by the way. It's a free website. Just go use it. Remove images and links from your emails. Send emails to people who actually want your emails or who they might be relevant to. This is the most important factor, right? Send relevant emails to the right people with strong offers. It will make your life a lot easier. And if you need help with copy, targeting, or offer creation, I have videos on all of these. And there are people who are way better than me who have videos on all of these. So point being, there's no excuse. Go look it up. Don't come across as spam. Write good emails to the right people, or the right person with a strong offer. If your offer is so strong and relevant that people want to respond, your deliverability will improve naturally. Kind of like this Porsche. Offer people a free Porsche and they will definitely respond. You will see all of your deliverability issues magically disappear if you offer people a free Porsche over email. Now, here's what to expect timeline-wise. If you do a complete reset, expect to wait 2 to 3 weeks minimum. 14 days for proper warm-up, another week of low volume testing, then you can start scaling volume. Most people give up too early because they want instant results. Deliverability is fragile and takes patience. Here are the key mistakes that will ruin everything. Sending too much volume too fast from new accounts. Using the same copy variations that are too similar. Not having enough syntax variation. Sending irrelevant emails to bad lists. Not setting up technical records properly. Trying to save burned domains instead of starting fresh, not warming up accounts long enough, and getting impatient and scaling too fast, and then your whole thing collapses because you don't know where you went wrong or where you skipped steps. Now let's recap everything we discussed in this video. If you are getting terrible reply rates, keeping everything in perspective with your offer and stuff like that, it's probably not deliverability. It's probably your offer, your copy, your targeting, or your volume. Fix those things first, point being, before blaming deliverability. But if you're sending 1,000 plus emails per day, getting below baseline reply rates consistently, and your warm-up scores are bad, then you have real deliverability issues and you need to follow this process. The key takeaway is this. Don't obsess over technical deliverability hacks. Focus on sending good emails to the right people with strong offers. That's what actually determines whether your emails land in the inbox. So that's everything you need to know. about fixing cold email deliverability in 2025 or wherever you're watching this, because this is timeless stuff. Stop making excuses and start sending better emails to the right people. Learn how to write good emails. If you need to know how to write good emails, I have videos on this, and other people do too. If your cold emails aren't getting replies, well, there's a good chance they're not even reaching the inbox. So in this video, I'm going to walk you through a simple and quick deliverability audit that we use at my agency to take campaigns from the spam folder to the primary inbox. Just last week, we helped a B2B agency land a $37,000 deal in under 14 days of launching the campaign because we were able to solve these deliverability problems very quickly. No trashing inboxes, waiting 3 weeks and starting over, just a simple checklist that you can run through today. By the end of this video, you'll know exactly what is hurting your deliverability, if you even have deliverability issues, and how to fix it before your next send. So what we're going to do in this video is we're going to run through all the different things that will hurt your deliverability by going through this checklist and this cold outbound framework. We will dissect some cold email campaigns that I have ran, and I'll show you how to analyze them to actually know if you have deliverability issues. We'll talk about how to dodge spam filters and ultimately how to reset your deliverability. So this is not the first video I've published on deliverability, but it is the first of this type in which we are analyzing the numbers with real campaigns. And we're going to be going through this entire framework, and I'll give you an idea of how I think of deliverability. So first things first, if you, and you might have heard me say this before in other videos, but if you have sent less than 1,000 emails, right? If you're sending less than 1,000 emails per day, first off, but if you've sent less than 1,000 emails in a campaign, you don't have deliverability issues, or you may, but you don't even know, right? There's no real way to conclude. So the first thing I always say is make sure that you are sending above 1,000 emails per day before you even bring this up as an excuse or a topic, or that you've at least sent over 1,000 emails in your campaign. Ideally, what matters most is that you're sending at least 1,000 emails per day. That is the fastest way to tell if you have deliverability issues or not, because 1,000 emails in a campaign, I mean, it still isn't that much, right? So that is the first thing. Now, let's just look at what we have right now, right? We're going to go campaign by campaign, and by the end of this, I promise you, you'll be able to tell if you have deliverability issues or not. So let's go through these. This one right here. So some of these are for clients, and these are all what you're seeing here are all pretty much test campaigns, very initial campaigns, which is why the volume sent is very small. But what you'll notice is that some of these, and I'll point out which ones, some of these campaigns have made a lot of money in deals and pipeline generated. So going campaign by campaign. So this campaign right here, this top one, as you can see, has a very abysmal reply rate. This is immediately letting me know that one of two things are wrong. Either we have deliverability problems, right? Because what we're pitching here is quite a saturated offer. So with saturated offers, I'm really looking at like 0.6 to 0.65 as like my benchmark reply rate. If it's a very saturated offer with no real new positioning, I'm looking for a 0.65 to 0.7 reply rate. This is a red flag. This, I would start to question deliverability issues, especially as we are approaching 1,000 emails per day, or 1,000 emails sent. The thing that is stopping me from ruling this as a deliverability issue is because we are targeting very senior roles in enterprise companies, which means the reply rate is naturally going to be very low. So if we go over to the lead list, if you've seen this chart before, your highest reply rate typically comes from smaller companies. And it also really depends on the job titles you're targeting. We are targeting enterprise companies of 1,000 employees and up. And when we're targeting, that campaign is targeting VPs, founders, CEOs, and presidents, so on and so forth, your reply rate is naturally going to be very low, no matter what you are pitching or what you are selling, because they'll always likely just defer you over to HR or partnerships department or whoever it is. So this has my attention, and I'm actually watching it right now as it runs, but I wouldn't conclude that it has a deliverability issue yet. I would just think it's poor targeting or a poorly positioned offer until this increases in volume. Another reason why I say that is because we compare it to the other two campaigns we are running in parallel. So this one right here, this campaign right here, and this campaign right here. These three campaigns are for the same client with a very similar offer, with very similar targeting, but slightly different offer positionings. And look what happens, right? So maybe 3/4 of the emails sent, but the reply rate is over 1% versus 0.25%. This campaign right here, we have crossed 1,000 emails sent. We're hovering in that 0.7 range. We actually even cracked a positive reply rate, or a positive reply, excuse me. So that lets me know, and we're using the same inboxes, right? Same setup, same infrastructure. So that lets me know that this right here, this top campaign, this is just poor. There's a big mismatch and a big alignment between who we're targeting and what the offer is, and there's a lack of relevance there. So no deliverability issues. Our bounce rate is rather low. It's under 1%. Here, this was, and I dissected this in a previous video, a bounce rate over 3% is really alarming. Like, that's getting my attention. However, I wouldn't be worried about it because, again, look at the bounce rate here and look at the bounce rate here for all these three, because all these three campaigns are related. And this bounce rate had to do with the fact, not that we didn't clean the lead list, but the other company had an internal sort of like a honeypot or a spam or cold email catcher. They didn't allow cold emails. So that is how I would diagnose that. And I hope that makes sense. Again, we ran those three campaigns in parallel for the same client, same targeting, slightly different offer positioning. And clearly, we are able to get past that 0.65% threshold. So from there, it would really be, first off, just canceling out this campaign entirely. This one at the top, right? Because it's doing way worse. Then I would focus on these two campaigns right here, and I would increase the volume even more. Get this second one right up here over to 1,000 emails, compare the reply rate, and then scale from there, right? And do my best to shift the positioning and the call to action so that we can actually get some of these replies as positive replies and solve this right here. So that's it. No deliverability issues. But me, if I was the beginner me, would have stopped sending for 3 weeks and trashed my domains and inboxes and bought totally new ones. That's what I would have done if I had seen things like this. But knowing what I know now, that's not necessarily the case, right? So it's important to be able to analyze these things and really keep it into perspective as to why you have a low reply rate, why you have a high positive reply rate, right? How does that compare with your conversion strategy and your campaign strategy? Like, all these things are connected. But anyway, we'll talk about that in other videos. Let's just focus on analyzing these a bit further. So let's clean this up a bit. And let's keep going. So we have crossed this one out. We've crossed this one out. We've crossed this one out. So now we are focused on this right here. And let's just dissect this real quick to see if we have any deliverability issues. So this one, we have sent 3,200 emails. We have a reply rate just hovering just below 1%. And we have positive reply rates. I'm not worried about this. Clearly fits. It's a very saturated offer, very standard. Fits right in my threshold of the 0.65, 0.7%. Bounce rate is very low. Sender bounce rate is extremely low, next to zero. This campaign can be scaled. This campaign has generated a lot of money in pipeline. I'm good with this. This one we already covered. This campaign right here. First off, not enough emails to even come to a conclusion. The sample size is so small, I wouldn't even be looking at anything else. But this tells me enough that I need to know, people are getting the emails. And I'm also checking at the very beginning, like, am I even getting out of office emails? Am I getting am I getting automated away emails? Like, those are a good thing because it lets us know that our emails are being sent. So I'm not worried about this. Not enough data to be to be statistically significant. So let's keep going. By the way, I would also pay attention to when these campaigns are launched and see if the deliverability over the course of the week is tanking or not, right? If it's going like this, it's going down, then one of two things is happening. Either your deliverability is broken, is shot, or you've just been putting less and less and less effort into the campaigns that you've been launching, if this is across multiple campaigns. Cool. Let's move on. So this campaign right here, under 1,000 emails. So I'm already taking this with a grain of salt. Very low reply rate. Bounce rate is fine. I would push this to 1K. But this is kind of telling us all we need to know. We're about 75% of the way there anyway, or 77% of the way there to 1,000 emails sent. Reply rate is very low. I wouldn't judge this in isolation. I always like to run multiple campaigns in parallel, right? And see how they compare, because this one might give us really bad data, like this campaign right here with a 0.25% reply rate. But if we run another campaign with slightly different positioning, this might work, and another one, this might work. So this doesn't mean we have deliverability issues if they're all coming from the same inboxes, right? So that's why you never want to judge one campaign on its own in isolation. So that's that. Not worried about that. So this campaign right here, not enough data sent to be statistically significant. Reply rate is where we need it to be. This is a great campaign reply rate in 2025 and a good positive reply rate. I would scale this. I don't know why I didn't. To be honest, bounce rate is low. I don't know why I stopped sending this. Perhaps I found, because I found a more efficient method. That's why. I found a way to do it faster, which means I could send more emails. This campaign right here, again, not enough data to be statistically significant. Reply rate is sky high. This is likely a Loom campaign or a lead magnet campaign, judging by this reply rate. No positive replies. So these are likely not interested. I would have sent more emails on this. I don't know why I stopped it. I don't have the titles in front of me, but that's all right. No deliverability issues. We're good there. This campaign, definitely enough volume sent. Reply rate is good. I would shift the offer here, or I would shift the call to action first, then the offer, to have some of these replies trickle into positive reply rates. No deliverability issues here. Accountants, volume checks out well. Reply rate checks out well. Positive reply rate checks out well. I decided to exit out of this niche early, so that's why I stopped scaling that. Bounce rate is good. No deliverability issues. Sent enough emails. Reply rate is good. Positive reply rate is excellent. Why did I stop this? It was likely a Loom campaign that I ran to get some clients, and I got those clients, so I was good. Cool. All right, so that's how I would just analyze that, right? Now, again, if I ran, let's say I ran 3 campaigns, right? Let's say I ran 3 campaigns. So this is campaign number 1, this is campaign number 2, this is campaign number 3, right here. Now, if I hit 1,000 emails per day on all of them, right? The volume is good. I launched campaign number 1 first, I launched campaign number 2 second, and then launched campaign number 3 third, right? Over the course of a week or two. And I noticed that the reply rate here is maybe 1%. And then the reply rate here is 0.6%. And the reply rate here is 0.2%, right? What I would do before judging, because again, you don't want to have to start over if you don't have to, right? So you don't want to just rule things out as deliverability issues. It's usually not, especially with beginners. They just don't send enough emails. So what I would usually do is try and run the strongest campaign again, right? As a totally new campaign, or just feed more emails to it and see how your reply rate fares once you've doubled or tripled or even 10x the volume, right? If it hovers around that same area or 0.65, 0.7% and up, you're good. If it starts to dip down, I mean, you have deliverability issues. Like if it starts to become more reflective of this, you have deliverability issues. Very low reply rates, a lot of it has to do with who you're targeting. What you are offering them, right? This is a gift box, this is a present. What you're offering them and how you are communicating what you're offering them. Most times people just get the wrong person. Most times people get the wrong person and they think they have deliverability issues. No, you are delivering it to the wrong person. That's what's happening. Or they get the right person, but an offer that just makes no sense based on who they are talking to. So this is like I'll get you 5 meetings a month to a company, to an enterprise company that gets 5 meetings every morning per department, per location. So there's a mismatch here of the product market fit. There's a mismatch, or there's a mismatch in the alignment of the offer. Or you have the right offer and you're sending it to the right person, but what you're communicating makes the offer seem bad or makes you seem untrustworthy. And so that's how all these things link together. So let's go through. So we've talked about how to analyze campaigns. Let's go through how to dodge spam filters. So let's assume that you've gotten this stuff correct, because we're just talking about deliverability, right? But I say all this to say it's just this stuff that's often at the root of what people just rule off as deliverability issues. It's usually something that's really simple. I know, because I fixed this stuff. I audited this stuff, and this fixed what I thought were deliverability issues. I said this in another video, but if you offer someone like a free Lamborghini over cold email, this is just a hypothetical example, and you are from Lamborghini, the dealership, and in the PS line you said, feel free to look me up, because it's true, when they look you up, you work at Lamborghini and you guys are running some contest, giving away a free Lambo, you're likely going to have a very high reply rate because the offer is really good. And so all the things you thought were deliverability issues, like your deliverability issues, just magically disappear. So that is how that tends to work, and what's usually at the root of this stuff. But anyway, how to get around spam filters. So there are a couple things, but it really just lies number one in the targeting. Right, did you get the right person here? Are you targeting the right titles? First off, especially in enterprise companies. So assuming you've done that right, where you dodge spam filters the most, so before you even send copy is the warm up, and I'm assuming you know this part already. 2-week warm up, don't skip this, it's important. Make sure you get your inboxes as Google or Outlook inboxes. If you're more advanced, you can use an SMTP. We are using all three. Get them from a premium reseller. All right. I have used several. Most of the ones that you see that come up on Google, quick Google search, are good. This stuff's hard to mess up. Second is, don't send too many emails per inbox. I like the 15 to 20 emails per day. Emails per day per inbox range. So do the math there. 15 to 20 emails per day per inbox. If you can afford it, keep some backup inboxes on reserve, on warm up. Use Instantly or Smart Lead. Get this stuff down pat before you, like, it's very easy to do. The resellers set this up for you. Get this down pat before you even launch or send the campaign, and you're like 80% of the way there. So that's how you avoid spam filters just off the infrastructure. And then the next thing is making sure you're targeting the right people. And then the next thing is your copy / campaign management and settings. So let's just run through this list. Spin tax. And I might make a video on how to properly spin tax things. I'm assuming you know what spin tax is. And if you don't, you write your copy, throw it into ChatGPT with a prompt that says something to the effect of, take this and spin tax it, and then hit enter. It will spit back a spin tax form of your email with different options for greetings, different options for every phrase and every sentence, all the way down to the signature, the sign off and signature. Do that. It's important. Why? Because you do not want Google or Outlook or these companies' servers, especially with big companies, to fingerprint your emails, because they can get your domains blacklisted. I know this because I just had a domain blacklisted. Thankfully, I had backups, but this happened like within the last 2 or 3 days. Not a big deal, but anyway, it just means you can't use that domain for a few weeks. Next, minimize the spam words. I'm not saying don't use no spam words, period, but minimize them. Things like pay, things like free, things like guarantee, things like that. Like there's certain words that will trigger spam filters. Next, might already be obvious, but don't send any HTML, any links, any images unless you get a reply. It's just common best practice. Next, run a spam test on the sending platform. Smart Lead, Instant Lead. Don't skip this part. Don't skip any of these parts. There's a reason why I included it in here. It's because I skipped every single one of these individual boxes at one point in time. Every single one of these colored boxes were mistakes that I made, that I figured out and decided to document this for someone that I hire or to give it to someone for free. So run a spam test. Next, run a spell check in Google Docs. Next, send a test email to yourself so that the formatting looks right. You'd be surprised as to what can throw off a spam filter in Google or Outlook. They're so advanced. They're very smart. They're probably smarter than you. That's always the game, the cat and mouse game. How do we outsmart the spam filters? Send a test email to yourself. Make sure it looks right. Make sure the launch times are proper. Don't send emails at 3 a.m. I made this mistake, which is why it's here. Otherwise, I wouldn't have thought about it. Careful what the recipient time zone is. Right. So that's that for campaign management. When it comes to copy, the bigger the company, the shorter you want the email to be. The bigger the company, the shorter you want the email to be, to the point where I have written emails that are like 2 to 3 lines. Right? Hi, George. Came across your thing while looking at X, Y, and Z. Curious if you need help doing X, Y, and Z. Let me know, Pablo. So it's like something very, 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 very simple. Because you're giving the spam filters less ammo. With shorter copy, they have less reason to mark you as spam. Especially if you're doing everything we just said in the campaign management, you're not including any spam words or anything like that. So that's why you want to do that. Let's see if I missed anything else. We covered copy. We covered targeting in the lead list. This is all very important. And enterprise companies, how things change as you scale up in company size. Offer, just make the offer relevant to who you're reaching out to. We covered the infrastructure as well. And we covered how to analyze data it'll be like little things, right? Little things that people write off as deliverability issues. Like, I remember sending something on the weekend before July 4th, and I wasn't getting any responses, but I was getting like, and rookie me might have said, okay, I have deliverability issues. But because I have some maturity in this, I realize that, hey, at the very least, I'm getting out of office replies, which lets me know I don't have deliverability issues. So we just kept plugging away. Now, I owe you guys one more thing. How to reset deliverability. You got two options, really. Number one, burn or trash not just your inboxes, your domains. Deliverability happens at the domain level. What do I mean by that? So if I have an email address that's like Pablo at my agency, so Vintascale at vinta.com. Oh man, I can't write today. At vinta.com. And then I have another email address that's like Pablo or PM at vinta.com. Right? You can't just trash the email addresses. You have to trash vinta.com entirely. The domain that these inboxes are tied to. You have to trash this domain entirely. So that's your first option. Fastest option, only if you already have backups. Only if you already have backups. Which ideally you do, but I understand if you don't. Second is you pause your sending. And if you're going to pause sending, you pause it for about the same time as a new warm-up. 14 to 21 days. Third option, okay, you have more than two options, is to slow down sending. Slow down sending, cut your sending volume in half, or if not, down to like 20% of what it was. Next thing you can do, and I always recommend before you even get to any of these steps, is to verify you actually have deliverability issues by running different campaigns. Like we talked about before, run a few other campaigns in parallel and see how it compares. Right? Because you never really want to know. You want to be sure before you even get to any of this stuff here. What I would do, I have backups. So I would pause sending on certain email addresses, duplicate the campaign, and maybe bring it to another set of email addresses. Or at the same time, so I would do that. Then I do a multi-layer approach of slowing down my sending, and also another layer of trashing those old inboxes that I'm not using anymore because I've transferred it to new inboxes with new domains, and then getting more backups. And that's how you make your deliverability bulletproof. But I promise you, if you are not sending, again, if you're not sending 1,000 emails per day, none of this stuff has anything to do with you. Like, let's just keep it 100% here. You are totally fine. You don't have deliverability issues. Don't waste your time. You are okay. Hey guys, welcome back to another video. Appreciate you tuning in. This is probably going to be one of my shorter videos on this channel. Straight to the point. This Reddit comment, when I read it, and it was recently, I read it recently and I screenshotted it. I added it to my Notion database. I probably read it maybe a month or so ago, something like that. I don't know. But this Reddit comment completely changed my understanding of how deliverability actually works and what was happening, why things weren't working out for us with cold email. And it really helped change everything for us for the better. Now, I'm tracking this person on Reddit. if I have the pleasure opportunity to meet this person or just get a consultation with them, I definitely would. It just sounds like they, just reading their comment history, sounds like they know what they're doing, being in the cold email industry myself. So let's go through the comment and then I'll give you my thoughts. So this person said, deliverability isn't determined by manual or automated emails. It's determined by how much you get reported to spam and how often you get replies. If you sent 10,000 automated generic emails and none of them got reported to spam and get a 50% reply rate, your deliverability would still be great. If you sent 1,000 manual personalized emails and 20% got reported to spam while getting a sub 1% reply rate, your deliverability will be awful and you'll start going to spam. A lot of you guys have a fundamental, and this was me, a lot of you guys have a fundamental misconception of deliverability. You think it's about multi-inbox or multi-domain or automated versus personalization. Those are symptoms. You need to address the disease. This is why the vast majority of cold emailers can't get results. Y'all refuse to acknowledge this concept. When I read this, I sat on it, meditated on it, and I believe a few days later, I had a consultation with another cold email lead generation agency owner in this space. And the conversation we had aligned with this Reddit comment. And when I went back to the drawing board and reevaluated how I was approaching deliverability, everything about this comment made sense. Like everything about this comment proved to be true. So one thing that I used to do that a lot of people do with cold emails, they obsess over the spam words, or they obsess over the amount of emails sent per day or whatever it really is. What it fundamentally comes down to is sending good emails. Sending good emails to the right person with a strong offer. What you don't want is to get a ton of people marking you as spam, so don't come across as spam. Like, don't, and there are a ton of different ways to come across as spam. Like, you might write a good email, but it's totally irrelevant to who you're sending it to. Or you just write a bad email that just looks like spam. But you can write the copywriting could be a 6 out of 10, a 5 or 6 out of 10, but the offer is so strong or so relevant to the person you're sending it to that the copy really doesn't even matter. And so one of my most successful campaign broke a lot of the rules and trends we're seeing now in email copywriting, where it has to be super, super short to the point. So this comment right here, I attribute a lot of our agency's success and how we've been able to turn things around to this, right? When you're sending out your emails, just try and look at these emails and ask yourself, how do I not sound like a spammer, right? And just be human, just be honest. If you have to go above the 50 word count, do it. If it means you can communicate what you're offering properly. But anyway, so I'll wrap the video up there. Deliverability isn't determined by, your sending structure or anything like that, or whether it's automated or you write them manually. It's about writing good emails and how often you get reported to spam. So now that we've gone over all the fundamentals, like all the technical stuff, building lead lists, how to use Clay and AI agents, and how to do the copywriting, deliverability issues, and diagnosing that stuff and reviewing your campaign analytics, all the tech stuff, right? Now we're going to talk about how to actually build and scale the business. So how to actually get clients, how to gain momentum with this thing. Like, how do we start making money? And when we get these clients on sales calls, what questions do we ask, and all that fun stuff. So that's what we're going to talk about in this next part. We'll talk about all that stuff, all the business stuff. Again, you've probably seen some of this on my channel, but I just wanted to put it in like a cohesive and a proper sequence for you, like a cohesive order and a proper order for you. So we'll talk about how to scale to, whatever amount you want, but at least 30 to 50K a month. and how to actually do that. All right, so enjoy. All right, guys, so let's talk about how I would scale a AI deal gen agency to $30K a month. I've only done this twice in 2 different businesses, so I like to believe I know what I'm talking about. I won't spend the first 4 to 5 minutes of this video showing you all the social proof like I usually do. You can go watch all my other videos if you'd like to know what my track record is and why I am qualified to speak on this if you are new here. Because I know there's a lot of new folks coming into the channel. Please note that this applies to any agency. This applies to a staffing agency. This applies to a YouTube content agency. This applies to a lead gen agency, a deal gen agency, an AI automation agency, any kind of agency. It's the same tactics. It's the same tactics that I used to scale 2 completely different businesses. So an AI education business and a coaching and consulting business. Those weren't even agencies. And I scaled them to this amount and the coaching and consulting to about double this. Well, a little less than double, but you get what I mean. So, and this is how I'm scaling my marketing agency, VintaScale, in real time. So I get a lot of comments asking, why are you making content if you're just so good at cold email? Why are you making content? You must be trying to sell something or whatever it is. And I'll show you exactly why I'm doing it. And so you can understand why I'm doing things as I'm doing them and how I've been able to build 2 businesses without even needing to be on here, to be honest with you. So I don't know why now I'm trying to sell something. I mean, if I'm trying to sell something, I'll let you know. Trust me, I'll let you know. I will ask you to compensate me for my time and my knowledge, but that's not the case right now. This is purely a form of branding and client acquisition for me. And so I can just put out some value into the world and, it'll come back around in trust. So anyway, let's get into it. There are a few things you need to know. I'm assuming that you're starting from zero. I don't like making content for people who start from zero. You guys, if you've been on my channel, you know why, because most like the mental stuff they have to wrap their head around. But regardless, there are some concepts you need to know that I cross over into whatever business I go into. So this describes exactly what I'm doing now to scale my business and exactly how I would scale any business and how I'm going to expand on this business. So at this point in time, we're not running ads. So don't worry. You don't have to know how to run ads or anything like that. Okay, cool. All right. Anyway, let's get into it. So we're going to talk about what to sell, who to sell it to, what product or service, what to offer, the price point, what the price point should be. We're going to talk about the funnel and what you should be doing every day and what your goals are and so on and so forth. By the way, the timeline is 6 to 12 months. So how I would get to 30K in about 6 months. Note that this is only possible for me really because I kind of know what I'm doing, but I'm showing you what I'm doing. So you can kind of copy the same thing. But again, I say this in pretty much every video. I make no income claims. I'm not going to claim that you are going to make a certain amount by a certain amount. This is how I would do it. My results are not typical. That's why I'm here. Okay. My results are not typical, but if you do what I do, you might get some results that remotely resemble. That's all I'm saying. I'm not making any guarantees. I don't make guarantees. Okay. Then we'll take this and then we'll summarize it on a sticky note. Cause I truly believe that you should be able to plan out your entire business on a simple sticky note. Kind of like this. I had a sales call today and, I always have sales calls, but I just have the sticky note readily available because business should always be this simple. Your sales calls should always be this simple. Your notes should always be this simple. Just have the entire business plan on one sticky note. Anyway, so I get this question a lot about like, why are you making content, Pablo, if you're so good at cold email and blah, blah, blah. Okay, cool. Well, here's why. So it's not 2014 anymore. Okay. When I worked for a staffing agency, which is one of the top, it was at the time and still is one of the top boutique staffing agencies in Canada for staffing and recruitment. The 2 owners built that entire business. They definitely got to 30K a month or something like that, or maybe even more, just by cold calling, just making tons of cold calls every day. They had no social media. They weren't posting on social media or anything like that. You could do that back then. You can still do that now. But if I'm going to help get you here in this timeline, which may sound unrealistic to you if it's your first time in business, but it's really not. I can get here in like 45 days. If I'm going to get you here in this timeline, at least within 12 months, then you cannot afford to only do cold email. And this is why I make content. Hello. This is why I make content. You guys have seen me. I built the campaigns live. I don't know how long you've been on this channel, but you've seen me close deals just purely off of cold email. I do this a lot. But there's a reason why I'm still making content. It's because it speeds things up. And I'll tell you how. But most people, when they don't want to show their face or whatever it is, or whatever beginner nonsense it is, right? So they only do outbound. So they go and pursue clients. They go and pursue clients, whether it's with cold email or on Twitter or LinkedIn DMs or whatever this is. I get emails for this all the time, right? YouTube content agencies always pitching me stuff, right? They do outbound. You should do outbound. You should definitely do outbound. Both of these serve their purpose. But what happens if you only do outbound, like this is great and you should do a lot of it, but if you only do outbound, you're always going to lose to the person who does both outbound and inbound marketing. Where did it go? There we go. Who does both outbound and inbound marketing. And here's why they serve a purpose, why you should do both. And I'll tell you how to do both. Like we can talk about what to say in your content, whatever it is, but like I'm starting to blow up on TikTok real quick, and it's by design. Like I know exactly why, I know, like I saw it coming. Anyway, that's besides the point. Sorry, I keep getting bombarded with Slack messages. So inbound is great because people can come to you on their own time, right? They see your content. They see these like, is this in the way? Hold on, I can't see myself. Okay, there we go. So they see like these YouTube shorts, whatever, or like these TikToks or Instagram reels, right? They see them and they're like, oh, who's this Pablo guy talking his big talk? Let me at least just check out his page. And then they spend a few days or a few weeks just kind of watching my stuff. That's short form. And then they'll watch like the longer form YouTube videos when they finally decide to, give a little bit of a benefit of the doubt. And they watch some YouTube videos. Then they decide that, hey, maybe I'm their person. Maybe this person is a person who's going to guide them through to at least the next step in their career or in their business, right? And so then they decide to book a call. So it comes in. It's inbound. It comes in. Right? It comes in. It's inbound marketing. And why it's nice is because they come in on their own time and they usually have made their mind up for the most part. Right? I don't like talking to anyone on sales calls who I have to convince. I'm not in the game of convincing. That's why my content is here. You decide on your own time if you want to work with me or not. Outbound, however, you can get the results much faster, right? You send 1,000 cold emails a day, 500 to 1,000 cold emails a day. You're going to close some deals this month. I promise you. If you just do exactly what I do, you will. Like, there's no way you don't make money at the end of this month, unless you just do something like stupid and slow, right? If you actually do the volume I say you should be doing, you're going to be totally fine. So that's why outbound serves a purpose. It's for speed. There's a reason why those two co-founders of the staffing firm I worked with built the whole, decided to use cold call. And granted, they were, they didn't grow up in the social media era, so they probably didn't care to use social media. But if I was building a staffing agency, I would do both of these. I do it exactly the way I'm building my marketing agency and I built my two other businesses. So I'm always doing, like, if cold calls are so easy for you and great for you, Pablo, why are you making content? Because I compete and I'm going to crush you. I crush my competition. They're too afraid to put themselves out there. They're too afraid to put their faces out there. I get emails now of people wanting to work with me and pay me my fee, my 16 grand fee, because they see me on YouTube. I don't even have 100 subscribers at the time of making this. It's Monday, September 1st, 2025. But you see how like this 30K a month thing becomes laughably easy. It becomes a joke when you do both of these. With outbound, the thing is you can do so much of it, but you have to prove yourself. Like you have to get around this, the fact that you sound like a cold caller or a cold emailer. You sound like a scammer until proven otherwise. And if you see my other videos, you know that they Google you and blah, blah, blah. If you see my client calls, they know my clients will tell me, hey, our web traffic is up 19, 20%. Our LinkedIn page traffic is up 19, 20% because people are Googling us thanks to you, Pablo. You've seen this for yourself if you go watch my client calls. I post everything on here. Well, Most things, client privacy matters. But this is why I do both, right? So when people say you're just posting content because you want to sell a course, well, what if I do at the end of the day? Because I can probably get you here better than and faster than anyone can. But point is, I don't. The point of why I'm doing this, if you can think a little bigger, just like zoom out beyond your own little fears for a second, is because I'm really good at business. I'm really good at business. And I understand that the most lethal entrepreneur is the person who can do both of these, both inbound and outbound marketing. Now, you can get to this $30K a month within 12 months just doing cold email. Just expect it to be harder. I'm about two things. If you've watched my last video, I am about two things and two things only. I'm going to pull this up. I'm about two things and two things only. There's two things I care about and two things only when I build a business. I don't care about anything else except for these two things right here. Speed and volume. Speed and volume. Those are the only two things I care about. Oh, I'm showing you all the files. Hold on. Speed and volume is all I care about. That's it. So whatever is going to help me get to this $30K a month faster, because money matters, is what I'm going to do. And this applies to any agency, any business, inbound and outbound marketing. That's exactly what I'm going to do. Now we can talk about the kind of content you need to be posting in a different video. We're not going to talk about that today. But there's strategies behind it. It's how I blow up quickly and easily. Anyway. So inbound and outbound market, you need to understand this, okay? This is like, these are all like higher level concepts. And then I promise we'll get into what you should be doing every day and like actual practical steps, okay? Now, the goal in this first year, in this first 6 to 12 months, and I want you to start thinking in years now. Don't start thinking in days or weeks. That's beginner stuff. How do I get rich in 30 days? Like, it's beginner nonsense. You plant seeds and then you reap what you sow in about 6 months. I didn't expect to make any money in my agency for the first few months. But then what happens is you make nothing, you work for free, you make nothing, you work for free. And then all of a sudden, after about month 4 to 6, it goes whoop, like that. But it goes like, because you just start leveraging all your case studies. Notice how I don't ask you guys for anything. I don't ask you guys for money. I put all this stuff out for free. Look at Alex Hormozy. He puts all this stuff out for free. Why? Because there will come a time where maybe you want to offer something really like actually great to the market that's actually going to change people's lives. Well, you need trust built to sell things. You need people to know, like, and trust you. It doesn't matter if you want to change their life or not, or if you have something that's actually good or not. If they don't trust you, they're not going to buy it. They're not going to trust you if you're always selling something. So this content I post, I don't sell anything in my content. I'm not like, hit the link in my bio to book a call and let me sell you the 16 grand thing. I don't even say that. I just say follow for more. Because all I'm trying to do is get people to know, like, and trust me and plant these seeds for months, if not years to come. That's it. Apart from that, I make no money from that, nor do I care to. I don't have brand endorsements, sponsorships, nothing like that. I don't even have a book. All the money I make is from my agency. Now, the goal in this first year is to do two things. Number one, get good. Get good at the skills. So, marketing. What skills, Pablo? Marketing. So just like making content or making YouTube content or cold email, right? Sales, very easy. It's very easy. Don't worry. We can do sales training some other day. Copywriting, time management is super important if you're running any sort of agency. Time management. I track all my days by the half hour on paper. Where is my OBS? This one I didn't really fill out, but this is yesterday. Well, those are hour blocks, but I have a timer that goes off every 25 minutes. So very like you treat your money the same way you treat your time. You will make money the same way you account for your time, right? And I gotta say this stuff. I have to, because so much of this is mindset. My biggest pet peeve, one of the things that disgusts me most, besides laziness and lazy people, is unaccounted time that is unaccounted for. Like, if I don't know where the last hour went, that's a real broke habit. I know this because that's part of the stuff that kept me broke. Anyway, so you're in your first year, your goal is to get good at stuff. So, and now when I say good, I mean you only have to be a B- student at these. You don't even have to be an A student. A 70% is good. Just get 70% of the way there, which is literally just like 10 to 20 hours of binging YouTube videos. Marketing, just copy me. Just do exactly what I say in these videos. Sales, just download a sales script. Really, sales is not like Wolf of Wall Street stuff. Sales is literally just you asking questions. You're just diagnosing like a doctor is to see if this client is for you. That's it. With Clay, get good at Clay. Again, just to a B- level. How do you do that? Just watch my videos or just watch any tutorials. Doesn't even have to be mine. Just copy workflows. So that's your first goal, is to get somewhat decent at these skills. Second is to collect case studies. You want to collect case studies, client testimonial interviews. If you don't have any clients, that's okay. So what you do is you make tutorial videos, and videos kind of like this one, how I would do X, or your own internal case study. So like how we boosted our reply rates by 50%. So if you look at, I still have some of my internal case studies up. So if you go to my website, right, this is all you're doing for the first few months. If you go to my website, look, internal campaigns. I still have these up there, right? I still have these up there. Look, this is an internal case study. How we are booking 5 meetings a week with cold email. Because the prospect, I promise you, is what they're thinking. First of all, it's better to have something than nothing on your website. Second, what they're thinking is, okay, well, at least he or she knows what they're doing and they can do it for themselves. So there's at least a remote possibility that they can do it for me. At least there's a possibility, right? So these are your 2 goals for the first 6 to 12 months. Just get as many case studies as you can and get good at the skill. That's it. Okay? And what we're going to be doing to get clients in the door is a combination of both inbound marketing. And this applies to any business. I don't know why you wouldn't be on social media. Like the thinking of like, oh, if you're making so much money with your business, why are you on social media? Why are you bragging about it? Why are you publicizing it? Anybody who makes that comment, I guarantee you has no money. Show me the proof. Unless they're like a boomer, right? I can show you 100 grand right now. I can show you 100 grand that I've made in business. Easy. The reason why it's the same question as why do you run ads if you are already good at business? It's because we want more business. I don't know how hard that is to understand. As entrepreneurs, we want more money. As marketers, we want more traffic in the door. You see what I mean? Like if I have a client, I'm doing cold outbound for them. I'm doing cold email for them. Right? Why would I stop them from posting on Instagram talking about their business? Why would I do that? It's just dumb. Anyway, so that's that. So that's that. Don't listen to people who say that stuff because they make no money. You got to listen to people who make money. I only listen to people who are richer than me. That's it. Anyway, so let's proceed. This is something else you have to understand, and then we will get into the product, service, what to sell, so on and so forth. Okay, because this is really important. This is stuff that nobody really talks about. At least not in like this like no BS way. So let me get myself out of the way for a second. All right. So this is how traffic works. I've been doing marketing for a long time. Okay. So at the bottom here, let me do this. So at the bottom here, you have dollar signs. Okay. You have dollar signs. We're going to make this yellow. And here, like that. Okay. All right, cool. Now at the top is you have, holy smokes, I got to make this bigger. You got this thing. And we're going to, put it like that. And we're going to do this. And we're going to put something here that says gravity. And we're going to make this black so it's easier to see. And can we make the outline any thicker? No, we cannot. But here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to just offset it like that. And I'm going to do that. Just make it a little messy, just so you can understand what I'm trying to do here. Cool. All right. This is important. All right. Okay. Gravity. So what you are trying to do, all right, is you are trying to get people who don't know you exist, people out here, right? This is a person. This is a stick person. Let me make sure you can see that. You can't even see that. See? There you go. So what you're trying to do is you are trying to get people who don't know you exist, kind of like this person right here. And there's all these people over here, right? You're trying to get them all to come into your space, okay? Come into your algorithm sort of thing, right? Now, one of these people, maybe this guy right here, happens to be your ideal client, but you got to bring all these people into your space, right? You got to let them know you exist, in other words, all right? So what you want to be focused on at the beginning and then like in the first 0 to 3 or 0 to 6 months is creating such a gravity around you, meaning letting the world know that you exist and that you have this thing to offer, right? It's almost like you're bending space-time, like you're bending reality. You're bending the algorithm. You're inserting yourself into these Gmail algorithms and Outlook algorithms and TikTok and Instagram, wherever else you're doing your inbound marketing and wherever else you're doing your outbound marketing. So you need to understand this right now. This is the thing you need to understand. This is how I'm about to accelerate you from a rookie entrepreneur to like an entrepreneur who's lethal right here. This is the funnel. You can't fast track this process unless you have like the product you're selling is a literal Bitcoin and people understand it's a Bitcoin. You can't rush this process. Like your product is probably not that unique and valuable. I'm just being honest. Okay. So people enter your funnel, right? Don't get scared or thrown off by the word funnel. So your funnel is split into 3. There is top of funnel, right? There is middle of funnel, and then there is the bottom of the funnel. Now, the top of funnel is this gravity place right here. This is where you start to build your gravity, okay? So this is how you let people know you exist. It just serves as the introduction to who you are. That's it. You're not looking for any money here, which is why you got to give yourself some time. Give yourself about 3 months, 3 to 6 months. Okay? Especially if it's your first time. Like you're going to make way more money the longer you can wait. And I'll explain why. You're going to make way more money if you can wait just a couple months longer. If you can just use like a credit card or something and just offset. You don't have to make a sale the first day. This is not about that. I don't care to see people make revenue in the first 30 days. I care to see you plant the seeds that are going to make you 10x revenue in month 4 or month 6, right? Remember what we talked about with this like peak curve thing right up here? That's that. Anytime I see someone make money in like the first 30 days, it's like, unless they're me, then it makes me kind of nervous. But anyway, so top of funnel. So this just serves as the introduction. This is just your short form content, right? Nothing fancy. This is me posting the TikToks and stuff. This is why I'm doing it. It's just to serve as an introduction. That's it. I don't need to make a sale. I don't need the call to action to be like, click the link in my bio to go buy my product. I didn't even want to do that. I just want you to have seen my face. Just see it. So that it can be planted in your mind. So that the next time, at least you're not seeing me for the first time. I'm not a total stranger. I'm just a little bit of a stranger. Now, in 2025, especially with skepticism and all the fake gurus and stuff like that, people need to see you like 11 to 15 times to even move down the funnel, which means you got to start posting a lot. That is why I post a lot. It's because I understand how much trust needs to be built for them to move down to this next part of the funnel, okay? So the top of funnel is just the introduction. It's the curiosity stage. It's when people are just curious about you. They might give you a like, a follow, a subscriber. Just because I got a little bit of subscribers doesn't mean all these people are clients. A lot of people are just like hanging around they're here for a good time and not a long time, right? They're just curious. So the top of the funnel is just you creating gravity around what you do. Okay. So that's the top of the funnel. That's where your TikToks live and your short form content lives. Okay. This is also where your cold emails live. It's just your introduction. Hey, Bob, reaching out because I found your company on LinkedIn. Want to know if you want to get together for a coffee and we can talk about how I can make you $100,000 this year. It's just the cold email is just the introduction. Okay. Now, the thing with cold outbound is cold outbound squishes this funnel a little bit. It makes the pathway a lot shorter, right? From intro to dollar sign. But that also means that like in here, like in the middle of the funnel, you got a VSL and stuff like that, right? You know, you got like social proof and case studies or it might be a 2-call close and so on and so forth. Okay. So keep that in mind. So now middle of the funnel, right? Maybe they gave you a follow or something on TikTok, or maybe they opened your email and they gave you a reply and they want you to clarify some information. Now they are in the middle of the funnel, right? Maybe you offered to send them a loom and they said, hey, send the loom, maybe with your cold email. So what you're doing is you're sending a loom now. This is them in the middle of the funnel now, where they're past the curiosity stage and now they're looking to like, they're on their own time, at their own pace. They're learning to trust you. They're opening up a little bit, right? So this is the part where they are being educated. The easiest sales calls you will ever have are when the client, the prospect, is actually educated on who you are and what your offer is. This is why, like, I don't pitch anything in my content, or only at the very end. I'm like, once you've watched the entire video, then and only then will I say, if you fit this ICP, if you're making this amount of money, then click to book a call and we'll have just a consultation to see if you're the right fit, see if this is the right fit for you. I don't hard sell anything. I'm against hard selling. I don't do the whole sell me this pen, Wolf of Wall Street thing. I hate it. I am not in the business of convincing people. This is why I put out so much content, so that you can decide on your own time. This is why I send so many emails, so that you can decide on your own time if I'm your client, because it makes sales so much easier. Because if the market, and this is a trait of a good marketer, is when they make the salespeople's job easier. If the marketing is done right, sales is stupid easy because they come with their decision, with their mind already made. So the middle of the funnel is just about building trust. And here's the trick. This is the thing that takes you to $30K a month. Note this down, write this down. You want to let them stay here in the middle of the funnel for as long as possible. You don't want to rush them out of the middle of the funnel. You want to let them just exist in the middle of the funnel for as long as possible. And it comes from a place of love. Because I want you to decide if I'm the person for you to help you. And you should let your clients decide, your prospects decide, your audience decide if you're the right person to help them. Because it makes sales so much easier. I don't want the wrong people. I want people I can help and get results for. And same for you. And so what they're doing here is they're educating themselves. They're educating themselves by binging your long form stuff. This is why people make podcasts. This is why I do long form YouTube videos, 20-minute YouTube videos. This is why I have a newsletter and send you emails so we can be more sincere and more personal. There's a personal touch. This is when people start to look at your case studies a little bit more in depth. This is why I put out case studies. Right? You want to let them stay here as long as possible. Just don't even rush them. Just let them exist. So you've sent them a cold email. Now they've watched your loom. And then maybe they've booked a call with you. Don't try and close them on that first call. I never try to close people. I just help people make informed decisions. And if you need more time to think, I say, hey, that's totally fine. You let me know. I don't, you know what I mean? I don't do the whole Wolf of Wall Street, like, oh, how about, why don't we lock in a time? No, because if you need more time to think, you're probably not my person. You came here without enough information. You're probably not my person. I work with people who can make decisions quickly, and that's okay. Perhaps maybe next week you become my person, right? But I promise you, the less energy you spend trying to convince people and work with people who aren't in your ideal client profile, the more time you will have and more attention you will be able to give to people who are actually the right clients for you, who actually have the budget for you to hit this 30K a month. Listen, this 30K a month is not hard. 30K a month, let me make this bigger. 30K a month is let's just say 6 clients at 5K, or you sell 6 offers at 5K, or it's 10 clients at 3K a month, or just stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like it's not that bad. And I'll tell you what kind of offers we can offer so that you can make this a lot more realistic, right? But you want to let them live in this as long as possible. Why do you think I put out one YouTube video every single day when my competition puts out maybe one YouTube video every 3 days? It's because I want to have so much content out there so that people it's like having a Netflix library of content for the one purpose and one purpose only: to build genuine trust. Genuine trust. Why do you think Alex Hormozi was able to sell $100 million worth of books in one day? Because he spent 3 years not asking people for anything. It's like 3 years or whatever it was. He spent like 3 years not asking people for a dime. And then when he did come out with a product, it was a product genuinely made to genuinely help people, not trying to con people out of stuff. And so many entrepreneurs don't get this right because they're so like, they live in this like poverty mindset of like, I have to like take things from people. No, you give people things, and then if it's good enough, then they give you money. So I spend at least an hour and a half, no joke, making these Notion documents that I give to you guys for free. Like imagine typing this up every day. You know how busy I am with my actual agency? Like to sit down and write these things takes a long time. With the screenshots, and I find the email screenshots, and I find this website, and I link you this video. Like these are really jam-packed. This takes a long time. And I give it away for free. Because I want you to know that I genuinely care. Because I do. Because I was you once. And I know how much trust it takes for people to decide that you are their person. So you can do this in 3 months or 6 months, but you got to do a lot of it. Anyway, so that's why I put out one video a day. That's why I put out content. I post 5 reels and 5 TikToks a day. I tweet maybe 3 times a day. I might post on LinkedIn. I'm kind of annoyed with LinkedIn right now. And I post one long YouTube video a day. We're 33 minutes into this already. So that's the middle of the funnel. This is probably the most, the top of the funnel and middle of the funnel are like equally as important. The thing people get wrong is they try and rush people from the introduction to making a sale. And I did this in my first 2 businesses before I had to adjust. My call to action in like my short form content right up here on the top of the funnel would be hit the link in my bio to book a call. So they really didn't have enough, like they didn't spend so much time building trust. So what happens is they would get on the sales calls just looking for information when all the information should have been available in the short form content, or sorry, in the content period. But I should have given them more long form content to educate themselves. Cool. Like you want people to fall in love with you as their solution provider. So that's the middle of the funnel. So it's like long form social media stuff, case studies, newsletters, email, newsletter, case studies, so on and so forth. So that's where they educate themselves and where they just binge. You need to have enough stuff for people to binge. This is why I started posting content so early on, just a couple months into building my agency. So now they've decided, maybe they're looking to take a chance and they've decided you're their person. So now what happens? Well, they move to the bottom of the funnel. This is where the money exchange happens, right? This is where they decide to engage with you personally, where they book a call, right? So when you see someone book a call, it means, if you've done this right, that they are in the bottom of the funnel now, right? They're getting closer from being just a lead to being an actual prospect, right? So at the bottom of the funnel now. Here's the thing about the bottom of the funnel is you got to tell them to go here. And I don't mean to contradict what I just said about letting people stay in the middle of the funnel as long as possible, but you just offer, you're just making an offer, right? So at the end of my videos, right, you do it like, you don't do it aggressively is what I'm trying to say. You do it softly. So I'll make a whole video. Imagine this purple thing is my YouTube video, right? Only at the end of the video, or maybe somewhere in the middle, but usually at the end is when I'll say, hey, okay, so if you are making above 20K a month or whatever it is, and if you'd like us to help you out, only if, then you can hit the link in my bio to book a consultation with me personally. See how that goes? I'm not like, hit the link in my bio I got 3 spots left, pay me. No, it's at the end, once you've soaked up all the value, only if you've decided on your own time, right, middle of the funnel, that I'm your person and that this is what you were looking for in the first place, then I'll tell you what the next step looks like. That's the bottom of the funnel. So this is how business works. This is how any business works. So all I'm trying to do is create enough attention up here, garner attention, and then monetize it. But because business is a people, it's a people thing. We're in the people business. I say that respectfully. I don't say that as as a crime or anything. We're in the people. Business deserves humanity. It deserves a human touch, which means you need to let people. You need to give them the opportunity to build a relationship with you and to trust you. Okay. So now let's talk about what to sell and who to sell it to. So here's what I would do in a nutshell, because this video is getting kind of long. I don't like making videos that are too long. So if I had to build an AI deal gen agency, what I would do, what my offer would be, well, we're in the business of getting these companies deals, right? So not leads, because lead sounds dumb and it's stupid. And it's not what we're doing. If you want to have a fighting chance at this, we're getting people deals. Okay. In your cold email, you can say you're going to connect people with whoever, but as for what you do, you have a deal generation agency, deal gen. Cool. So you are providing a service and you're getting other businesses, B2B businesses, leads. That's what you're doing. Okay. What you're going to offer at the start, I still do this. We're pretty young, right? My agency's pretty young, but especially if you're doing cold email, like you have to modify your offer to cold traffic. You have to adapt your offer to cold traffic. How you do that is you don't pitch retainers or contracts. So you don't pitch a marriage on the first date. A cold email or a cold outbound or a cold call is like the first date. You don't do that. So you adapt your offer to cold traffic by making it like a pay one time offer. That's why my offer in this video at the end is always pay one time, blah, 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 blah. What you should probably do is an offer kind of like this. I'll set up and run an automated cold email system that gets you 5 sales calls with your clients every month. And then, plus a refund guarantee or whatever it is, or a performance guarantee. We'll keep working for free if we don't. Or you get a refund for every meeting that we didn't book within the first 60 days or 30 days. Something like that. And then once you get them these meetings, and you will, because 5 sales calls it's nothing. We do that I can get you that in 48 hours. That's nothing. It sounds like a lot if you've never done cold email, but I mean, we have AI and stuff like this is nothing. So, it depends on the industry, but still. So what you're going to do when you get to these 5 meetings in 45 days or 30 days or whatever it is, and you will, if you just watch my stuff and you follow what I do, is you'll renegotiate this into a monthly retainer / month-to-month contract for this $3K a month, right? So you're going to sign them, and then 30 to 45 days later, you're going to renegotiate. You just keep doing that. You only got to do that. You sign 2 clients a month. You only do that for 5 months. You're definitely in this timeline. I'm not saying you got to rush, but I'm just saying I'm just trying to help you understand that this is quite easy to do, impossible. It's just it's a mental thing. You got to think that you're better than. You got to think that you're the best at this, even if you don't know what you're doing. That's just how you got to think. You got to think that, hey, I'm better than the next guy. If you want any shot of succeeding in business, in terms of the price point, minimum $2,000. Go for 2,500. I'd see if I can shoot for 3. The thing with cold outbound and marketing period is the more expensive you're priced, the more it signals quality. It just is what it is. And you're also going to be more motivated to do a good job and make it worth that money. And hey, just don't blow the money. Worst case scenario, you refund it. Not an issue, not the end of the world. That's the price point. It's not a lot of money. Trust me. It's in B2B, it's not. It's chump change. Who to sell to? Sell to B2B businesses. If you don't know who, just ask ChatGPT. This is AI deal gen, right? We use AI tools, right? Ask ChatGPT. It'll give you examples of B2B companies and industries. Target companies with 3 to 20 employees. Companies based in the USA. Target their founder, CEO, or president. Cool. I'll make this mural board available to you, by the way. I'll remove all my drawings. Now, in terms of what you're going to do every day. This is what you do every day. This is what I do every day. So I'm only telling you the stuff that I do. Because if you do what I do, you're likely to get results similar to mine, unless you're doing something and you're not telling me. Or unless you're skipping steps and cutting corners, which happens a lot, and you're not telling me about it. Which is what beginners tend to do. So, daily tasks. You're going to send between 500 and 1,000 emails per day. If you don't know how to do that, watch my other videos. It's stupid easy. It costs you a few $100s a month. It's nothing. You're also going to tweet 1 to 3 times per day. Just tweet something about cold email. You're just building again, just like the content, you're just building a library, a wall of context, so that when people Google you, because they will, you're curating your Google thing, your Google index. You're curating what people see when they Google your name. That's all you're doing by tweeting. Tweet 1 to 3 times per day. Same with LinkedIn. I understand if you don't want to post on LinkedIn because maybe your boss is there, if you guys have a job or whatever it is. You will not see any traction with this or book any clients with this, right? You won't see any retweets, any likes, nothing like that. You're not here to get famous. You're just here, again, to build your own algorithm. Spend at least 1 hour per day in learning mode, just binging YouTube videos. Post 1 YouTube video every 1 to 3 days, including a lead magnet, kind of like I do with like this Miro board or these Notion docs, for free. Don't sell anything. Don't do that. Don't do that. All my stuff here is free. Unless people donate, but I don't ask people to donate. Sometimes I don't even know why people donate. I say in the Gumroad, I'm like, here's the free guide. It's the free Notion doc. Put $0. And people still they pay me. And hey, I'm grateful for it. Thank you. I appreciate that. You don't have to, is what I'm trying to say. It's free. I just want you to, sometimes I see the emails, I'm like, do they know it's free? But anyway, I appreciate it. Thank you. Let me not sound ungrateful. You're also going to post 1 piece of short form content per day. If you don't like doing this, sorry, I can't help you. If you're too afraid to put yourself out there, that's fine. What you're going to do then is you're going to compensate by just sending more cold emails and sending LinkedIn DMs. You should probably start, by the way, with what I would do, and exactly what I did do, is your first client should be free. Free. Do a 30 day or no, you should do like 60 days. So an 8-week partnership with them, or sign them on for 8 weeks. Do this thing for free for them. In exchange for a case study, put that in the contract and tell them up front, hey, I'm doing this in exchange for a case study. Can I do your cold outbound for you? For free. I promise you, it'll help you shortcut and fast track the rest. Remember, we're going for this, right? This is month 0. This is month 1. This is month 2. Month 3. Month 4 is when you start to see everything go. Do you think I'm lying? Do you think I'm lying? Do you think I'm lying? How long ago did I post? Oh, this is 2 months ago? Okay, well, I'm moving really fast. Well, anyway, We're very young. So that's what's going to happen. Okay. So that's what you do every day. And then if you have the time, I would say send like 5 to 10 LinkedIn DMs, just asking people if you can do this thing for them for free. You know what I mean? Just to build a case study. That's it. If you want me to give you screenshots of the LinkedIn DMs I did to get my free clients, let me know. I'll definitely make a video about how to get that first client. I have no problem doing that. I'll give you like the exact scripts I use for my cold LinkedIn DMs. And then only when things start picking up, only when you start getting some traction on YouTube or whatever it is for your inbound, this is only inbound, only then will you start doing a newsletter. Okay, cool. So we're going to talk about the math behind cold email. This is one of the biggest reasons as to why people don't see success with cold email in 2025, despite the fact that we have things like AI and you can, so on and so forth. But anyway, the beauty of cold email is that you can literally pretty accurately predict how much money you're going to make based off of how many emails you send. It's linear. It's linear. That's a good and a bad thing. Good thing is it's very predictable. I can get a client on a call and I walk through this calculator and I'm like, okay, see, this is likely what our outcome is. And then here's the conservative estimate. And then here's like the optimistic estimate. But this is like what we're likely to achieve. So I'll show them how many leads I'm likely to get them. It also lets me see if I'm able, if I have the infrastructure necessary to get them the results. Because I don't want to move forward with any client who I can't get results for, right? So that's a good thing about cold email. The bad thing about cold email, this is not a bad thing, but this is what trips out beginners. This is why people don't get results with cold email until after 6 months, once they've kind of gone through all the mistakes and typical beginner hurdles. And I'm trying to save you from all that stuff by giving you the stuff that I didn't find out from anyone else except myself. On my own. One of the things that trips beginners up is the fact that you have to send a lot of cold emails. Now, with AI, this is really easy to do. And I promise you, I will, in some form or another, I will do more clay tutorials, like end-to-end campaign spin-up tutorials, because I have a bunch on my YouTube channel, but I'm way better now. I'm killer at that stuff now. So I'll do that stuff for you guys. But anyway, this is important to see, and you can make this in Lovable. I will include the link to my, this is not mine right here. I'm just using I'm borrowing one, but I'll include the one to my own in the description. I gotta adjust this a little bit. So this is and people don't really understand what the normal reply rates and positive reply rates are. So their expectations are way up here because someone tried to sell them a course or into some school community or something. Not that that's a bad thing, but I'm just saying people oversell the thing and they tell you can get results in 30 days or something, which you can if you know what you're doing, but most people don't. Let's just be honest. Let's be fair, right? So most people don't really understand what normal reply rates are based on an offer, based on an industry, based on the size of the company you're going after, what a normal reply rate, what a normal positive reply rate is, what a normal meeting conversion percentage is, and what a normal close rate percentage is if you've never done sales or if you've never run a business. And that's okay. We're not here to judge, but I'm here to temper your expectations a little bit and then show you how to get around all this stuff. Right? Because one of the biggest mistakes I made, which costed me literally thousands of dollars, I show you guys pretty much everything, but I'm not going to, I wish I could show you my profit and loss statement, but I can't because there's some really sensitive information there. That's us getting into the books and the accounting, and we can't do that yet. Sensitive information still. But point being, I wasted thousands of dollars thinking, for example, oh, my reply rate is 0.8. That must mean I have deliverability issues, so let's trash all our inboxes and go buy 100 new ones or 200 new ones and buy 20 different domains or 50 different domains, whatever it is. And switch platforms. I switched from Instantly to Smartly, thinking thinking Instantly was a problem, right? I've wasted so much money doing this stuff, so much money on credits, ChatGPT credits, bill. My ChatGPT bill is insane. But anyway, I digress. Let's stick to what we came here for. If you don't know who I am, my name is Paul Melandu. I run a marketing agency. We generate over $250,000 a month in deal flow for ourselves and our clients. Deal flow, okay? Deal flow, sales opportunities. And this is important. This is the math behind cold email, okay? So you ever see those cold email folks that say, hey, I just booked 10 meetings in 2 days. You're struggling to book 2 meetings in a month? Those guys aren't really, they're usually not lying. It's just they're a bit further along, especially if they have actually showed you proof, like, let's be real. But they're just a little bit further along, and really they have the infrastructure, so the amount of inboxes, domains, they understand how to rotate inboxes, keep certain inboxes on warm up. They understand what to look for, when a reply rate indicates a burnt inbox, when it indicates just a poor offer statement or a poor email campaign. Like we've seen enough of this to know that not every reply rate under 1% or every campaign with a reply rate under 1%, those inboxes are burnt. Like that's just not, it's not the conclusion, right? So we've seen enough of this stuff. So those people do book that amount of meetings, but they just also send an enormous volume of emails, and they have also scraped an enormous volume of contacts and leads. See, like when you want to book more meetings, you got to send more emails with good offers and blah, 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 right? If you want to send more emails, you need more people to send emails to, you know what I mean? And you need more inboxes. Like there are like these little domino problems or headaches that you got to think ahead with or think ahead about. And that's one of the only reasons why I make content, is to just help you see what you probably can't see yet, right? Like I had a sales call with a gentleman, really, really cool, dope guy. And, you know, we were talking about whether or not cold email could work for his company. If you're watching this, shout out to you. I keep my prospects and clients anonymous, but shout out to you. Unless they give me permission, of course. And we decided that cold email wasn't the best route, at least for now, because there just weren't enough people in his market to reach out to. So we would run through the whole market at the volume that I send cold emails at. If I was doing it on his behalf for his business, we'd run through the entire market in like an hour. You know what I mean? So sometimes it's not, and like I'm not going to sell anyone, or I'm not going to make an offer to anyone who I can't get results for. But anyway, so this is how you get yourself results. That intro is very necessary. So you just got to do the math. You just got to do the math, okay? So I'm going to run through what are pretty standard. I'll talk through everything, but this is how you can calculate your revenue, your ROI with cold email. And we'll walk through like the standard metrics. So how many people did we reach out to? This really should say number of emails sent, right? Everyone gets 2 emails. Okay. So if we're sending 10,000 emails here, we have how many people are we reaching out to? If we do a 2-step email sequence, we reach out to 5,000 people, right? So you got to think, you have to scrape beyond 5,000 people in Apollo, because once you verify the email addresses and remove all the ones that are bad and spam that shouldn't be in that list, you're going to have less people. Like it shrinks. So you got to always over scrape, which means you got to pick industries that are big enough, right? So and we got to do this stuff. I might do like a full, it's probably time for me to do another end-to-end campaign, like screen recorded speedrun video. Let me know in the comments if you want that. Anyway, so let's say we're sending 10,000 emails, right? Within a month. This is all within a month. Okay? 10,000 emails. So we're reaching out to 5,000 people, but let's just stick with the number of emails sent, right? How many people replied? So depending on your level of experience, and this is not counting out of office replies. We don't include out of office replies or automated replies in here. Only positive replies, no thank you, unsubscribe me from your list, block, go to hell. Like we count those, right? Or you've reached out to the wrong person. I don't actually work at this company anymore. Like any response where someone actually typed it out, obviously, that's what we count. So now this can be anywhere between 0.6%. Sorry, let's just say 0.8%, 0.7%. Let's just say 0.7% to whatever on the high end. Okay. Anything less than 0.7, and I'm probably thinking you have deliverability issues, but 0.7 to 0.1% is normal. If you have a saturated offer, if you're pitching a saturated offer, like, I don't know, lead generation, right? If you're pitching a saturated offer, like staffing and recruitment, for example, is pretty saturated. There's a ton of staffing industries out there. YouTube content agencies is starting to get saturated. But anyway, so let's just say you got 1%. 1%, if you're a total beginner, let's just say 1.5% is nice to aim for, but let's just assume that you suck, which is okay. I sucked at cold email at one point in time. Let's just say 1% is what you get. So you get 100 replies out of 10,000 emails you sent this month of September, right? I'm recording this Tuesday, September 2nd, 2025. Date stamp. A decent positive reply, assuming you're not good at cold email, is like 20%. 15 to 20%. Okay? So let's just assume 15%. I always like to undershoot, go conservative, and then over-deliver. Now, how many interested people, so how many of these positive replies did we actually turn into meetings? A healthy meeting conversion rate, if you don't know what you're doing, a healthy meeting conversion rate is probably like, I don't know, maybe 50%. Maybe 50%. Something like that, 40, 50%. But let's just say you just don't put any effort in. So you only book 30% of the people who are interested. How many interested people did you close? Let's just assume you don't know sales. You don't do sales very well, which is okay. By the time I'm done with you, you'll be a great salesperson. Okay, you'll be great on the phones. Let's just assume that you're decent actually. So let's go 25%. Anything over 20% is great. Okay, so let's just go 25%. All right. So what does the data show here? You guys are smart. This shows you booked 4 meetings, right? You booked 4 meetings. We're not going to count the decimal. Can't book 4.5 meetings, right? So you booked 4 meetings this month. 10,000. If you send 10,000 emails, all things conservative, meaning you've messed up along the way, you can still expect to book 4 meetings. Okay? And you can expect to close miraculously because you don't know what you're doing, which is fine. Embrace being a beginner. Embrace it. I like that. I like being a beginner. So this means that you've closed 1 person. Now, whatever your ticket price is, you multiply it by 1. So if your ticket price is $3,000 or $2,000, you've just made $2,000. You can pretty easily predict that if I send 10,000 emails this month, if you send 10,000 emails this month, you're going to make $2,000 this month. The nice thing about emails is how quickly it all happens. You spin up an email campaign today. Today I'm recording this on a Tuesday. I launch it tomorrow on a Wednesday. People are going to get the email tomorrow. It's not like ads where they might see it, they might not. They're going to get the email in their inbox tomorrow, Wednesday. They may not reply. They may forget to reply. So you follow up with them on a Friday, 2 days later. They said, hey, okay, yeah, let's talk next week, Tuesday. You talk on Tuesday. They're like, okay, cool. Yeah, I'm down to try it. There's a guarantee. Okay, cool. I'm down to try it. They pay you on Wednesday. You've made your money back in a week. You've made $2,000 in 7 days. And for a lot of you guys, that's great. I mean, that's great for anyone. Let's just, let me not be like out of touch about that. That's great for anyone. So that's how quick that happens. Now, I don't see results from cold email. I've tried 2 different agencies and I haven't seen results. Well, there's a lot of things. Or I've tried cold email. I've tried like an AI automation agency or whatever, like thingy I tried to build, and I used cold email and I didn't see any results. Well, there are a lot of things at play, a lot of things that can cause you to not see results. But the biggest thing, and it almost always is the same thing, is not sending enough volume. It's the same thing with any cold outbound period. Cold calls, cold email, or ads. We're not going to talk about running ads yet on this channel. I'll start putting out some videos later on. Because if you aren't at 30K a month yet, you really shouldn't be running ads. That's a whole different topic. But ads, you get more results the more money the bigger ad spend is, the more you spend every day. So if you're running $50 worth of ads, you're not seeing much. If you're running $10 a day worth of ads, you're not seeing many results. So what you want to try and do is don't skip steps and automatically start sending 50,000 emails a month, because you got to learn the mistakes. And unless you have like a really high credit card limit, like you don't want to, inboxes cost. They're cheap as hell, but they cost. So if you want more results, what do you do? You just simply send more emails. And then of course you can adjust these metrics right here, right? You'll get better at figuring out who to target. If you can't change your offer, you'll get better at figuring out who to target, who's most likely to not just respond, but respond positively, who actually needs your service, right? And who is your messaging tailored to? Like, all these things matter. It's like a little dance. Copywriting, cold email, cold calling. It's all a little dance. Suavecito, right? So this reply rate goes up. Maybe it goes up to 1.5%. A 0.5% increase, or that's not the right math, but going from 1 to 1.5%. Look, that's an extra 250 people. Goes from 500 to 750 people, right? So you just took your meetings closed from 5, if we're rounding down, to 8, just by increasing your reply rate from 1 to 1.5%. See what happens? And as you get better, all these things increase. Your positive reply rate goes up from 15 to 20%. Right? Your meeting conversion rate, because you get more aggressive at it, you get better at following up, and you start to care more, goes from 30 to 40%. Now we're starting to get in decent cold emailer territory. And your closing rate stays at 25%, let's just say, right? Or you get more confident, you have some more case study testimonials. Let's just say it goes to 26%, just up by 1%, from 25 to 26. So now you go from closing 5 meetings to 15 every month. Times your ticket price of $2,000 is how you make 30 grand. This is the fancy glorified 30K a month number we always talk about. Do you see how we arrived here? It wasn't magic. We just sent more emails. So your only business plan for the first 6 to 12 months should be to send more emails. That is literally still my only business plan. Besides just make content and let you guys know that I exist and that I'm here, is just send more emails. That's it. It's not rocket science. That's the beauty of cold emails. Just send more emails. So anyone who hasn't gotten results, they probably have sent this many emails and they're just not telling you about it. Any agency you've worked with who hasn't gotten you results, this is actually a great talking point. If you are going to hire some sort of agency to handle any sort of outbound ads, even, so cold email, cold calling ads, anything like that, they should be supplying you with, and you should ask them this in the consultation, they should be supplying you with a weekly metrics report. So every Monday, I had my client calls today because yesterday was Labor Day, but I typically have them on Monday, but today is Tuesday. I just came off my client call and I'm recording this. That's how much I love you guys. But every Monday I have my client calls back to back to back to back to back. And I have a metrics report prepared. I literally just open up Smart Lead, to be honest, and just show them the dashboard and say, hey, Mr. or Mrs. Client, this is how many emails we sent on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. They can see it. And then they can see the positive responses. Then they can see the regular responses. They can see it. They can see the graph to ensure that we are doing our job for our clients who we care for. Because I know it doesn't matter what we say in these emails. If we send enough of them, it doesn't matter what I say in a cold call. I could have a speech impediment. If I make enough cold calls, I will get results. I'll get the results I'm looking for. If you want to make 50K a month, I'm saying this because I've done it. There's the number of pieces of content you have to post every day, or number of cold emails you have to send every day, or number of cold calls you have to make every day. There's a number. You can't see it visually, but the number exists, and you can open up a spreadsheet and calculate it. That's the beauty of cold outbound. Organic content you can't predict. I might post 10 TikToks today and I might get banned tomorrow. I might not get any traction. You can't This is why cold outbound is necessary for scaling any business, because you can't build a business off of viral moments unless you're hoping to be some sort of influencer or whatever your business plan is. If that's your business plan, then God help you, because the next best thing is only 6 months away. Like, you're going to be an influencer, and then 6 months from now, someone else is going to have more shine and have prettier skin and take your spot. So that it's insane that that's some people's business plan nowadays. But I also mentioned this in my last video on how to scale an agency to 30K a month, that you should have inbound and outbound marketing happening at both times. But yeah, you can't like, going viral is not a marketing strategy. You need cold outbound. It's just the only way. Pick up the phone and make some calls. Look, I have my phone in my hand. I would, like, if I was desperate for $10,000, it all comes down to laziness. If I really wanted to change my life, if I really wanted 10 grand right now, if I was that desperate, my back was against a wall, and I know because I've done this, I would pick up this phone, I'd go to Apollo, I'd look for a list of CEOs and founders with a company between like 3 and 10 employees with some sort of service I can pitch, and I would dial. Hello, do you need this? No. Are you interested? No. All right, bye. Next, same thing. But we're in cold email, so it's way more scalable. Like, instead of making 100 cold calls, I can in 1 hour I can ready up 10,000 emails. Anyway, that's the video. Nothing to sell you. No magic offer. I mean, all my offers are in the description, but like, that's it. Okay, so I'm going to link this calculator. It'll look a little different for you because I'm going to remake it in Lovable. That's what I used. But that's really it. All right. So you want more results? Just send more emails. So here's the truth about how to succeed in cold email in 2025 and going into 2026. I'm trying to position you guys ahead of the curve, ahead of the game. And you'll realize when we go through this stuff together, that most people are so easy to beat. You don't have to worry about things being saturated, because that just means there's a lot of losers and little kids in this game. And I'm going to show you how to dominate and crush these kids in the way that I'm doing right now. And this is why it's so laughably easy, ridiculously easy to succeed and win. Whether it's cold email, whether it's organic content, whatever it is, it's all the same. It's all the same. The strategies are all the same. But anyway, this is the stuff. Like, if you watch my videos, you'll be one of the most lethal cold emailers on the planet, period. And marketers, right? But anyway, this is the stuff that nobody talks about. The only person I have seen talk about the stuff that we're going to talk about in this video is Daniel Fazio, which is why I shouted him out at the very beginning of this video and in this guide, right? So these videos that I linked at the bottom right here, actually, not the bottom, right here. These videos from Daniel Fazio, I watched them a few months ago. And these videos, they're clips. These videos opened up the door for me for success in cold email and sparked a large part of what I'm about to talk about. It's only right that I link them here. So I always give credit where credit is due. I wish I could find the original videos. I didn't have time to go back into the rabbit hole. The long form video, I wish I could find where these clips came from. But anyway, these are the clips that I'm referring to. So you have them right there. But anyway, so you're going to watch these clips. What essentially he's saying in these clips is, if there are 2 people who send a cold email to a prospect, right? A really wealthy giant B2B business, right? And with the same offer, all things considered, everything is the same offer, same copywriting, same everything. The person who's going to get the response, the person who's going to get the booked meeting, and thus the person who's going to get the deal is the person who has the most social proof and social presence, right? And so when that prospect looks you up, which is exactly what they're going to do, and I have proof to prove it, which I'll show you in this video, they're going to see if you are about what you're about, if you are who you say you are. And the person who has the YouTube videos, the tweets going on, so on and so forth, that person is going to get the deal over the person who tries to remain mysterious and off the internet every single time. So that's exactly what these 2 clips are about. So watch them. Download this document. The link is in the description. Again, it's free. I should be charging for this, but it's free. Watch them. Anyway, so what I'm getting at by even linking these clips in this tweet, and the proof is in the pudding. I mean, here I am interacting with Daniel, who's one of the biggest in the world right now in this space, this marketing, agency, make money online space. So why is he interacting with me, right? And how did I even get his attention, even for that instance? So what I'm getting at here, this is not the first time. Like, I do this stuff. My last bit, I'm not going to get into it. I've linked everything in the above case study right here. All right. So you just go watch that. This all works together. But anyway, so what I'm getting at here is a term that I coined, Pablo, called success multipliers. Now, I included a screenshot here. This screenshot is from my cold email money printer blueprint. You can also get that via the link in the description. It's free. Get it for free. It shows you how to literally print money with cold email. It shows you exactly what to do. You just check off all the boxes. You can get it for free. I've also linked it in this document too. So you don't got to run around clicking links in my description. But anyway, so these success multipliers are the things that help you stand out in cold email. It takes that concept Daniel Fazio talked about, and it goes way deeper. And everything that you find in this cold email money printer blueprint, I've actually built this live on YouTube, if not for YouTube. But every single box is a place where I have made a huge point of discovery and or made a mistake and overcame it. And so I mapped out exactly what to do. And so we do this for our clients, and this is how we're able to generate them such huge results so quickly, pretty much without fail, unless they're just a bad client. It's a literal blueprint. Anyway, have it. But success multipliers are things that help you stand out in cold email. So back in July, last month, I had a client jump on a call with me, and we were still actually in the discovery stage. So he wasn't my client yet. Right? He wasn't my client yet. He's no longer my client right now. But anyway, wasn't my client yet. We're still doing the discovery calls and the consultations. So it was the founder and president of a 7-figure recruitment agency. He was talking about how many cold emails he gets every day. I should post this call. Maybe, okay, I'll stash that idea in the back of my head. But anyway, he was talking about, and this actually happened across multiple clients and multiple calls, so I'll have a lot of this footage. But anyway, he was talking about how many cold emails he gets every day. He gets bombarded with emails, right? Emails, cold calls, everything. He gets bombarded. Everything from YouTube content agencies trying to pitch him stuff to little 17-year-old lead gen kids trying to pitch him 5 meetings a month. Some deal generation. It's the same thing with my active clients right now. They tell me the exact same thing. I have proof of this. I'm not BSing you here. I have these calls recorded, and I might publish those if we get into how to do sales calls and stuff like that. But they literally say verbatim. They say, Pablo, I get hit up all the time. I hear this every week. I have all my client calls on Monday. I hear this every week from my clients. They say, I get hit up. I'm still getting hit up. I'm getting all these offers. They're hitting me up all the time, multiple times a day with these offers. And it's all lead gen, or it's all YouTube content agency, or it's all, SEO or whatever it is, or LinkedIn content agencies or Twitter content agencies will get you 10 calls a month, multiple times a day. And I don't want this to scare you. But I do want you to know that nothing is new anymore. Unless the tech is new, like when AI first came out or ChatGPT first came out or whatever it was, Shopify first came out. Unless the tech is new, you are not pitching anything novel. So what do we do about this? How do you cut through and make more money for yourself and your business? So I will show you the strategy and the tactics that are allowing me to scale quickly. And you would know this if you watch my stuff, because I've been documenting the ups and downs in real time on camera since day one. If you go to my YouTube channel, you sort by oldest, you can literally see. I started posting about 2 to 3 months into building my agency. So we are still very young. Now ask yourself, how is it that I am crushing everyone that I started with? Well, the answer is literally right in front of your face. It's literally this. It's literally this. So let's go even deeper. Let me explain the strategies and tactics. So first off, volume. Volume compensates for saturation of the market. You are going to optimize everything for volume for yourself and your clients, designing your workflows not to be fancy and get sophisticated, hyper-personalized outputs, but for volume. You're going to optimize for volume. You're only going to personalize only so that you don't get blacklisted, and just enough to get out of the spam zone and make it relevant. We'll come back to this, but really, it's this stuff. I didn't even link it here. Hold on. It's this stuff. Like this is a agency cold email workflow we built, which I give you access to. Just zoom in, and this is optimized for volume. Literally, one of the things it says here is, where can we get the most leads? Right. It's you can't even see this right now, but at the bottom there it says, did you get to 1,000 leads? Why? Because the amount of leads we get determines the amount of emails we're going to be able to send. And we've kind of mapped out the math. If we get 1,000 leads, we're probably going to end up sending 100 emails. But anyway, you're going to optimize for volume. I mean, long story short, this is a long-winded way of saying you got to send as many emails as possible to have the stats work in your favor for cold emails. Just like cold calling, you got to make as many cold calls as possible. I was the number one SDR in the when I was an SDR, and it's because I made the most cold calls. Period. So it's that. Anyway, so volume. Second is success multipliers. Now, apologies, I had to pivot earlier and talk about what my clients and prospects are saying to make this all real for you. But anyway, let's talk about success multipliers. So this is a cutout from the cold email money printer blueprint. So I call these, what I'm about to talk about, success multipliers, because they multiply success, and not linearly, exponentially. So things like client video testimonials, social proof, social presence, your landing page, so on and so forth. Why do you think I pump out so much content? Why do you think I start all my content with all this like social proof? Literally the number one thing at the top of this document is a $28,000 deal that came in 2 days ago from a client with the date, the timestamp, so on and so forth. And then there's this deal, and then there's this case study breakdown, and then there's the screenshots, and then there's the more screenshots. And if screenshots aren't enough, and if dates and times aren't enough, then there's an actual client testimonial interview. If that's not enough, then you can go to my social media and see people who are at the top of the industry actually interacting with me, so on and so forth. And if that's not enough, then you know what I mean? Like, it just keeps going. It keeps going. So, and you can never have enough social proof. But anyway, let's get into the actual types of success multipliers. So client video testimonials are far and away the biggest success multipliers you can have, specifically video testimonials where you are on a call interviewing them on video, not them leaving you a written post on Trustpilot, not them leaving you a video testimonial that they just record and send to you. You on a call with them on a Zoom call or a Google Meets call, interviewing them, asking them questions. So I linked one here as an example. I'm going to mute this, but you can watch this on your own time, right? And I have this as part of my VSL. Anyway, so let me be very clear. So these success multipliers are the only way to cut through a saturated market fast. If you're concerned with just cutting through, but you don't care how much time it takes, then it's fine. You can skip this video. But if you want to cut through quickly, I assume you want to do so because time is money and you have a lot of it to make. And you got to make it quickly, or else someone like me is going to come in and take it and take all the clients. If you're fine just pacing it, going at your own little pace, then fine, you can skip this video. But I'm here to work with people who want to make more money and operate quickly. It kills me when people operate really slowly and think that they have all the time in the world. But anyway, you can still cut through just sending cold emails with no YouTube, social media, whatever, but it will take you way longer. So this is how I'm able to cut through and scale so quickly in any space I enter. That's the secret. Success multipliers. I did it, and we'll go even deeper. So I did it in 2 different niches, and this is my third now. Vintascale is my third business, my third real business. And it's also why I don't fear saturated markets, because I understand what the success multipliers are. I know how to shape my own narrative and shape the trajectory of my business. So if you go watch this video, it shows you exactly how I hit 10 grand in less than 30 days, 10K a month in less than 30 days. And then from there, like 45K a month, 30 days later, 8 weeks. And Vintascale is going to be even bigger, and I'm building it right in front of your face. But anyway, having a personal brand is the only way to differentiate yourself. It just is. So if you are afraid of putting yourself out there, I don't want to speak to you. You are a loser, and you think you still have a choice when you are not where you want to be. Have fun being broke. I view the fact that I'm not where I want to be, even right now, as an emergency. That is why I'm putting out content so aggressively. That's why I'm recording and uploading. Well, I'm recording 10 reels a day. And I'm recording and uploading 1 YouTube video every single day. I'm crushing my competition. But anyway, let's get back to you because I'm not that important. Success multipliers. So social proof. We talked about client video testimonial interviews. Let's talk about social proof. So client video testimonials, we talked about that. YouTube videos. So if you don't have any client video testimonials, you got to go hard with the YouTube videos. This is why I started going hard with the YouTube videos at the very beginning. And I still waited 3 months to even start recording on YouTube. Before I even had a concrete client video testimonial, I started making YouTube videos. So things like how I would do blank. If you don't have any clients yet, talk about, and here I go, making beginner content again, even though I said I don't make beginner content. But anyway, just soak it in regardless. It still applies, even if you're at 20, 30K a month. How I would do X is a great way to spin up social proof. Publishing your own internal case studies as well. Your own tutorials, right? So when I didn't have any clients, I was talking about how we overcame things in our business, and that gave them confidence to say, okay, this person at least Pablo knows how to sort through problems. Pablo knows how to get results for himself. He knows how to get me on a call. So he probably know how to get other people on a call for me, right? And so look at these videos, like how we doubled our reply rates. Look at that right there. How we doubled our reply rates and fixed deliverability. How we 11x our cold email reply rates overnight. How I build a 100K a month cold email campaign from a recruitment firm. You know, I'm not there yet, but hey, I'm getting them well over 100K a month in deal flow now. So spoke it into existence, and it's for a recruitment firm. So you do this in motion, right? And notice how little views these get. And notice how I don't care about how many views they get. I have them purely for context. All right, so that when a prospect looks me up, or when you look me up, once they've read my cold email, it's so that I have substance on the internet. It's so I have proof of existing on the internet, and so I have proof that I am who I say I am. And you need the same thing. Why? Because this is the secret. This is the reality of how cold email works. Look at this little graphic right here from the Cold Email Money Printer Blueprint. What does it say at the top in yellow? It says trust. Their trust level must be at least a 7 out of 10 for them to even book a call with you, reply to you, and then book a call, and then at least an 8 out of 10, if not a 10 out of 10, to close and have you land the deal. And so there are all these things that add to their trust level and bump it up by 1 point, by another point, by another point. So like your landing page, your internal case studies, if you publish them, the video you publish about how I would do X. And I know I'm making competition here, but again, none of you guys are going to outwork me, so it really doesn't matter. But, the looms you send, you speaking on the topic, having a VSL, like those add a point or two. So again, succeeding in cold email, it's cold, right? And you don't work on behalf of a big name brand company. So this is all about building trust, right? Like if Gary Vee were to send you an email, the trust is already there because you know who he is. If Elon Musk sends you a cold email, you know who he is. This is all about building trust. And to have success with cold email, you have to get people high on this trust meter, very high. At least a 7 out of 10. Everything you do in and outside of cold email counts towards that trust factor. I'm going to highlight this. You can't see that. There we go. I'm going to highlight this because this is the thing. This is like one of the most important sentences in this entire guide. So this is not about views, and this is not about views. This is about making money. And one B2B view is like 100 entertainment content views. So that is, that is social proof, right? That's how, if you don't have any clients, you don't have any case studies, that's no excuse. Just post this stuff. And now social presence, speak on the topic often and be everywhere. Daniel posted a tweet. I replied to it with a reply of substance, and he replied back to me. And this reply that he gave me got me a lot of interest. So I tweet 3 to 5 times a day on Twitter. I don't use ChatGPT because it's just weird now. I used to, not gonna lie. I used to use AI to make my tweets based off of like my YouTube video transcripts, but it just looks weird. You can just tell when someone's tweeting with AI. I just tweet naturally. It doesn't take that long. And I interact with people. Proof right there, right? Look at what this says right here. I'm replying to Daniel, and then Daniel is replying to me. And I post multiple times a day on LinkedIn. I'm not as active on there anymore, but look at this number of profile views. It's not a lot, but it's still 152 people in whatever time span that was. Do you see how many people are actively searching you up? The same thing's happening to you if you run an agency. This is my LinkedIn right here, by the way, that I linked. Anyway, so on one of my client calls 2 days ago, today's Wednesday, so Monday, like I said before, I have all my client calls on Monday. If you're watching / reading this, the live call of that should already be posted on YouTube. I'm going to post that in a moment. So the client on our call mentioned that our cold email campaigns that we are sending for them increased their website traffic. It drove traffic to the website and increased their website traffic by 19%. If that doesn't tell you people are searching you up, I don't know what will. So now it's so you send them you send them the cold email and then they're searching you up. So you have some kind of interest. Like if it's not obvious right now, I don't know what to say. So let's keep going. So landing page, right? The essentials with the landing page are two things: the VSL and then overall page quality. I don't have any videos showing you how to make VSLs right now, but maybe I will in the future. I think I'm on my 7th VSL for Vintascale. My 7th VSL. The landing page does not need to be superb. It does not need to be pretty. It does not need to be like a fantastic landing page. But it needs to be two things. Number one, it needs to be professional, so don't have any weird stuff on there. And number two, it needs to be informative. So I purposely, and you've probably seen, let me go to my landing page real quick. Hold on. There. Here's my landing page. I'm gonna zoom out because I know it's zoomed in. This is my landing page. I know it's cut off at the top, but don't even worry about that. So I have the headline, I have the VSL. You can't see the headline because, well, OBS is zoomed in. And so I have the VSL, I have a type form, I have case studies, screenshots, social proof, blah, 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 more case studies, blah, blah, blah. And I don't even have all my case studies on here, so I got to update that. And, just some information about our company, how we operate, and that's it. Like, look how bare bones it is. It doesn't have to be pretty. It just has to have the right information. It has to be informative. I purposely leave my landing page raw and bare bones to prove a point. I beat out 99% of people who have a fancy landing page simply because I'm just a better entrepreneur than you. And I leave my landing page just really basic and raw like this just to prove that point. My headline is better, my VSL is better, and I have everything that a prospect would need to know. So you need to understand something. If you want to start doing business with the big fish, the big players in this space, businesses with a lot of money who will pay you $5K, $10K, $20K at a time, you need to know that they care about one thing and one thing only: results. Can you get them results? Yes. Okay, cool. That's it. They'll work with you. So my entire landing page is built around letting them know that I can get them results. That's it. I don't care what the background color is of my website. So with all these things together, we are moving higher and higher on this trust meter. So I win with cold email because by the time they open up my cold email, between my offer, how direct I am, and my social presence, their trust factor is already at a 7. It's already at a 7. It's really just a matter of if it's the right time for them or not, or if they're a good fit for the offer, or if the offer is a good fit for them. So here's a test that you should do right after you finish with this guide, in this video. What comes up when you Google your name? Or your name and your company? What comes up? Because this is exactly what the person you're reaching out to is doing. So here's what happens when I Google me. This is what comes up. I should just do it live in front of you because my thing is zoomed in. This is what comes up. I Googled my name. I Googled my name. This is what comes up. And that's exactly what they're doing with you. So, and this is as of, again, August 27, 2025. Notice how 90% of it was cold email or deal generation related. So by doing all this stuff on the internet, videos and all, and tweets and all, what I'm really doing is I'm purposely controlling my narrative and my image. I'm purposely steering it in my favor. I'm designing what I want prospects to see when they look me up, because I know I'm getting indexed in Google. I'm curating my Google search. It's all by design. Success is by design. It's engineered. It's engineered. You have to engineer it. You purposely put out stuff on Google so that you have social proof. So here's the takeaway, because this video doesn't need to be any longer and this guy doesn't need to be any longer. You just make videos and tweets and stuff. And you don't know what videos to make. I showed you exactly what videos to make. Make these right here. Just make these, right? How I would do X, how, tutorials, internal case studies. Just make these right here. Okay. So anyway, let's wrap this up. Here's the main takeaway. So engineer your success, then send a ton of cold emails. That's how you beat everyone with cold email. And that's how I'm able to print money for myself and my clients with cold email. So engineer your success, engineer your narrative, create your online narrative, and then send a ton of cold emails. Remember, you're competing with guys like me, so good luck. In this video, I'm going to walk you through the exact onboarding process we use at Vintascale, and this takes a brand new client from the moment they come on board to launching a fully optimized, fully tested cold email campaign designed to generate consistent, qualified sales opportunities. You will see in this video exactly how we handle everything for you, from setting up your cold email infrastructure the right way to building your lead list with precision targeting so that you can start getting results faster without having to figure out any of this on your own. For context, we send anywhere between 20 to 40,000 emails every single month, and this is across our own internal campaigns and our clients' campaigns. We help our clients generate 6 figures in pipeline every single month from the process I will outline in this video, and we've refined it into a fast, transparent, and predictable system so that there is zero guesswork on your side. I'm going to break down our process step by step, starting with your first 48 hours with us, then how we prepare your copy, source your leads, set up your tech stack, get your campaigns fully warmed up, and launch it for maximum deliverability. So if you want to know exactly what to expect when you work with us, stick around and let's get right into it. So the process starts as soon as your services agreement is signed and your deposit is submitted. From that moment on, our team is fully mobilized. Our only goal is to get you live as quickly as possible while making sure nothing is rushed or skipped. Within the first 24 hours, you will get access to your own private Slack channel. This is your direct line to our team for the entire engagement. You will have a dedicated customer success manager assigned to you. They will know your business, your goals, and your campaign inside and out, and will be available during all business hours for questions or updates. No waiting days for a reply or wondering what's happening behind the scenes. By this point, we've already done a full consultation, so we're not guessing on your audience or your messaging. We already know your business model, your ideal client profile, and the angles that we will use to get responses for you. The Slack channel just makes communication faster and easier. At the same time, we will start building what we call your lead machine. This is your dedicated cold email infrastructure. So we will purchase fresh branded domains that protect your main brand. We set up professional inboxes that look legitimate and trustworthy. We fully authenticate and configure them for deliverability, and we will immediately begin warming them up. Sending from a brand new inbox without the warm up is the fastest way to land in spam, and warm up builds a sender reputation slowly and safely so that your emails actually land in the inbox and get seen. This is one of the biggest differences between a good campaign and a failed one. In parallel, we will also begin deep market research. So our team compiles your first batch of highly targeted leads. We only use verified data that matches your ideal client profile that we would have already discussed in the consultations leading up to this, so that you're not wasting time chasing bad prospects or you end up in meetings with people who have nothing to do with your offer or who are unqualified. We will also request a few key deliverables from you, a list of companies you have had success with in the past, examples of messaging or offers that have worked for you, and any industries or decision makers that you absolutely want to avoid. This helps us sharpen targeting and avoid wasted effort and avoid wasting your time as well. Avoid you getting on calls with people, again, that you don't want to be dealing with. By the end of week 1, you will have 2 critical deliverables from us: your first lead list which will be ready for review, approval, and feedback. And you will also have your cold email copy built from proven email angles that we have used successfully and then tailored specifically to your offer and your audience. These two pieces, the leads and the messaging, make or break a campaign. If they are done right from the start, scaling is very simple. If they are wrong, nothing else will fix it. This is why we get this done early, send it back to you, and we have this back and forth so that we can iterate it and at least get it launched for testing and gathering data. Now in week 2, we continue sourcing leads so you always have enough volume. We finalize your Slack setup so that you can see positive replies in real time. And if you want, we set up an approval process for outbound replies so you can sign off on responses before we send them. Now by launch day, everything is ready. Your inboxes are fully warmed, your lead list is dialed in, your copy is tested and approved, and your communication channel is fully active. From here, we monitor your campaign daily. And by the way, launch day is set at day 15. It typically takes 14 to 21 days to warm up all of this. We like to launch as soon as possible and as soon as we can, which after 14 days of warm up is day 15. But regardless, we monitor your campaign daily. We make optimizations in real time, and you get constant full visibility into the performance of everything through your Slack channel. Our onboarding is designed to be as fast, predictable, and completely transparent as possible, and just also as easy on you as possible. But point being, you will never be left guessing what's happening, what the next steps are, or where your campaign stands. And you can be confident every technical and strategic detail is handled by experts. We know what we're doing, and we're very good at cold email. When you work with us, when you work with Vintascale, you're not just getting a cold email campaign. You are getting a fully built outbound sales engine tailored specifically to you, running 24/7. To put qualified opportunities in front of you. We are never not sourcing leads for you. We are sourcing leads for you 24/7 on autopilot, trying to fill up your calendar with only the best, most qualified prospects who are interested and ready to buy and work with you. Now, if you've lasted this long, congratulations to you. This is just scratching the surface. I've given you a lot to think about. I've shown you what's possible, how much money folks are making in this space, and how quickly it can be done. Most people will still mess this up. They're going to mess this up. Very few of you, if I'm being totally honest, will actually succeed. If you are not satisfied with how fast you're growing, there is a knowledge gap that is costing you literally millions of dollars. You could be where you want to be in the next 4 to 6 months. You need to be around people who are really doing this at a high level if you want to win. So I'm going to make a special offer to you. I have a full private accelerator program coming soon. Perhaps in addition to a private community for those who want to ensure their success and fast track their business growth and have the roadmap to scale to $50K a month in about 12 weeks. It will encompass direct coaching from me and my team multiple times a week, all of my email scripts, all of my templates, all of my AI agents, all of my AI agents for Clay, pre-built Clay tables that run themselves, AI agents for copywriting, so they write your emails entirely, pre-programmed Clay workflows, and mentorship from me personally. This is only for the most serious. I will get you to the point where you are charging $5K a month per client. I will get you to the point where you are scaling as quickly as possible. I'm polling for interest. If this interests you and you're serious about it, and you have the budget to invest, you're willing to invest in yourself so that you save money on mistakes and you get to where you need to get as quickly as possible, I'm just going to offer you to sign up for my newsletter. It's free in the description below, and reply to the initial email I sent you, just letting me know that you're interested. I read all my emails. And that's all. See you guys in the next video. I'm out. Peace.